Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 Maxxis TKM Festival here at Kimbolton at the Huntscart Racing Club. It is definitely going to be an exciting day at the races as this one-off Indy 500 style weekend brings the kings and queens of TKM racing to the forefront for an exciting race battle. Jake Sanson with you for the entirety of the day as we have our third heats and then our pre-finals and finals in this one-off blast to see who are the best drivers in 2021 in the national TKM karting scene. Yesterday, a very exciting battle for the first two heats. Elevation, of course, around this circuit, about 5.3 feet in duration, 12 corners around the circuit, and it's not quite a kilometre around this place, 989.5 metres, but it does contain some of the best circuit corners in British karting. That run to Stowe, turn one, that blast through the willows on the chicane, up the Yamitsu straight and through the challenging complex of Derrick's Corner. The Dan Weldon double apex that brings you onto the TKM straight on that run to Kestrel Corner. So many overtaking moves made into that square left. And then to finish off the turn along the laser straight and into Kimbolton Corner, that blast along the Hines straight once again. It's an amazing race circuit, this. It always provides fantastic action. Ask a karting aficionado what's the greatest karting race of all time. Many of them will tell you it was the Junior TKM Festival Final 2013. It really does provide drama and action, this place. And the racing every single year is always phenomenal in the TKM Festival. We're going to start the day's action with the Junior Festival Heat 3. After the two races yesterday, you can see that there is rain in the air at the moment. It's not quite falling down on the circuit in heavy duration, but there's definitely predicted to be around anywhere between 30 and 35 mile an hour gusts of wind. It was already started quite heavy, the wind, over the course of the day. There is rain in the air, and there could be some falling through the course of proceedings. Massive big up to the Orange Army here at Kimbolton, who are doing a fantastic job to keep us safe and sound and also keep us regulated. The drivers are getting ready for the action. There's Luke Bate, and we see the number 27 there of Ollie Rands getting himself ready for the action in Junior Festival Heat 3. Yesterday's races obviously gave us plenty to talk about from the previous two heats. Qualifying actually went the way of Aditya Kulkarni in front of Alfie Garford and Leo Robinson, and it was actually Kulkarni that got the win in the first heat yesterday in front of Alistair Cresswell and Leon Frost, with Alfie Garford, Leo Robinson and Ollie Rands in pursuit. Luke Woodward got the victory in yesterday's second heat, Leon Frost, then Charlie King, Alistair Cresswell, Joe Cheek and Leo Robinson. So it's definitely going to be an interesting battle all the way through the weekend. It's not clear cut who's going to get everything done, so we're definitely going to see a very exciting battle for all of the competitors here on this Sunday morning. It's going to be an interesting start as we are getting up towards 10:30 for the start of race action. And Aditya Kulkarni will take up his place on the front row of the starting grid with Alfie Garford. Leo Robinson will be there on the Birrell chassis in third alongside Alistair Cresswell on the one of the many Talco chassis on the field. Luke Woodward and Luke Bate will be together on the third row. Joe Cheek and Leon Frost from Johan Kalichern and Ollie Rands to round out the top 10. 8-minute races. Fast and furious stuff around this Kimbolton circuit. Lots of great drama and action to come. And definitely one of the most exciting weekends you're ever going to see in British national karting. Always a very exciting one, this, and it's always been a very important staple in my British motorsport calendar. Been commentating on the TKM Festival now since 2012. This is now my 9th go at it. It should be my 10th, of course, but after last year's lockdown, we were robbed of the chance to race at the TKM Festival. So my decade will come next year. Drivers will come out onto the circuit, though. Plenty of suspense and drama. Aditya Kulkarni, pole position alongside Alfie Garford. Leo Robinson and Alistair Cresswell on the second row of the grid from Luke Woodward and Luke Bate. Joe Cheek and Leon Frost. Ollie Rands is alongside Johan Kalichern on the fifth row. Elliot Norton is in the 11 alongside Freya Woodall. Patrick Leaf and Charlie Gromit. Luke Jarman and Harley Mason. Jake Humphrey and Charlie King from William Tilden Bloom and Jago O'Neill, Jake Cox and Theo Jackson. 22 karts and 22 drivers will battle away around the circuit. They're already getting themselves up to speed. Obviously, they use the formation lap to bring the tyres and brakes up to the optimum temperature. Sensational performances from the youngsters as they come off the turn in their two rows. Are we going to go racing straight away? It's a false start, So they will go round again. The competitors obviously getting the opportunity to bring the start to the proceedings, but it's not quite going underway just yet. keep your comments coming on the live stream. You're more than welcome, and we will try and share those comments out with your nearest and dearest. And obviously, like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, whether you are watching us via YouTube or via the Facebook stream. It's wonderful to have your company, and we'll be very delighted to get you guys involved in the stream. Dan is obviously cheering on Tom straight away. I can only assume that he is obviously cheering on one of his mates there as they battle away for position. So do keep those messages coming in. It's going to be a fascinating day at the races here for Junior Festival Heat 3. Aditya Kulkarni from pole position. Alongside, there's Alfie Garford on the right side of your screen. Tim Wilson Motorsport versus Talco Racing for the majority of the TKM classes. There'll be a rivalry that will rumble on and on and on. Are we racing? Yes, we are! Up to the first corner. Good start from Kulkarni. Garford doesn't get the best of jumps. Leah Robinson's tucked up right in there behind as they go through Slow Corner for the first time. And there's a couple of carts run wide and into the barriers. That is the 59 scraping through. That's Frosty. So a big problem for Leon Frost as he nudges the barriers, gets going again, but now at the back of the field. So as they skate their way through Derricks for the first time, that is the 30 of Leo Robinson that's made his way up into second place with Luke Woodward in tow in third position. But so far so good for the 32, Aditya Kulkarni, who leads the way as they come out of Dan Weldon for the first time. Down the TKM straight into Kestrel. And so far Kulkarni has the advantage over Robinson, but straight up the inside. Good move from Luke Woodward. No waiting around at all. Gets his lunge on the inside line and up into second position. They're going to keep this banter all the way down the straight, side by side. And again, just well covered there on the exit by Leo Robinson to hold second place initially. Garford in fourth place, then it's Bate, Calichurn, Cheek, Rands, Norton, Cox, Humphrey, Jarman and Cresswell. Plenty of great dueling to come for second place by the look of it, as Robinson holds on in front of Luke Woodward. But this is going to be a race-long battle. The way, oh, cart pulled off there at the end of the course. Couldn't quite make out who that was that stopped. I think that's Jago O'Neill that's not come through the 73. So problems there for Jago O'Neill, who is tiptoeing his way around the course back to the pits. So obviously they have 8 minutes and 35 on the clock, plus the additional lap left in this race. 20 degrees air temperature, still quite warm, despite the wind and despite the rain. Here's the move on the inside. Woodward trying to come through on the inside of Robinson. Not going to happen. They've been caught already by Alfie Garford. So Garford has caught them up in fourth place with the fastest lap. A 44.1 for Alfie Garford as he now gets back onto the tail of his teammate. A very interesting challenge and a good battle from them as they continue on their way forward. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Garford already all over the back of Luke Woodward, the 46. Is there going to be a shout here for a third position run from Alfie Garford? He's certainly lining up his teammate as they come down the TKM straight once again. And tiptoeing his way back to the pits, Jago O'Neill not having a great race at all. As the field makes its way through. No change in the top four. Garford right on the tail of the 46, Luke Woodward, as there is Jago O'Neill with massive damage to the side pod. Garford on the inside of Woodward now to make the move on the inside into third place. Good move through Stowe Corner and up through the Willows. Getting close to the curbs without actually kissing them. Then they hit the rumble strip on the way down the Yamitsu straight. Alfie Garford with a 44.0 now. Definitely making the lunge for second place now. Alfie Garford into second. And the door left open by Leo Robinson. Can Woodward slot through? No, he doesn't. So he has to hang back in fourth position. So it's now Kulkarni in front of Alfie Garford. Then it is Leo Robinson just ahead of Luke Woodward. Fifth place to 95. That is Luke Bate. So still an interesting charge here in the Junior Festival Heat 3. This will obviously set the tone for the pre-final later. But Garford is charging back strong to second place here in behind Aditya Kulkarni. So the race leader, Aditya Kulkarni, second place to 9 of Alfie Garford. Leo Robinson, third position. Luke Woodward, fourth from Luke Bate, Joe Cheek, Ollie Rands and Elliot Norton. Jake Cox running well in 9th position. 10th place for Alistair Cresswell. Lots of great racing in the early stages of this Junior Festival Heat 3, and still a fair way to go, as you can see on your screen. Good battles still all round the circuit, all the way down to Harley Mason in 21st place, catching up with Charlie King and Johan Calichurn after their earlier misdemeanors. So a very tough battle in the offing for the competitors. Oh, a technical flag coming out for Alistair Cresswell. That is not good news. So Alistair Cresswell need to pick up on what might be wrong with Alistair's kart as he comes through, whether it's a chain guard that's come off or a bumper loose, whatever it might be. It is a loose chain guard, in fact, on Alistair Cresswell's kart, the number 2. So Alistair Cresswell's chain guard has come loose. It's still on the kart, actually. And it's kind of dragging behind the chain position, as it were. But Alfie Garford is still trying to get close to Aditya Kulkarni in the lead of the race. A 43.7 from Alfie Garford. A real shame for Alistair Cresswell to get a technical flag because he was working very hard in that race. Had got up to 10th position after initially falling back in the first corner melee. But I think that contact with Leon Frost is what has essentially brought him back to earth with a thud there, because that's a real problem for Alistair Cresswell. We'll see if we can look back. There is Bate battling away with Joe Cheek. 5th and 6th position, those two. And then Ollie Rands, Elliot Norton, Jake Cox and Alistair Cresswell. Cresswell goes through the line, I notice, but his chain guard is hanging off the cart. So it's rather unfortunate, but Alistair Cresswell, who's actually going for an overtake, actually, on the 62 of Jack Cox. But unfortunately, it's not going to... Jake Cox, I should apologise there, who's moved his way up from the back of the field to 9th place. But there, the black flag coming out for Alistair Cresswell. He's gone through the line 3 times now. But Alistair Cresswell with a loose chain guard, which is definitely there present on the cart. Unfortunately, he is going to get the black flag this time by. So Alistair Cresswell, who has made his way up to 9th position, he's still pushing on. I'm not even sure he's aware of what's going on in this race other than the battles he's battling with. Now, Garford has caught up to Aditya Kulkarni. 43.58 on the last lap, so any moment now we're going to get to see some good battles between Garford and Kulkarni. Kulkarni's trying to hold on to it. Robinson's gone with Garford. So we've got time for this race to change hands, and Garford could really do with an opportunity here to beat Kulkarni at his own game. Black flags again for Alistair Cresswell with his loose chain guard. But this is definitely going to be a rip-roaring battle to the flag between these three. Kulkarni, Garford and Robinson having a terrific scrap. And Kulkarni knows that Garford's there. He checks over his left shoulder, looking for a way through. Comes at Garford into Stowe. He doesn't want to make the overtake just yet. He's caught the leader, having not had the best of starts. But he's now into a very competitive position. He's got a good chance here. So down the Yamitsu straight into the chicane at Derricks. They'll come off the turn and up towards Dan Weldon corner, which is exactly a double right apex. Is this going to be the move? No. Garford just taking his time. Doesn't want to rush this. Leo Robinson right there in 3rd position, trying to work his way forward for Tim Wilson Motorsport. So TWM 1st and 3rd, Talco Racing 2nd and 4th. This is going to be a day-long battle between these two squads. But the Talco Racing man, Alfie Garford, pushing very hard indeed. Yet another black flag comes out for Alistair Cresswell. I have a feeling the book's going to be thrown at him at the end of this one, as he's gone through several times now without actually realising what's going on. Now he's noticed. Now he has figured out that he's got the black flag, but really, you're supposed to look at the digital board all the way through the race, not just when it suits you, sir. So Kulkarni, Garford, Robinson, and Luke Woodward, who's dropped back a little way now. You can see they're in 4th place. The 3 leaders have got well clear. But Garford is playing the long game here. He doesn't want to just dive up the inside of Kulkarni and risk a decent battle developing from the drivers behind. He wants to stretch away with Aditya Kulkarni a little bit more. Maybe even drop Leo Robinson if he gets an opportunity. But Robinson is being very much the hounder at the moment. So they come through over the main straight once again. And it's Kulkarni, Garford and Robinson still dueling away, these three. A good battle in the offing between all 3 competitors. As Cresswell again gets the black flag, he looks over his shoulder and figures out, okay, maybe I might need to pull off, and he does. So finally, Alistair Cresswell does come up, and there's the move for the lead. Garford gets through there on Aditya Kulkarni into Derricks, drifts wide, gets back across, shuts the door for the opportunistic moment to come back from Kulkarni, and into the lead of the race goes Alfie Garford. Good move. We may well get 3 different winners then from the 3 heats. Kulkarni was the winner in race 1. Woodward was the winner in heat 2. Now we might get Alfie Garford winning in heat 3, but Leo Robinson might want a piece of this as well. It's definitely going to make the pre-final and final in the Junior Festival very exciting indeed, as Garford now goes on the defensive from Aditya Kulkarni, tries to back him into Kulkarni's teammate. He could really do with Robinson trying an overtake for 2nd place, because that gives Garford just that little bit of breathing space that could give him a little bit more of an opportunity to stretch away. So through Derricks once again, and up towards Dan Weldon, trying to get alongside Aditya Kulkarni. He's looking for a switchback maneuver to dive up the inside. Won't make the move into Dan Weldon. Very risky there along the TKM straight. Might get a run into Kestrel. But again, it's too early in the day as far as Kulkarni is concerned. He's playing the long game here. Wants to get 2 wins out of 3. After not quite managing to get the victory yesterday, he'll obviously have to make the best of this race, and he's still got a great chance. Garford is protecting down the middle of the circuit here. Not going to make a move yet, Aditya Kulkarni. He's just taking his time, just biding his time. Opportunity still knocking for him and for his teammate Leo Robinson in 3rd place. Along the Yamitsu straight. No major overtake coming just yet. Into Derricks. Still running a solid race. and up towards the Dan Weldon double apex. This is not going to be easy to pick the moment for Aditya Kulkarni, but we've got less than a minute plus the additional lap to go, so it's any moment now that he's really going to start to make his impression on this one. Just 2 retirements from the race so far. Jago O'Neill, who had a mechanical problem on the opening lap, and Alistair Cresswell. There's the move from Aditya Kulkarni into Kimbolton corner, and Alfie Garford wants to get him straight back on the switch. They go down the main straight once again, down the hind straight into the first corner into Stowe, and there's the move again from Alfie Garford, and Leo Robinson joins him. So Leo Robinson up in his second place. Now it's the moment for Alfie Garford to drop the hammer and get a qualifying lap in. But Leo Robinson is right there. He's gone with Alfie Garford. So now Garford's having to defend into Derricks. This could get very spicy out of the right-hander. Up to Dan Weldon. And Leo Robinson still finds himself in second. Up towards Kestrel. They will come out of the double right apex. Down the TKM straight. And is Garford going to be able to protect into the left? Yes, he does. Now to the final hairpin. Will Robinson make the move? No, his teammate Kulkarni is going to make the move on Robinson. Robinson's going to try and keep the kart steady out of the turn, and he has to give best to Kulkarni. Last lap. So Kulkarni looking for his opportune moment. Alfie Garford running a very tough race on the inside line, and Robinson's going to get alongside Kulkarni. Has to bail out of it as they come up to the willows. He gets on the curbs. That's backed him down. So Kulkarni now stepping up the attack as Garford is parking the bus on the apex into Derricks. Can he hold on through the right? Kulkarni looking for a switchback maneuver. It's going to come in Kestrel if it's going to come at all. He might get his opportunity into the final turn at Kimbolton as well. Trying to get a good run off of Dan Weldon. Down the TKM straight. And Garford is holding that inside line at Kestrel to cover big style. Can he hold it through the final hairpin as well? It's going to be tricky. He's absolutely bolted to the inside apex. Kulkarni trying to get the switchback maneuver as they come off the turn. But we are going to get 3 different winners from 3 different heats across the line. And it is Garford by 0.04 of a second from Kulkarni and Leo Robinson. My goodness, a 3-wide finish there. And Garford just hangs on in front of Kulkarni. It's still the heat, so we've still got a long way to go. But I tell you what, we now have 3 different winners across the 3 junior heats. Kulkarni won Heat 1 yesterday, Woodward won the second, and it's Garford who wins the third. We have got a fever pitch race coming up in the Junior Festival TKM Final. Absolutely amazing. Later on today, that race will be, and that sets things up very nicely for it. Alfie Garford, Aditya Kulkarni, and Leo Robinson covered by a little more than 1/10 of a second at the line. Joe Cheek is 4th from Luke Woodward and Luke Bate. Then Ollie Rands and Elliot Norton. Leon Frost ahead of Jake Cox in the top 10. Then it is Luke Jarman in front of Jake Humphrey. 13th for Freya Woodall ahead of Charlie Gromit. Then William Tilden Bloom and Patrick Lee from Charlie King, Johan Calichurn, Harley Mason and Theo Jackson. The 2 retirements, Alistair Cresswell after his chain guard came loose, and Jago O'Neill, who had mechanical problems on the opening tour. So very exciting stuff from the Junior Festival. Clubman and Classic Heat 3 is up next. So a fabulous race coming up this, the Clubman and Classic, and you're going to see some nice combinations of karts from the TKM Clubman scene, the drivers who race for pure passion and enjoyment, and the classic karts as well. A lot of them coming, of course, from the F100 UK Tour. Some of the vintage chassis from Venom, Wright, Jade and Fullerton. And wonderful to see those magnificent machines in there amongst the Clubmans. Some good racing yesterday across the 2 heats as well. Drivers giving us plenty of entertainment 24 hours ago, just as the weekend was getting up to scratch. Qualifying actually went the way of Matthew Cardwell. He got the fastest lap in time qualifying, a 43.39, nearly 0.4 of a second clear of anybody else. In the first heat, the race went the way of Cardwell. He was 7.5 seconds clear of Craig Summers, ahead of Sam Baker, Jim Rogers, and Ben Spencer, with Alex Jones in the top 6. Then Cardwell did it again for the second race, this time by only 3.5 seconds to Sam Baker and Will Halachki, Craig Summers, Jim Rogers, Alex Jones, and Tom Bird, sorry. So we come into today, the race for Heat 3, and again, this is all about Matthew Cardwell sewing up the triple. Will Halachki in second on the grid for this one, Sam Baker and Craig Summers, Jim Rogers and Alex Jones, then Tom Bird, Scott Hinton, James Arnold and Ben Spencer from Ben Packman and James Yap, Jack Crisp and Matt O'Farrell. In the classic TKMs, it is Matt Parker on the front ahead of Michael Whittaker, Richard Sturdy, Alan Woodrow and Declan Shanahan. just to get you up to date with what happened in the Classic TKM races yesterday. The first one was won by Matt Parker ahead of Michael Whittaker and Richard Sturdy, with Declan Shanahan ahead of Alan Woodrow. And in the second race, that went the way of Matt Parker once again to Michael Whittaker and Richard Sturdy, Declan Shanahan and Alan Woodrow. So we're going to get underway racing this time. Are we going to go straight away? No, we're false start. False start straight away. Not a massive surprise. Everybody just trying to find their feet and get up to speed pretty quickly. It's because we've got a mechanical problem out on the circuit already. Is that Will Halaki? Is that Will Halaki in trouble? Having a look there at the pit lane entry, and I think that's Will Halaki, the 19. Let's try and get a look at it. That is absolutely devastating. It is indeed Will Halaki from the front row of the grid. Absolute disaster. What a way to start the Sunday for Will Halaki. He can't quite believe his misfortune here. Mechanical problems have put him out of Heat 3 before it's even started. Absolutely devastating for Will Halaki. And that really ruins his chances of a solid starting position in the Clubman pre-final later. He can fight back in the pre-final to get himself a good position on the final grid, so it's not over by any stretch for Will Halaki, but that is devastating and very bad luck indeed for him. So now empty on the front row alongside Matthew Cardwell, and then Sam Baker and Craig Summers, Jim Rogers and Alex Jones, then Bird, Hinton, Arnold, Spencer, Pacman, Yap, Crisp and O'Farrell. Devastating bad luck for Will Halaki. Are we racing this time? Yes, we are, to the first corner. Matthew Cardwell, good start on the inside line. The outside line's actually got a fair getaway this time. Alex Jones is trying to work his way forward as they creep through. Good start through Stoke. Everybody's kept it nice and neat. It's good and tidy between the Classic drivers as well. Further back, the 5 drivers coming through. So out in front, Matthew Cardwell looking to make this 3 out of 3. Definitely going to find it tricky out there. But certainly already the pressure is up tempo from Sam Baker. There he is in the all-blue machine. So Sam Baker on the MS Kart chassis, part of the Praga group, of course. And then the 22 is there in next, Jim Rogers on the Talco. Trying to push hard with a lot of pressure already mounting. But Matthew Cardwell is trying to just do what he did yesterday, disappear and hide out front. Does not want to let anybody else creep in and take away his position at the top spot. So Cardwell, Baker, Rogers, Jones, Spencer, Hinton, Bird, Summers, Arnold and Yap in the top 10. Leading the Classic race at the moment, it is Matt Parker looking for another victory in front of Michael Whittaker, Richard Sturdy, then Declan Shanahan and Alan Woodrow. So no major shocks compared to yesterday. Looks pretty much as it were. So the 70 pushing on there. That's Alex Jones trying to catch up to teammate Jim Rogers as they go through Dan Weldon and up towards the TKM straight on the run to Kestrel. 21 looks over the shoulder. That's Ben Spencer trying to shake off Scott Hinton. So Spencer and Hinton having a nice dive at the inside into Kimbolton corner from further back. I think that was Arnold getting his move on the inside line there. Sorry, no, that's the 28 making the impression. That is Craig Summers. So Summers is up to 6th place. But is it going to happen for long? He's going to break later into Stoke corner and hold off Scott Hinton. So good run there from Craig Summers to get into P6, as now they go down the Yamitsu straight and chasing after 5th place man Ben Spencer. So through the left, through the right, out of Derricks and up towards Dan Weldon. Good run so far from Matthew Cardwell. Sam Baker 2nd, Rogers, Jones, Spencer, Summers, Hinton, Bird, Arnold, in front of James Yap. And then we've got Chris Pacman and O'Farrell. Still a devastated Will Halaki on the sidelines watching on. What do I have to do to change my luck? Up on the main straight, Cardwell is now starting to kick on a beat. Stretching away, here's Craig Summers closing in on Ben Spencer. This is the battle for 5th position. And here comes the move from Summers into Stowe corner. No waiting around. That'll do nicely. Thank you very much. Up at a P5. And now, man in 4th place, Alex Jones, is just going to try and stretch away. 44 dead the lap from Matthew Cardwell. To the 1,000th of a second as well. So Matthew Cardwell pushing very hard indeed there. But Sam Baker is only 9/10 of a second away. That doesn't sound like much in real terms, but in karting terms, that is basically a solid gap that you don't need to panic too much about. Baker's putting out a similar gap now on Rogers. You can see the comparative gaps between drivers there on your screen. On the left-hand side, here's the move up the inside. Oh, a bit of a late decision there from Tom Bird. He had to bail out of that one last minute. Otherwise, that could have been very dicey with him and Scott Hinton. Defensive moves now from Alex Jones. He knows that Craig Summers is going to be all over him like a ton of bricks on this lap. So he's already starting to move to cover him off as they go down the Yamitsu and up into Derricks. Is there going to be a lunge on the inside from Summers? It is a fairly obvious overtaking move. He doesn't quite get there into Derricks. He's got a little bit of time to build up to this. But up to the final hairpin, well, it could be an opportunity there through Dan Weldon. and then onto the TKM straight once again. He's actually had to bail out a little bit there and give himself a little bit of breathing space, but he can charge back onto the toe of Alex Jones. The toe is very important here, but he's actually dropped a couple of cart legs back, knowing that this is where he's going to get his chance. He gets back on the power, has a look left, because that is where Alex Jones sends him. Sends him left, gets back across the line to cover him off. Well read by Alex, as he's not going to let Craig Summers get an easy overtake on him, that is for sure. Alex Jones is ahead of Craig Summers now, but don't keep wandering over your shoulder. It's an invitation, and there it is, the move from Summers. He checks over his right shoulder, and Summers makes the move on the left. That'll do nicely. You just don't want to worry the driver. You don't want to worry yourself by unsettling your position. The second you start looking over your shoulder, that is an invitation. Now we've got yellow flags out. I think that was just for a marshal coming across the road, so nothing major there. He's getting back into position. So a good run from Matthew Cardwell. 1.6 seconds is now the gap to Sam Baker. Sam Baker has the same advantage very nearly over Jim Rogers, as Craig Summers now finds himself in 4th place, trying to chase down Rogers for the top 3 finish. Good little battle is going on in the Classic race. Certainly it's very close between Michael Whitaker and Richard Sturdy for 2nd in the Classic race. But Matt Parker still holds the advantage as he continues to run out in the lead. There is the 36, that is James Arnold. And now we go a little bit further up to watch this duel continue between Scott Hinton, I should apologise, and Tom Bird. Bird is getting a good run off Dan Weldon. Might get the chance into Kestrel, side by side. And that looked like a decent overtaking move completed there. As they come off of Kimbolton hairpin, it is a successful move that's completed there. There is the leader in the Classic category, Matthew Parker, running a fabulous, fabulous race there. And the F100 UK Tour supporting the Classic meeting this weekend. Great to have them with us in spirit, if nothing else. They're certainly putting in some fantastic efforts. These are the karts that really started my enjoyment of the sport, the Classic category. And these guys really are fantastic. Great to watch them, and nice to see some echoes of my childhood running around the circuit. This is that battle for 2nd place we were talking about. Michael Whitaker trying to shake off Richard Sturdy. But Sturdy is really giving some heat to him now as they run through this 2nd half of the race. And you just get the sense that one little error from Michael Whitaker, one misjudgment, one missed braking point, and that is where Richard Sturdy is going to get his run up the inside. And certainly into Kestrel and then into the final turn at Kimbolton. He's going to need to keep his wits about him. He actually had to think about it there, did Richard Sturdy, into Kimbolton hairpin. No easy overtakes from me this time. Thank you very much, says 23 Michael Whitaker. If you want this position, you're really going to have to dig deep and fight for it. So Richard Sturdy, hashtag challenge accepted as far as he's concerned. But out in front, it is still a perfect day at the office for Matthew Cardwell, who has stretched the gap now to 2.6 seconds over Sam Baker. It's an excellent race there. So we're going to have a very interesting continuation of this race as the drivers continue to battle away. Hello to Simone Hookie, watching along at home. Hopefully the racing is as entertaining as you were hoping it was going to be. Certainly is from my perspective. There's the move from Craig Summers. Finally catches up to Rogers. Rogers gets him straight back on the switch. If you want 3rd position, you're really going to have to find something special. Here comes Summers again on the inside line. Thank you very much. I'll take it. So a nice little battle there, as Craig Summers has to try twice to get past Jim Rogers, but he's not going to wait around. Excellent run from the Clubman youngster Craig Summers, doing a great job there to make the overtaking move. Just in front of the 22 now of Jim Rogers. Oh, a slide there, big slide through Kestrel, and that's going to bring Jim Rogers back alongside into Kimbolton. And out of the final hairpin, that was well saved by Summers, but you can see that Summers has been pushing hard. He's struggling for grip at this point of the course. Maybe that, or there might be a couple of spots of rain in the area. He drifts wide out of Stowe again, and there's Jim Rogers getting back through to 3rd place. It's not done and dusted by any stretch. Now Rogers is protecting that inside line to cover. Craig Summers trying to come through around the outside, trying to get a decent switchback undercut out of Derricks. And up towards Dan Weldon once again. Watch out, boys, because here comes Alex Jones. He's getting back onto your tail, and Jones now suddenly feels, hang on a minute, you boys are struggling. So I'm going to get back onto this now. Excellent run so far. Can Craig Summers get the move? Still thinking about it. Not quite able to get there at the moment. As the leaders are now coming up to lap traffic, it's going to be Alan Woodrow who's the first one in the way. Declan Shanahan is there as well. But Craig Summers is there in front of Jim Rogers once more down the main straight. So into 3rd place again comes Craig Summers, but there's still a long way to go in this battle. 1.5 minutes plus the additional lap. But this is definitely not going to be easy for Craig Summers to hang on to, having got back past Rogers. I think he's protecting Big Style there, holding onto the inside line on the exit of Derricks. And then through Dan Weldon. Two carts together as they run through on the back straight. And Alex Jones runs wide on the grass there. Manages to catch the cart before he loses the position. Now with big pressure, though, from Ben Spencer. So Ben Spencer trying to get through into 5th position. A big slide again from Alex Jones. Under pressure as they come onto the main straight once more. No problems at all for Cardwell and Baker. They are 1 and 2, no problems. But this is the battle for 3rd place. And Jim Rogers still feels he's got a hope for it in 3rd position. But this is definitely going to be a tricky one as they continue on their run. But a fascinating battle as they continue on through the left, through the right. They come off of Derricks. And on the run down, there's the leader. And that gives you an idea of just how strong Matthew Cardwell has been in this one to get 4.3 seconds clear now of Sam Baker in this race into the final 30 seconds. And it's definitely going to be a very exciting end to this race for the 5th place man, Alex Jones. Probably more exciting than he wants it to be because now he's got Ben Spencer hunting him down religiously in this one. Craig Summers still holding a very strong line into Stowe Corner, hanging on to 3rd place. 5th position behind them. Jones has got more pressure from Ben Spencer, so this will be a tricky one to the flag. But it's definitely going to be a very difficult situation for the competitors as they continue to ride forward. There you go. Jones versus Spencer. Ding, ding, have another go at it. Time has run down to 0, plus the additional lap. So this is going to be the final lap of the race coming up. But now it's all about this battle for 3rd and this battle for 5th between Summers and Rogers initially, and then Jones and Spencer for 5th and 6th place. Last lap board goes out on the starting gantry. And it's all... Oh, that's a problem at the end of the race there for Bird. Bird has had a problem. So Tom Bird, now I don't know whether that was an accident or whether that was a mechanical issue, but Tom Bird has definitely gone off up at Kestrel Corner and is now trying to restart the kart on the final lap. What a shame for Tom Bird. It was looking so good up to that stage for him. He was having a very solid drive in 7th place, but he's out of it. He can't restart, so Tom Bird drags the kart off the road. But for this man, it's been absolutely flawless in each of the 2 heats yesterday, and now to finish it off for the hat-trick this time, Matthew Cardwell is going to come off the final turn on the Tony Kart chassis in fine style, takes the checkered flag, no problem at all. Tom Bird walking away in the background, rather dejected. 2nd for Sam Baker. And 3rd place does go the way of Craig Summers. He hangs on for that 3rd place finish in front of Rogers, Jones and Spencer, who pushed Alex Jones all the way. But Matthew Cardwell, so far, unstoppable. So this is definitely going to be a phenomenal race day for Matthew Cardwell if things continue in their current manner. 3 heats and 3 victories. Looks like it's going to be very difficult to beat him. So a rather unfortunate end then for Tom Bird in the closing stages. At least he got further into the race than Will Halaki did. He didn't even start. Matthew Cardwell, the winner from Sam Baker and Craig Summers, ahead of Jim Rogers and Alex Jones. Ben Spencer, P6. He made up the most ground, 4 places in front of Scott Hinton and James Arnold. Jack Crisp made up 4 as well, and James Yap in the top 10. Ben Packman, 11th in front of Matt O'Farrell. Matt Parker, the winning driver in the classic category, in front of Michael Whitaker and Richard Sturdy. Declan Shanahan and Alan Woodrow. Tom Bird retired from the race. Unfortunately, in the closing stages, Will Halaki was unable even to start it. Very dramatic from his point of view. But the race action, it looks like it's going to set the tone then for the pre-finals later. The Extreme Festival race is coming up next. Hold on to your hats. So this is the race where a lot of the action obviously will take place over the course of the weekend. Extreme Festival, Heat 3, definitely been a very strong day at the races, and a lot of big names have, of course, descended. Why wouldn't they? It is the TKM Festival. It's the big one as far as TKM drivers are concerned. Qualifying went the way of Michael Cornell on the Tony Kart chassis by just a 1/10 of a second to Kai Springfield. It's been a very interesting day so far. Yesterday, Michael Cornell got the first race victory in front of the legendary Adam Sparrow, ahead of Kai Springfield, Ben Davis, Matt Allnut and Charlie Gaillard. And then in the second heat, it went the way of Sparrow, who managed to get himself a nice victory in front of Lee Harrison and Alex Lemon. Tom Johnson, Tom Shaw, Charlie Gaillard and Jack Saunders. Plenty of great racing in those 2 competitions. But now we're going to get ourselves ready for the next one, and it's going to be live and kicking here on the TKM Festival extreme race stream. We're definitely in for a good show here. Plenty of the top drivers from TKM across the UK have descended on the circuit. A few of them out of position after some unfortunate problems in time qualifying, but definitely some comeback drives for a lot of the drivers to make, and we're going to see a fair few of them. But Michael Cornell versus Kai Springfield on the front row of the grid, definitely going to give us some drama up into turn one. PS Karting says on the live stream, what chassis are popular in TKM these days? Well, there's quite a few of them. You've obviously got Talco is obviously still as popular as ever. A lot of Tony Kart chassis I noticed knocking about. A few more Birol and Jades in the mix there as well. Still a few drivers making a nice preference for a Cosmic or a Fullerton even. So it all depends, I guess, on personal preference and what feels comfortable for you. A nice all-round chassis tends to be what people go for. And obviously, if you know it works, then why would you deviate away from it? So a lot of Talcos, a lot of Birol and Jades, and a fair few Tony Karts on the grid. But it's a very affordable form of karting, TKM racing. A lot of the drivers enjoy the excitement and the close quarter racing nature and the friendliness and amiability that there is in the paddock in TKM. So obviously there's a lot of respect amongst the drivers, a lot of excitement and competition. But the drivers are heading out on track now for their formation lap. 10 minutes plus the additional lap once again, as always. Michael Cornell and Kai Springfield on the front row of the grid. Adam Sparrow and Matthew Allnut on the second row. Then Aaron Lask and Charlie Guyard from Ben Davis and Jack Saunders. Rounding out the top 10 is Archie Strong and Gareth Haynes. Then it's Elio D'Alessandro, Lee Harrison, Brad Peck and Scott Smith from Spencer Lane and Charlie Whitehouse. Charles Machin and Thomas Shaw from Sean Abbott and Alex Tezeo. Kian Bennett and Maria Bright, a long way down the grid for her, but she's been fighting back in the first two heats. Will Lakin and Tom Johnson. Jasmine Bullock doing well, and Charlie Flynn alongside her. Sam Chittick and Alex Lemon from Harrison Williams. James Mills, Sam Grogan, James Buckingham, and Thomas Warner, the 33rd and final driver in the mix. Now the drivers obviously getting themselves into their two rows. They are forming up quite early, so I'm hoping this time we're going to go straight away from the get-go. Obviously had a couple of false starts already, but hopefully not going to happen again. Maxxis TKM Festival, the top race in the British TKM karting scene, and it's the race that everybody wants to win if they are a TKM driver, especially in TKM Extreme. You know that you're going to be up against the best drivers in the country, and you're really going to have a sensational day of excitement and intrigue. Is there going to be a good start from the even side of the grid for a start? Looks like Springfield's actually got a perfect start. False start though, false start. What a shame. Now that looked like it could have been a pretty aggressive start straight off the bat, and it looked like the even side of the grid had pretty much got it right, but the officials had seen something I hadn't, so unfortunately they will go round again. So the drivers getting themselves back into their positions once again. Cornell on the front row, Springfield on the second. Any questions, any chats you want to bring in, do please share them with us, whether you're watching via the live stream on YouTube or on Facebook. And also hit the like, subscribe and notification buttons, the notification bell, and you won't miss a moment of the Alpha Live Motorsport season. Plenty of great coverage coming from them over the course of the year. And some great weekends still to come, but we're enjoying this one. Just as the clouds start to descend a little bit further over the circuit. A lot of the drivers, I was talking to them this morning, and they basically had the same attitude. If it's dry, fair enough, it's dry. If it's wet, then fair enough, it's wet. But it needs to make its mind up. We can't just sit here with indecision clouding our judgment. We need to know, is it going to be slicks, is it going to be wets? We can't have this half and half decision-making process. We need to know which one it's going to be. So they come off the final turn. The engine revs rise. Looks like a good start again from the even side. And now we're going to go racing up to the first corner. Cornell with a good start. Springfield's going to cut across and alleviate some of the pressure in its first corner. Sparrow's trying to get through on the inside. Springfield keeps it nice and present on the outside. Sparrow does get into second, but Springfield only drops to third into the barriers. Someone has spun off there into the barriers on the exit of Stowe through the Willows. We've had someone go straight into the barriers. Couldn't see who it was, but already they're starting to get going again. I wonder, is that the 11 of Spencer Lane, who has gone backwards there into the tyres and is now getting going again at the Willows. So big problem, and it is Spencer Lane. What a shame. So he gets going again, but out in front, Michael Cornell still holding the advantage from Sparrow and Springfield. Now, obviously, they've had a win each so far this weekend, Cornell and Sparrow. So now this is the race where they really get to duel against each other in the hunt for victory. Stationary yellows at the first corner initially because of slight needing to correct the positions of the tyre barriers on the exit through the Willows. There is Spencer Lane, just trying to recover. But unfortunately, it's not gone well. As up the inside, Sparrow looking for a move on Cornell, but come on, this is Michael Cornell. He's not going to give away any cheap overtakes today. Adam Sparrow, who's doing a fantastic job in British motorsport these days, one of the legends, modern legends of the TKM scene. Certainly up there with some fantastic names over the years, and Adam Sparrow carrying number 1. As fast in cars as he is in karts, had a little bit of a play a couple of seasons ago in the Mazda MX-5 Championship of Great Britain. And still enjoying his racing in senior karting at TKM Extreme level. Cornell still holds the advantage, but Sparrow is right there with him as they try and stretch away from Springfield. Then it's Matt Allnut from Archie Strong, Lask, Saunders, Gaillard, Smith, Davis, D'Alessandro, Harrison, Haynes, Peck, Flynn, Machin and Whitehouse, all the way down to Chittock, Tezeo and Johnson in the top 20. But there is still no major overtake from Adam Sparrow. He's going to try and keep Michael Cornell guessing here. This is definitely going to be a difficult one from the front end of the field. So lots of good battles to come in this one. Michael Cornell still leading. Adam Sparrow second. Springfield and Matt Allnut. Looking through the field, drivers still putting on a good show in the middle of the pack. But is there going to be a run from Adam Sparrow into turn 1 through Stowe? Thinking about it. Similar battle going on behind. That's Allnut trying to close in on Kai Springfield. 3rd and 4th place. Sparrow is just, look, he's not going to rush this at all. He's got plenty of time. 7.5 minutes plus the additional lap. So he is not going to rush into an overtaking move. He has no reason to. He's just going to sit in behind Michael Cornell and make Michael do all the hard work. The thing is, the kart that's in front, they are the ones that cut through the air. They're the ones that push the engine and the tyres. The guy behind can just sit there and keep stuff in reserve, ready for later in the race. And that's where Adam Sparrow is actually playing the long game. It's then going to be about Michael Cornell's defensive tactics and what he does in relation to Adam Sparrow. If he stays unpredictable, Adam Sparrow, he's got a real chance of hoodwinking Cornell and getting himself a decent victory. With the 36 there, chasing the 7, that is Allnut versus Springfield. So Matthew Allnut there in 4th position, hoping for a way past Kai Springfield. Helio D'Alessandro gets the fastest lap of the race in, of 43.19. As the challenge continues on the far side of the course, but Cornell still keeping it very, very hungry there in front of Adam Sparrow. Just 0.12 of a second between them as they went through last time by. But Springfield still very strong ahead of Allnut. Strong is there in P5 from Lask, Saunders, Smith, Gaillard and Ben Davis in the top 10. Up to the first corner, no change. Might be a bit of a move from the 32. A little puff of brakes from the drivers there as they're really pushing hard. That's Saunders getting right up close behind Aaron Lask. These two are dueling away over 6th position. Davis has managed to get his way past Charlie Gaillard now as well. So Ben Davis up into 8th place past Charlie Gaillard and Scott Smith. And this is the battle further back. This is the 32 of Saunders, still trying to get past Aaron Lask, the 93. So they are onto the TKM straight on the run to Kestrel. And the 96 is not far away for a checkout as well. That's Ben Davis, who's been charging his way through. And up the inside, nice move there. Last minute lunge from Saunders as he gets through on Aaron Lask in the final turn. And onto the main straight once again on the hind straight. But still Cornell and Sparrow, then Springfield, Allnut, Strong, and now it's Saunders. Jack Saunders up into P6 past Aaron Lask from Davis, Smith and Harrison. Good run so far. Some good overtakes coming in now as drivers are just starting to reel in. These are not going to be the most intense races of the weekend. Don't forget, we still have the big ones to come, the pre-final and the final. That's where you're really going to need the edge of your seat rather than the whole of it. So off the Dan Weldon corner, down the TKM straight and into the square left at Kestrel, along the laser, and then into the hairpin once again, the Kimbolton corner. Some great battles so far, but it is still Michael Cornell who leads the way. Oh, that's a problem. That's a retirement for Gareth Haynes. What a shame. So Gareth Haynes is out of it, and he was battling away towards the top 10. So again, not entirely sure whether that was a spin off the road or whether that was a mechanical issue. Check out this trio. It's getting very spicy now between Saunders, Lask and Davis. Davis has caught them up, and Aaron Lask is in a rock and a hard place here because he's got Saunders in front of him, Davis behind him, and he'll want to try and maintain as much of an edge over these two as he possibly can. But he's really got to make an overtake in order to do that. He could really do with passing Saunders and backing him into Ben Davis to give himself a little bit more breathing space. But it's easier said than done. You can have the best laid plans of mice and men, but you have to have the cheese in your back pocket to make it work. So here is Adam Sparrow trying to check out his move here on Michael Cornell. Kai Springfield still third. Allnut falling into the clutches of Archie Strong, and that's a bit of a moment from Lask. Now, was there a little bit of contact there between the two? Didn't really see anything, but certainly a big run wide there from Aaron Lask, and that drops him down the order a little, as several drivers ran a bit wide. Looked like a little bit of a lackluster run from Saunders and Davies and Lask. They got very close to each other. Now, hang on a second, because now we've got Kai Springfield, who is on the warpath. So Kai Springfield is catching up to the two leaders. They pulled out a bit of a gap. Springfield just kind of let them stretch away, but now he's found a second win. So Kai Springfield has a great chance as we watch some of the drivers in the midfield battle. I'm fairly sure that was Thomas Shaw getting his way through on the inside line there, passing Brad Peck. So good run from Tom Shaw. He gets there. Vamos, says Daniel on the live stream. It's become a bit of an international word of acceptance now for great performances, isn't it? Thanks to Carlos Sainz. But now here is the run from Adam Sparrow, trying to get his way through on the inside of Michael Cornell. This is not going to be easy to finish off, especially now Kai Springfield is on the warpath. He could become the third different winner from these heats. Because obviously Cornell got a win yesterday, so did Adam Sparrow. And now the two of them are dueling away for supremacy. They come onto the Heinz straight and up to the first corner, and Sparrow knows that Kai Springfield is there. He's got to hope that he can get past Michael Cornell relatively quickly and then back him into Kai Springfield in the hope that Springfield will take a couple of corners to get past Cornell. That would give Sparrow a little bit of a breathing space and give him a tiny gap. Enough to be comfortable with, but you're never really comfortable in TKM Extreme. Excellent run. Charlie Robertson echoes my sentiments. Proper racing. It really is in the TKM Festival. No holds barred, no nonsense. Just get on with it. Pushing to the ragged edge. Cornell still leading. Good strategy so far still from Adam Sparrow to keep him guessing. Now he's going to make his lunge on the inside into Kimbolton corner. Excellent run. Springfield trying to take advantage of the door still being open. It shuts on exit. So Sparrow takes the lead. Cornell second. Now he's defending himself now. Sparrow's trying to back Cornell into Kai Springfield. Can Springfield take advantage and make the lunge in a second? Through the willows. Right, left, down the Yamitsu, into Derricks. And Sparrow protecting that inside line. He's virtually married to the white line along the Yamitsu straight. And through the Derricks corners they come. Up towards Dan Weldon. Double right apex. Sparrow's got about a kart length. That's enough to be comfortable for the first half of the lap. But now he's going to have the factor of the toe. And Sparrow knows that Cornell and Springfield are still there. Into Kestrel. Laser straight. Is there going to be a lunge at the inside? No, not while Adam Sparrow's keeping that kart wide through the inside apex. So now they're going to be charging down the Heinz straight once again. Can Springfield make the lunge on Cornell from round the outside? He's going to back out, get a faster exit. Can he get alongside? No, Michael Cornell is just keeping it nice and handy. Oh, and Alex Lemon's got a technical flag. That is a real shame for the 91 as Sparrow continues to defend Springfield from round the outside. Oh, Cornell was spending so much time talking about Adam Sparrow, holding on to him. He completely misjudged where Springfield was, and he springboarded past him round the outside. Excellent judgment from Kai Springfield into second place. Banzai, what a move. So now Sparrow's going protective against Kai Springfield, but if Springfield can get through, then we've got 3 different TKM Extreme winners from the opening 3 heats, and that really would spice things up. Cornell's going to try and repeat the move Springfield just made on him from round the outside of Stowe to cut back on the switch. Here's Cornell, but Springfield moves to cover it. So still they battle. Springfield just edging in behind Adam Sparrow, holding the inside line, those two. Stationary yellows because we've got an off up at Dan Weldon. I think that is James Buckingham who's gone off. So they come through the hairpin at Dan Weldon. And there is a kart nearish to the inside apex of that. And I think that is James Buckingham. Green flags again. So Sparrow moves to cover. Time has run down to 0. So we're about to go into the final lap as Cornell comes around the outside of Kai Springfield to then cut in for the exit. Good move. Is there going to be enough speed? No, there's not. Springfield edging Sparrow. Watch for Cornell, though. He's going left. He'll try and cut back on the switch. Out of Stowe corner. Gets alongside Kai Springfield and edges through into second place. Good move from Michael Cornell. And all of a sudden, that duel has brought Matt Allnut and Archie Strong into the battle. Springfield again has a look on the inside. Stationary yellow, though, for the kart that's still being recovered there. Now it is withdrawn so they can battle for the final few corners. But I think Sparrow's done enough here. It's going to need to be a brave lunge from Michael Cornell in the final couple of corners to get this race won. And Sparrow knows it. He can hold the racing line into Kestrel. He keeps the kart nice and planted for the hairpin. He doesn't need to defend. He holds his line. And a brilliant drive. Adam Sparrow gets the win in front of Cornell, Springfield, Allnut and Strong. Excellent racing. Genuinely fantastic battles there from the front runners. They really did give it absolutely spectacular gusto all the way through. And fair play to Adam Sparrow. He's happy with that one. That was a good win in front of Cornell. What an absolutely sensational job. PS Karting says, always great racing in TKM. Pity the class is not more widespread. Absolutely right, mate. Absolutely echoing. Spencer Stevenson wishes he was there. It's as good as to be on the stream. Unfortunately, we can't accept everybody in, and you can't be everywhere. But hopefully the entertainment is just enough satisfaction to keep you interested. I tell you what, that's just a taster of what we're going to get to see later. Adam Sparrow from Michael Cornell, Kai Springfield, Matt Allnut and Archie Strong. Less than a second between them all at the line. Brilliant. Scott Smith in P6 from Ben Davis and Aaron Lask, Jack Saunders and Lee Harrison. Elio D'Alessandro in front of Charlie Guyard, Sean Abbott ahead of Charles Machin. Tom Shaw fights his way through to 15th. 10 places gained from Charlie Flynn up into P16. Alex Tuzeo is 17th in front of Charlie Whitehouse. And then it is Bradley Peck in front of Sam Chittock. Maria Bright didn't quite get the way through the field that she wanted last time by. It was a good effort, but just not quite able to get up to the sharp end. Sam Grogan in 22nd in front of Kian Bennett and Jasmine Bullock. The Tom Johnson was next up, then Harrison Williams, Thomas Warner and James Mills. The retirements, James Buckingham, Alex Lemon, Spencer Lane and Gareth Haynes. Will Lakin unable to take the start. More action straight around the corner with the Junior O Plate. Now, there are a fair few of these drivers, of course, who have decided to do both races, the Junior O Plate and the Junior Festival. First of those is obviously Aditya Kulkarni, who we saw on the feed just a short moment ago. So it's obviously going to be a very tricky one now as the competitors get themselves ready for the action once again. Good luck, Charlie Savage, say Brenton Linder, watching back home. And Charlie Savage has a very good run over the course of this weekend still to come. Plenty of action and activity out there. Charlie Savage's race is coming up shortly, of course. It won't be too long before he's out on course. James Morley, though, is going to get the whole shot from the start of the Junior O Plate race. And Ethan Simmons will be there second on the starting grid. Joe Booth and Alfie Garford, second row of the grid. Aditya Kulkarni and Olivia Jakins. She is one to watch out for in this one from P6. Plenty of opportunities for her to get to the podium. Alistair Cresswell, hoping that the chain guard stays on the kart this time, alongside Leon Frost. Dara McInerney is going to be next in there. The E-Plate English champion, I should say. Tyler Harris will be fifth row of the starting grid for this one alongside. There is your starting grid. Freddie Hull alongside Aidan Mitchell. So Talco on the sixth row of the grid together. And then Charlie King will be there with Archie Stiant. A very competitive starting grid for this one. 10 minutes again, plus the additional lap. But for James Morley in pole position, the pressure starts here. Heat 3, obviously very important to get right after the races yesterday. Fabulous racetrack this. You always get the ragged edge of exciting race action around this place. Just to bring you up to speed with how it all went yesterday, well, James Morley was the quickest in time qualifying in front of Ethan Simmons by just 0.06 of a second. Joe Booth wasn't even a tenth away. And in fact, considering there's only 14 karts in the field, all of them were covered by 0.7 of a second. And it was less than 1/4 of a second between the top 8. That is ultra, ultra competitive. Very, very cool to see these guys getting so close to each other. Ethan Simmons was the man who actually got the victory in the first race by 0.07 of a second to Alistair Cresswell. They pushed right to the line. Joe Booth in third position in the end from Alfie Garford and Olivia Jakins. All 5 drivers covered by less than half a second at the line. And that really was exciting stuff yesterday. Ethan Simmons got the victory then again in the second race yesterday, holding on to things up in the front end of the dais. But now comes Heat 3, and this is an important one for the drivers to continue to battle away. Ruben Gladden wishes good luck to Luke Bate who's going to be out on the circuit for the Junior Festival race a little later. This is the Junior O plate, of course. So some drivers choosing to do both races, namely Joe Booth, Alfie Garford, and Aditya Kulkarni, and Alistair Cresswell, and Leon Frost. So that's at least 5 drivers that are choosing to do both. Some drivers just focusing on one. And the Junior O plate, obviously a very important race to get right. James Morley and Ethan Simmons from the front row of the grid. Definitely worth a watch in this. Are we going to get a clean start from the get-go? Yes, we are! 2 Stowe corner charges the pole position sitter James Morley. Booth is going with. Is there enough momentum for Aditya Kulkarni to get through into 3rd place as well? Round the outside, Ethan Simmons keeps his kart nice and strong, slots into 3rd position. No major problems so far. Kulkarni in 4th place. Garford is 5th. And there's already a little bit of a squabble down the back of the field. That looks like a little bit of a run wide. And down the order goes Charlie King. So King having good initial getaway. Now trying to race his way forward, but a good battle on the opening lap as out in front, James Morley in front of Joe Booth. So Joe Booth in 2nd place, Ethan Simmons there, 3rd position. 4th is no longer Garford because that is now the way of Aditya Kulkarni. So Kulkarni gets into 4th place ahead of Alfie Garford. And as they come onto the main straight once again, settling into a rhythm, you need to at this point because you've still got 9 minutes of the track to do plus the additional lap. Robert Garraway back home is cheering on Freddie Hull. And Freddie's had a good opening lap, actually, up to 10th place. Alistair Cresswell has not started this race, I noticed. So unfortunate problems for Alistair Cresswell, as still the pressure is mounting from Ethan Simmons this weekend, pushing Morley all the way. So Simmons into 2nd place now past Joe Booth. That's a good overtake from Ethan Simmons, and I think we're just getting started with this youngster. Ethan Simmons is going to make the move early into the first big opportunity to take the lead. And he's gone from 3rd to 1st in half a lap. Brilliant job from Ethan Simmons. He hits the front, and the Litchfield Motorsport run driver, well, Litchfield Motorsport chassis, certainly, that's the graphics on the kart, doing an absolutely fantastic job here so far. And Ethan Simmons running a very solid race in the early phase of proceedings. So check this one out. You've got Litchfield graphics and Comp Kart race suit. But the TKM Junior O plate going very well indeed for Ethan Simmons to start things off. James Morley there in 2nd position. 3rd is the 45, I should say. That's Joe Booth. And then Aditya Kulkarni, 5th position, the 59. That's Leon Frost working his way forward ahead of Olivia Jenkins. And then it's Archie Steint, Charlie King, Aidan Mitchell, Freddie Hull, Tyler Harrison, Dara McInerney. Across the line, and still so far so good for Ethan Simmons. James Morley doing well. Up the inside comes Kulkarni to get into 3rd position past Joe Booth, and there was a little bit of a nudge between them. Joe Booth just managing to catch it. The one thing you do not do as teammates is take each other out, and Aditya Kulkarni and Joseph Booth, I should say, came very, very close to that. They just about got away with it. But James Morley now in 2nd. Joe Booth almost getting spat out after a battle with his teammate, and that momentum has cost him a place to Leon Frost. So Frost has got through into 4th position now. But Alfie Garford is 2 karts further back behind Olivia Jenkins as Garford has been dropping back down the order. There goes Booth back into 4th place past Frost into Kimbolton corner. And they're back onto the Heinz straight once again. No issues so far, just getting himself back into position. Still a long way to go, it's not done yet. So Joe Booth back into 4th place, good recovery. Leon Frost, Olivia Jenkins, and then Alfie Garford in 7th place. So Ethan Simmons just trying to get away. But is there going to be an opportunity now to stretch away from the 77 of James Morley, or is Ethan Simmons going to have his work cut out? Most likely the latter, knowing how close it is in Junior TKM. But the O-plate battle, 2 drivers that are not focusing on the festival race, so they've got better opportunities. Warning flag for Dara McInerney. So Dara McInerney with an issue there. The warning flag coming out as down the main straight. Still working hard here, Ethan Simmons, just covering his line nicely. Doesn't have to worry too much about where to position the kart. Just keeping himself to himself at the moment out in the front end of the field here. Ethan Simmons defending the inside line into Derek's left and then right. No major concerns at the moment, just keeping it nice and steady. You don't want to rush this thing. You just want to keep it nice and steady at the moment. So this is all going according to plan for Ethan Simmons, but watch out for Aditya Kulkarni. If there's an opportunity for him to work forward into from third position up into the top 2, he's going to take it. And all it's going to really need is a little bit of badinage between Simmons and Morley. Looking at how close they were racing yesterday, anything's possible. Look, Simmons is already starting to defend now 5.5 minutes to the end of the race, just trying to back James Morley into his teammate Aditya Kulkarni. And Kulkarni is definitely going to be one to have an opportunity to pounce here. One of the emerging talents of the 2021 season, Aditya Kulkarni, and one that we've definitely got to keep an eye on. James Morley, though, fastest lap of the race to get back on terms with Ethan Simmons, a 43.46 compared to a 43.54 for Simmons. So they're both the quickest drivers out there, other than Aditya Kulkarni. But there's still going to be a tough race to win for either of these two drivers. If Kulkarni gets an opportunity and stays patient, if these two start squabbling, then Kulkarni could pick up the pieces, and that's definitely going to help him out. So the charge forward into Stowe corner. Simmons still protecting that inside line. Still a fair way to go. 4 minutes 40 on the clock, plus the additional lap. So it's looking very tasty indeed for Tim Wilson Motorsport to make a challenge here to Ethan Simmons. They've definitely got a bit of a tough order on the run. Olivia Jenkins, fastest lap of the race now. 43.37 for her as she closes up on Leon Frost to try and get into the top 5. It's not going to be very easy from their perspective. But Simmons out in front. Morley second, Kulkarni, then Booth, Frost, Jenkins, Garford. Styant is in 8th place in front of Charlie King and Aiden Mitchell. Then Tyler Harris, Darren McInerney. Something's happened to Freddie Hull. Not quite sure what it is, but Freddie Hull seems to have dropped to the back of the field all of a sudden on the 24 car. So he must have had an issue somewhere out on the circuit. Maybe a slight mechanical glitch, whatever it might have been. But certainly Freddie Hull continues on his way. A few seconds now off the back of Darren McInerney. So must have had a problem of some kind, and that is unfortunate. But Freddie Hull will be fighting his way back forward. He's got a good fan base back home at least. Robert Garraway and RB Time Bomb cheering him on from home. 3 minutes 40-ish plus the additional lap. It's all about timing, just ticking down those laps. And every time the drivers go past the starting gantry, they will know just how much time they've got left in this race. They'll also know, of course, by the readout that they've got on their steering wheels, those digital panels that tell you everything you need to know about engine temperature and trying to keep the balance of the car. It'll also give you lap times, so the drivers will know roughly what they're doing. You've got to be such an analyst these days with the modern technology. Used to be you just got in the kart, go, and you raced your heart out. Now you're actually a bit of a calculated scientist as you try and measure the engine temperature as you're going round. And there are certain things you can do, obviously, to adjust or alleviate some of the pressure. And it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how these youngsters then break into their higher world of racing. Some of them, of course, will stay around in the world of TKMs all the way through to the TKM Extreme and then try and win that contest. Still a fascinating battle. There is Olivia Jenkins getting very close indeed to Frosty. And she has the fastest lap of the race, don't forget, from earlier on. So Jenkins is looking for a bid on Frost, but Frost is already thinking about Joe Booth. So that's definitely not going to be easy to separate for those two drivers. There is Alfie Garford. What's happened to his pace in the junior road plate race? Same car, don't forget. Up the inside goes Frosty. Frosty gets the run on Joe Booth, and on the exit, he's going to struggle to hold him at bay. In fact, he doesn't hold him at bay. So Frosty gets the move, and then unfortunately loses ground again to Joe Booth almost instantly. Olivia Jenkins will be sitting there in 6th position thinking, right, you two can keep scrapping away. I'm going to pick my moment and get up into 4th position. Thanks very much. The leaders coming through. Simmons, Morley, and Kulkarni. Now, Morley is getting a little bit irate. And he's trying to encourage teammate Kulkarni to work with him to get a gap up the inside of Ethan Simmons. It's not as easy as that, but the two teammates definitely now a lot closer to each other than they were. Maybe there's an opportunity to use the toe down the TKM straight and then up through Kestrel to get closer to the race leader, especially if they work together. They clearly feel that there's a chance that the two of them could make some big progress from this. So into Kestrel, left, up to Kimbolton, not close enough yet. Still a little bit of time left on the clock, 1:15, plus the lap. So there's 3 laps to go by my maths. Here's Kulkarni on the inside line in a 2nd position. Meanwhile, for 4th position, you've got Olivia Jenkins having a battle for 4th place. She gets through briefly up into 4th past Booth, but then has to hang back. So 2 battles going on at the same time, but Kulkarni getting into 2nd place is significant. Now he can challenge after Ethan Simmons to go for the overtake next time. But this is getting pretty edgy for the drivers as they continue to charge forward. Is there going to be a bit of a shuffle of the deck at the front end of the field again here as we watch the 4th place battle? That is 45 Joe Booth in front of Olivia Jenkins. And then you've got Leon Frost there in 6th place. Alfie Garford's not far away in 7th place. 2 to go by my mathematics. The E-plate gets a warning. That is Dara McInerney. I'm fairly sure there's already been a warning for Dara McInerney. So that could be a second one. Battling away currently with the 26 of Charlie King. And that is Olivia Jenkins in trouble. Olivia Jenkins into the first corner, getting squeezed there for the battle for 4th position. And there's more of those problems for drivers further back as Dara McInerney is dueling away with the 26 of Charlie King. And also in there is Tyler Harris, I think. And they were all getting very close to each other. So a real shame for Olivia Jenkins getting spat out there. Fortunately, I get the opportunity to look back and have a look at it. She tried to go on the inside of Booth and Frost and just ran out of road. Caught the curbs, and that was all it took for Olivia Jenkins to spin around. What a shame. I was so busy watching the E-plate battling away lower back. Do apologise for missing that one initially. Fortunately, got to watch it back again on the play-by-play. But now it's all about Ethan Simmons backing Kulkarni into Morley. This is going to be tough to sustain because both Kulkarni and James Morley want to take the win away from Ethan Simmons. Can Simmons get another win in the bag? Or is Aditya Kulkarni going to pull off something special? They need to work together as a team here. Ethan Simmons is trying to second-guess them. He's spending more time looking behind him than he is looking forward at the moment. Still trying to hold it together in the hairpin. What about the final hairpin switch? Is there going to be a charge forward from Morley? Yes, there is. He's going to get second on the line, just in front of Kulkarni. Oh, my goodness. They were absolutely level pegging across the line. But it looks as though it's gone the way of Morley. That was so tight all the way to the finish. But it's Ethan Simmons who hangs on. A very frustrated Olivia Jenkins will cross the line 7th behind Frost and Garford. But a lot of great opportunities in that race to battle forward. And again, that's just a nice little sneak preview of the O-Plate race we're going to have a little later on in the day as the 3rd and final heat for Junior O-Plates comes to a pause. Excellent stuff. A terrific run there across the line from James Morley. It comes up on the timing screen that he got there just a whisker in front of Aditya Kulkarni. Ethan Simmons takes the win, though, from James Morley and Aditya Kulkarni. And then in behind, 4th place, going the way of Joe Booth from Alfie Garford and Leon Frost. Olivia Jenkins, after her spin, ends up 7th in front of Aidan Mitchell and Charlie King. Freddie Hull in the top 10 in the end from Dara McInerney and Tyler Harris. Retirement from Archie Stiant, who went out on the final lap of the race by the look of it. And then we had the non-starter from Alistair Cresswell. Unfortunate for Alistair Cresswell to not get the start in. Next up, it is the Honda Cadet 3rd heat. So there is the pole sitter for this 3rd heat in the Honda Cadets, Joshua Smith. He'll line up on the grid alongside Rocco Shenton in the 86 car. You've got the 2nd row of the grid filled up by Zach Starbuck and Lucy Wheeldon. A lot of great talent in this field, despite the fact there's only 10 of them in the grid. Obviously, a busy weekend for motor racing in general. Now, with this being Honda Cadet, of course, the drivers will come up to the starting grid. Standing start in Honda Cadet. It is the only category in the field this weekend where there is a procedure for standing starts. But it's definitely going to be a fascinating scenario for the competitors in Honda Cadet. It will be Josh Smith in pole position, Rocco Shenton in 2nd, and then Zach Starbuck and Lucy Wheeldon on the 2nd row of the grid from Rory Breen and Callum Wilson, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Sebastiano Tuzeo, and then Jake Schulz and Charles Kitely will round out the field. So let's bring the karts to their positions on the starting line. Just a little overshoot from Josh Smith, corrected by the marshal. Massive thank you to the Orange Army. We couldn't race without them. They are fantastic boys and girls around the circuit here, and it's thanks to them that we can race at all. No problems at all, thumbs up, the lights will come on, and when they go out, we'll be racing here at Kimbolton. 3 lights on, 4 lights on, wait for it. We're racing at Kimbolton. And it's a good start off the front of the grid from the 86. Rocco Shenton gets the best launch. Up into the first corner they go. And it's a terrific start from Rocco Shenton. No problems at all to lead away from Josh Smith as the field banters its way through. A bit of a gesture there from the 24. Sebastiano Tizeo not particularly happy with the racecraft through turn 1 then from a few of the drivers up at Stowe Corner. But Rocco Shenton definitely gets the best of worlds as he makes the perfect launch off the line. Now, obviously, this is hoping to continue a bit of a trend in a Honda Cadet after yesterday. We had Rocco Shenton take the win in both of the previous races. He wasn't fastest in qualifying, though. That went the way of Joshua Smith. But Rocco Shenton has definitely been... Oh, there's a cut off in the grass there on the exit of Dan Weldon. Now, I didn't see who that was that ran wide, but certainly had an off. I think that was Emerson McAndrew-Uren who dropped down the order there. We'll double check as they come through, but it's Shenton leading from Josh Smith. They've already started to get clear of Zach Starbuck. And then Callum Wilson from Rory Breen, Lucy Wheeldon, Jake Schulz, Sebastiano Tizeo, Charles Kitely. Oh, and a spin at turn 1 for Tizeo. Tizeo is not a happy boy. So Sebastiano Tizeo really struggling in the opening stage of the race as he spins down behind Emerson McAndrew-Uren. And Sebastiano Tizeo down to 10th position. He's not happy. That's 2 incidents on the first 2 laps in turn 1 where he has not been particularly happy with the way things have gone there. And it is Emerson McAndrew-Uren who actually picks up a warning flag for his incident at turn 1. Or I should say his incident on lap 1. I don't quite know which incident it is referring to. But certainly the officials have spotted something. There is Callum Wilson making a play for Zach Starbuck. 3rd and 4th place, these two. So Zach Starbuck hanging on in 3rd position as the officials watch on. The mechanics watching on from their position on the grandstands as well. And there is the 99. That is Lucy Wheeldon getting in behind Rory Breen and having a look for the opportune moment to go into 5th position. Trying to get through into 3rd. That's Callum Wilson all over the back of Zach Starbuck. But Zach Starbuck holding on in 3rd position at the moment on the Project 1 machine. So they come through the Dan Weldon double right-hander and onto the TKM straight. For the moment, Josh Smith keeping it together. Ralph Morgan wishing him luck there, sorry. And good luck to Rory Breen as well from RB Time Bomb. On the inside line, that is Lucy Wheeldon getting the move on Rory Breen. Can Breen get back in terms again? Out of Kimbolton hairpin, they're going to go side by side. So Lucy Wheeldon trying to hold on to 5th position. Rory Breen's got the line on the inside for Stowe Corner, though. So Rory Breen gets back into 5th position. Nice work there from Rory Breen and good racecraft from Lucy Wheeldon. Still the battle raging for the karts up in front as Josh Smith sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to overhaul Rocco Shenton. And Zach Starbuck and Callum Wilson very close together. There they are, 3rd and 4th. And that's the battle for 5th and 6th. That is still Rory Breen and Lucy Wheeldon. Very tight in with each other, those two. Jake Schulz in 7th in front of Charles Kitely, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Sebastiano Tizeo. They may not have the numbers, but it's Honda Cadet. The battles are still very tight indeed. And it's 2x2 hurrah in the top 6. Essentially, it's Noah's Ark. Shenton and Smith, then Starbuck and Wilson, then Breen and Wheeldon. Onto the main straight again. All going well for Zach Starbuck, just to control the pace a little bit here from the 11 of Callum Wilson. But the thing is, they don't want to spend too long battling with each other. Otherwise, they'll fall into the clutches of Breen and Wheeldon rather than stretch out the gaggle of karts to get close to Rocco Shenton. So it's definitely going to be an interesting run as the competitors run forward. But the leaders are there. That's Josh Smith in the lead, I do believe. Yes, Smith has got through past Rocco Shenton. So he's made the bid there. Rocco Shenton, who won both of the races yesterday. Josh Smith is now back into the hunt, having taken away the lead of the race. So Josh Smith has got through into position. I was looking at the timing screen. And Josh Smith suddenly emerges in the lead of the race, having got the fastest lap. And has taken over the lead from Rocco Shenton. We didn't see it on camera, unfortunately. But now Josh Smith is in the lead of the race from Rocco Shenton. Still 5 minutes and 40 odd on the clock, plus the additional lap. And Lucy Wheeldon has got her move on the inside of Rory Breen. Breen has got straight back on the undercut. So those two are still squabbling over 5th position, Breen and Wheeldon. Great lessons learned and great racecraft and great battles still playing out between the two drivers there in 5th and 6th. That's what Honda Cadet racing is all about. You're basically just learning your craft. You're getting up to speed. So the driver's down the TKM straight, up towards Kestrel. And we're going to see some terrific duels from the competitors in this one. But can Josh Smith sustain the battle from Rocco Shenton? Along the hind straight again. And Rocco Shenton's just keeping it nice and planted at the moment. Not getting into a rush. Long way to go. Still very much in the hunt for victory. Anything can still happen between these two. And Shenton will not count any chickens before they've even started looking like they're hatching. We're a long way from that now. Josh Smith, 48.90. Rocco Shenton, 48.92. Barely anything in it between these two drivers. But Rocco Shenton is doing all the hard work to push his way forward and make a bit of a gain here. So Josh Smith, Rocco Shenton, third place is now Zach Starbuck, as we know, in front of Callum Wilson. And Lucy Wheeldon has got past Rory Breen. So she has made her way into fifth place. There she is in the background. So Lucy Wheeldon is now P5, doing a terrific job there in front of Rory Breen. And then in seventh place, it's Jake Schulz from Charles Kitely, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and Sebastiano Tizeo after his earlier spin. So the interesting challenge now from these two as Josh Smith runs a bit wide under pressure from Rocco Shenton. Zach Starbuck still there in third position, holding off the attentions of Callum Wilson. But Lucy Wheeldon is now at a fifth place, as we know, in front of Rory Breen. So there's still some good movement. But the drivers really having a struggle out there as the race continues to plough on. But the two leaders stretching out well. Look at that, a bit of weaving there from Josh Smith to try and shake off Rocco Shenton. But Rocco Shenton, solid as a rock and actually trying to stay as hungry in behind Smith as possible. He did have a bit of a think into the hairpin there, didn't quite get it done. But certainly the move is imminent. As down the main straight they come once more. And up to the hairpin. Are we going to see the late lunge from Rocco Shenton to snatch a perfect hat-trick here this weekend? Look at the gap back. 7.5 seconds to Zach Starbuck in third position. And unfortunately, the wait is too long to wait for the battle. Oh, Callum Wilson's getting up alongside. As Callum Wilson is trying to make the bid on Zach Starbuck. The two leaders are well clear, but we've got a duel for third, and the duel for fifth position is kicking on a pace now as well, as Wheeldon and Breen are still having a very close quarters race. So there is the run. Quick wipe of the visor there. As Josh Smith leads the way from Rocco Shenton. Third, Zach Starbuck from Callum Wilson. Lucy Wheeldon and Rory Breen. So here's Rory Breen getting out his moment to work his way forward. Up to the inside, there goes Callum Wilson. He's been setting up that overtake on Zach Starbuck for a while now. And into Kimbolton corner, he gets his way into third position. Great run so far. So now, can Callum Wilson stretch away? He runs wide through Stowe corner. That's enough of an invitation for Zach Starbuck to get straight back up the inside. So easy to get wrong here, because it's a tough opening corner at Stowe. You really have to be on your wits as Rory Breen dives up the inside of Lucy Wheeldon to get into fifth place through Derricks. Look at them in the background. There they are, and they're still side by side. So Wheeldon and Breen, that battle is going to go to the death, as Breen has now squeezed in front of Lucy Wheeldon for the moment. But those two having a terrific race battle, and it just keeps getting better. So here they come again. Braking zone for Stowe corner. Leaders, Josh Smith and Rocco Shenton. They have pulled 10 seconds clear on the third place battle between Zach Starbuck and Callum Wilson. That is absolutely extraordinary from these two. Smith and Shenton, very much the class of the field here. As Shenton gets back into the lead. Shenton takes the lead back from Josh Smith on the exit. So down the Yamitsu straight, and Rocco Shenton heads into the lead of the Honda Cadet third heat. Great driving from Rocco Shenton. This could be a hat-trick for the number 86. And that's definitely going to put him in fine stead for the weekend to be pole position for the final. The pre-final, certainly at the moment. Down into the hairpin, 1 minute to go, plus the additional bonus lap that comes with it. And Josh Smith is trying to get himself back into the lead here, behind Rocco Shenton, who has had a flawless weekend other than qualifying, and when he had to concede second place. As far as Rocco Shenton is concerned, I'm not finishing any more sessions this weekend in P2. No chance. So he runs in the lead of the race in front of Josh Smith. Callum Wilson is third. Fourth is Zach Starbuck, and then it is Wheeldon back in front of Rory Breen. They've challenged again, and Rory Breen's got back through on Lucy Wheeldon. So they're still swapping positions, those two. Even through turn one, they have managed to change these positions again. So Josh Smith is right in behind Rocco Shenton. They've stretched to 12 seconds clear of Callum Wilson. That is how important the toe is around this circuit. If you've got one driver on your tail to work with, you make a massive cut through the air, and you actually make both drivers go a little bit quicker. So it's absolutely fantastic. So through comes Rocco Shenton, still ahead of Josh Smith. 12 seconds now in front of Zach Starbuck. So Starbuck has gone into third place. Breen and Wielden are still going side by side down the pit straight. But so far it's Shenton keeping his method there in front of Josh Smith. But Josh Smith is still hunting him down. Time has run down to 0 now, so we are going to go into the last lap next time around as Callum Wilson gets back on the inside for third place, and Wielden and Breen are still challenging for 5th position. Wielden gets through on Rory Breen, so there are some great overtakes coming for 2nd and 3rd. Here's the move from Starbuck on the inside of Callum Wilson into 3rd place, and I'm fairly sure Rory Breen has managed to get back on terms with Lucy Wielden for 5th place. Last lap begins. Into the inside, Smith has a think about Rocco Shenton, not going to get through there. Going to need to try something pretty special as Callum Wilson jills away with Zach Starbuck, wants that 3rd position. So they're going to come through as well. Can Rocco Shenton, look, Rocco Shenton is gesturing to Josh Smith, go, 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 don't back me up. He actually wants him to back him up because there's an opportunity there for him to pull a fast one on Rocco Shenton. But they come off down Weldon Corner. And Shenton is absolutely resolute in defending this line. Up the inside, there goes Smith. Smith takes the lead on the last lap. Josh Smith has got Rocco Shenton. Shenton was just a little bit too hasty on the defense, and that was enough momentum for Josh Smith to sweep past down the TKM straight. It's a victory in the 3rd heat of the weekend for Josh Smith in front of Rocco Shenton. Look back, and we've got a great challenge for 3rd place between Starbuck and Wilson. Wilson's going to go for it into the final hairpin. He has a look. Can't quite squeeze it on the inside line. A good effort from Callum Wilson, but it will be Zach Starbuck who gets it. Wilson is 4th. 5th place is going to be Rory Breen ahead of Lucy Wielden. Their fight was epic in this race. 7th place goes the way of Jake Schulz in front of Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Charles Kitely. Sebastiano Tizeo was unfortunately out of the race. So what a spectacular drive and some great work from the Honda Cadets. Josh Smith reigns supreme ahead of Shenton, Starbuck and Callum Wilson. Rory Breen in 5th ahead of Lucy Wielden, Jake Schulz, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Charles Kitely. The one retirement from the race, Sebastiano Tizeo. Great racing all the way to the death there between Smith and Rocco Shenton as the drivers are preparing for the last heat of the weekend. It'll be finals after this, but it's the Senior Road Plate Heat 3. And this is all about this man. Joe Reeves-Smith has a great chance here from the front end of the field as he goes off pole position. Alongside him, Theo Hesketh, then Lee Whittingham, Joe Fowler, Scott Smith, and Adam Sparrow. 6 of the strongest British karters you will ever go toe-to-toe with. And they are there on the front row of the Senior O-Plate 3rd heat. This is definitely going to be an exciting race. Mr. E says, well driven, Adam Sparrow. Talco all the way, did a good job in the earlier heat. As a bit of an issue there for the 36 of Megan Lawson as she tries to get going. Now she has managed to. So now we can talk our way around the formation lap. Joe Reeves-Smith and Theo Hesketh on the front row of the grid from Lee Whittingham and Joe Fowler, Scott Smith and Adam Sparrow from Archie Strong and Aaron Lask, Jack Dan and James Barty, Lewis Wadley and Sam Johns from Zach Bowen and Louis Bevan, Joe Stockford, Charlie Savage, Harvey Roth and Jack Saunders, Isaac Marsh and Spencer Lane from Chris Whitten and Theo Tibbetts, Megan Lawson and Ashton Cox from James Whitaker and Alex Page, Steve Cumbers, Josh Raystrick, Ben Cox and Will Day. 30 drivers in the Senior O-Plate field. And now it's all going to be about control for Joe Reeves-Smith, holding on in front of Theo Hesketh. And don't forget that Adam Sparrow is in the mix there as well. The 3 best British TKM senior drivers in the country. And they're going to have an excellent run. Are we starting? Yes, we are! Away we race at Kimbolton. And it's a good start from Joe Reeves-Smith. Straight in there comes Lee Whittingham to get up into 2nd position. Can he get there around the outside? A brave lunge there from Theo Hesketh. But he's going to run round the outside and drops a long, long, long way back. Theo Hesketh slots in behind the 63, I think, of Harvey Roth. So not a great start from not a great start from Theo Hesketh at all. Just tried to hold the kart round the outside, got onto the marbles, and now finds himself in the mid-pack. So this is a fairy tale for the likes of Whittingham and Sparrow, as they have now charged their way to 2nd and 3rd behind Joe Reeves-Smith. So a good start. Joseph Reeve-Smith there in the lead of the race. Up the inside in the hairpin of Kimbolton. Go first, Liam Whittingham, and then Adam Sparrow. First and second already, much to the dismay of Joe Reeve-Smith. Joe Reeve-Smith has managed to cut back in front of Adam Sparrow and goes for the lead in the first corner. Goodness me, Whittingham is run out of grass there very nearly. Manages to catch it on the exit of the rumble strip. And now as they come up to the chicane, we now know what kind of banter we're going to get from the senior road plate. This is only the third heat of the weekend, and they're already at each other's throats. Third place, good charge forward from Joe Fowler. What can Joe Fowler on the ARC machine do? Looking so good at this moment in time. And Joe Fowler really starting to put pressure. Here's Joe Reeve-Smith on the inside for the lead from Lee Whittingham. And gets there. Fowler keeps his foot in. Can he get alongside? No. Whittingham shuts it down. Still battles as drivers charge their way back through the field. And a couple of big moves into the first corner. A bit of a look there from Scott Smith on the Fullerton. Didn't quite finish that one off. So again, has to bail out. Whittingham holding on to the back of the three of Joe Reeve-Smith. Joe Fowler is right there, as is Adam Sparrow in fourth position. Theo Hesketh, by the way, is up at the 12th place. He's just got the move done there on Louis Bevan. But it's a tough race, that is for sure, as Joe Reeve-Smith will hold on to the lead initially. Then second place, Lee Whittingham. Third, Fowler. When's Fowler going to make his bid? Now! Up on the inside of the hairpin. And Sparrow tried to get alongside Whittingham too. Has to hang back, though. Some good overtaking moves as the 37 of Smith is trying desperately to hold his line. Scott Smith under some pressure. Zach Bowen and Aaron Lasker both managed to overtake. So some good dueling already in senior O-Plate TKM, I should say. James Barty, 43.72 for the best lap. An excellent run as he's now in the top 10, trying to get off the sidelines a little bit here and push himself back into contention. Lewis Wadley 9th, Harvey Roth is in 10th. Then it is Theo Hesketh from Strong, Bevan, Saunders, Johns, Page, Lane, Witten, Marsh, Tibbets and Jack Dan. Still a lot to do. That's a nice move there at the end of the lap. The 34 getting through. That's James Barty making the bid on Scott Smith and gets through into position. Still holding line. Joe Fowler takes the lead there from Joe Reeve-Smith, and through to second comes Lee Whittingham. So the door left open enough for Joe Fowler to squeeze through for the lead. But now Whittingham is right there. Whittingham goes for the lead on the inside line. More lead changes than you could shake a stick at the moment as Joe Reeve-Smith leads the race. Then it is Joe Fowler who takes the lead. Then it's Lee Whittingham who takes the lead. All on the same lap, three different race leaders. Adam Sparrow there in fourth position. Could have been a fourth, but he's just biding his time. He's just keeping it nice and calm at the moment. Joe Fowler back up the inside of Lee Whittingham. On the exit, though, drifts out wide. Whittingham shuts him down again. And now Joe Reeve-Smith is coming through for second. He gets there. Excellent. You forget how much you miss TKM racing when you've been away from it for a while, because I certainly have, and it's wonderful to be back because these guys are giving up a proper show in this O-Plate heat. This isn't even a final, it's a heat, and on the inside, that's Zach Bowen trying to squeeze past Joe Fowler. They drift wide. Sparrow's trying to come through around the outside, and Zach Bowen hangs on a fourth position. He's got to be careful here. I think he's got damage to his front fairing. I don't think it's loose, but he's certainly got a little bit of damage to it. You can see there on the far side. He's still going to get through, though, on the inside of Fowler. It's not going to hold him up. And, oh, contact! Contact! Fowler is caught up as Bowen and Sparrow come together. Adam Sparrow in there with Zach Bowen and Joe Fowler. An absolutely furious Adam Sparrow. And that really has hampered all of their chances of a decent grid position for the pre-final. What an absolute disaster. Let's look again. It's a big, big problem as they battled away for position. I thought we were going to have a look at a replay. We're not going to see that, unfortunately. But what a disaster for Bowen, Sparrow and Fowler as they come together. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, what this means now is that it puts Whittingham in the lead. Joe Reeve-Smith is second. And up to third, watched on by Rob Wellham, is Jim Barty. Jim Barty is now in third position, shaking off the attentions of Lewis Wadley and Theo Hesketh. Hesketh is back in a fifth. There goes the move from Wadley. Wadley into third past teammate Barty. And look back, there is Theo Hesketh, fifth position. Welcome back to the big show. So he is there in fifth position, just in front of Aaron Lask. So Aaron Lask is there in sixth position. They continue to duel. This is going to be different now. So this is really going to be a solid run from Wadley and Barty. Rob Wellham says, sorry, I'm not there, to his drivers, but I tell you what, he's doing an absolutely amazing job, is Wadley, as is Barty. 3rd and 4th place now. You've got to take advantage of these moments. You've got to pick up the pieces. Look at the Nassau panel. It looks very loose there on the 34, Barty's kart. There's not going to be anything wrong with that, but it's certainly skew-whiffed. It's leaning a little to the right. So there's an imaginary lamppost that the number 34 Nassau panel is now leaning against. Theo Hesketh trying to get the move up past both of them. A big dive on the inside line there as well, I think, from Louis Bevan trying to work his way through. And that is that Aaron Lask having worked his way through in a 6th position now. That's the 28. That is Louis Bevan. So Bevan has got past Aaron Lask and has started to stretch away. So Louis Bevan right up in the mix now. 3.5 minutes left of the race. Worth pointing out that all 3 drivers caught up in that earlier incident, Sparrow, Fowler and Bowen, have all managed to get going again. Only James Whittaker has retired from the races. Bevan has a look on the inside of Barty. Not going to make that overtaking move. What an absolutely sensational run from these karts. As Lee Whittingham leads Joe Reeves-Smith. 3rd position for Wadley, then Hesketh, Barty, Bevan and Lask. So with Hesketh moving into 4th position past James Barty, Hesketh can suddenly resurrect his weekend and get himself back into 3rd position. It all looked all done and dusted through turn 1 on the first lap, but he's been able to make quite a strong recovery. So this is definitely going all gravy for him. Up the inside comes Louis Bevan. Bevan has really managed to kick on a pace in this 3rd heat. So Louis Bevan now has a chance to make a couple of big moves in this one. He's up in the 5th place at the moment. No retaliation from James Barty just yet. He wants to play the long game. He hasn't got too long to play the long game. 2 minutes 25 plus the additional lap. So they continue to challenge forward. Is that for 4th place? That is Bevan getting through on Theo Hesketh. So Louis Bevan now into 4th position ahead of Hesketh, and Hesketh now in 5th ahead of James Barty. So not a lot for these guys to hang on to at the sharp end of the field. But this is definitely going to be a tough one all the way to the finish of the race. Out in front. Oh, a big dive on the inside. That is Barty getting back on terms with Theo Hesketh. So as the leaders go through, Whittingham and Reeves-Smith, it's Wadley, Bevan, Barty and Hesketh with Lask and Alex Page, I think that is now in 8th place. What a charge through the field from Alex Page, up from 18 places further back on the grid. Started 26th and he's now in 8th. Chris Whitten is up from 21st on the grid. He's in 9th now. And then in 10th place, some good places made up for Jack Saunders ahead of Spencer Lane. They've made up 8 and 9 places on their grid positions respectfully. That just shows you how tough it's been after that incident with Bowen, Sparrow and Fowler. By the way, Joe Fowler has finally peeled off into the pits to retire. We've got an off. We've got an off at turn 1. Can't see who that is, but we've certainly got an off at turn 1. As Louis Bevan tries to hunt down Lewis Wadley for 3rd position. We've got a kart trying desperately to get started again. And it's traffic that's going to be naturally created here. That is the 58, I think, of Ashton Cox, who's going to cause a bit of an issue for the leaders. It moves aside and lets them all fly by. But Lee Whittingham is just hanging on in front of Josh Reeves-Smith at the moment. 0.4 of a second between them as they come through. And as they come onto the straight again, going to have some fascinating duels for the contenders as they manage to work their way further forward. But they come off the turn, back up to Kimbolton corner. There's going to be a few seconds left as they come across the line, the leaders. So we're going to get 2 laps to go. Lee Whittingham in front of Joe Reeves-Smith. Lewis Wadley 3rd ahead of Bevan, Barty, Hesketh, Page, Whitten, Lask, Lane, Saunders, Johns, Smith, Stockford and Strong. A lot of tough challenges in this one so far, but the 3rd place battle, a real opportunity for Lewis Wadley and Louis Bevan to make a big result here. Wadley up 8 places. Oh, and that's a spin at turn. That's a spin there at the first corner, I think. Oh, no, sorry, that is the 63 that's gone off at the final couple of corners. I do apologize. So that is Harvey Roth going wide at Kimbolton corner and recovering. So now you're going to need some big maneuvers to get the order sorted out in your favor. Lee Whittingham in front of Joe Reeves-Smith. This is definitely going to be a nice, satisfying end to his charge for the pole position in the pre-final. Senior road plate has already had some very exciting challenges for the drivers so far this weekend. Race 1 winner, Theo Hesketh, race 2 winner, Chris Whitten. It looks guaranteed that we're going to have a third different winner from the 3 races. That's going to mix things up again. But the drivers are now coming through in fine style, and it's going to be Lee Whittingham that just about hangs on to the victory in this one, ahead of Joe Reeve-Smith, who is backed up into Lewis Wadley now. He's got to defend in the final corner, but out in front it is Lee Whittingham. 3 different winners from the 3 heats in the senior O-Plate. But a great result from the number 9 of Lee Whittingham. Excellent job and a phenomenal display from the competitors. It's been very close all the way through this field as the final stragglers come home. But Lee Whittingham checked out to 0.7 of a second of a lead to become the 3rd different driver this weekend to win races in the senior O-Plate competition. Theo Hesketh and Chris Whitten won races yesterday. Today, it's all about Lee Whittingham. He gets the job done. 0.7 of a second ahead of Joe Reeve-Smith. Lewis Wadley in 3rd ahead of Louis Bevan and James Barty. Theo Hesketh in 6th place in front of Alexander Page. 19 places made up. That's a great recovery from Alex Page. 13 made up for Chris Whitten. 11 made up for Spencer Lane. And Aaron Lask is there in the top 10 ahead of Jack Saunders and Scott Smith. Sam Johns and Joe Stockford from Archie Strong and Josh Raystrick. Then Isaac Marsh and Charlie Savage. Jack Dan and Megan Lawson. Will Day, Ben Cox, Zach Bowen and Stephen Cumbers. 25th place goes the way of Adam Sparrow after his earlier incident with Zach Bowen and Joe Fowler. Theo Tibbetts, Harvey Roth and Ashton Cox, the last finishers. Joe Fowler out of the race. James Whittaker, likewise. A great morning's racing and a great bit of battling, and that is going to signal our break, because obviously we're going to have a bit of a pause in proceedings before we venture out for the TKM Festival pre-finals, and that will be the last race before the final, where we'll crown some O-Plate winners and some TKM Festival champions. It's a good day at the office here at Kimbolton. The rain is held off for the moment, but certainly this afternoon, things are getting interesting. We will return later in the day when the racing will continue in the pre-finals.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Back to the action once again here at the 2021 Maxxis TKM Festival at Hunts Kart Racing Club. This legendary circuit, which has so much history oozing out of the pores of the tarmac. It's a wonderful venue and an amazing race place. A fantastic battle coming up in the pre-finals for Junior Festival, Clubman and Classic, Extreme Junior O-Plate, Honda Cadet, and the Senior O-Plate races, all to come over the course of the day. Strap yourself in and get a good vantage point because you're going to enjoy the afternoon's action right from the get-go. Jake Stanson here with you around this 989.5 meter circuit, not quite a kilometer, and definitely incredible racecraft to come, as we've already seen some brilliant races across the three heats. The grids are set for the pre-finals, so it's definitely going to be a very exciting run for all of the competitors as they continue to charge forward. Alfie Garford and Luke Woodward will take up their positions on the front row of the starting grid for this pre-final. And it will be Luke Bate and Joe Cheek that line up together on the second row. Aditya Kulkarni and Johan Kalichern will be there on row 3 from Luke Jarman and Leon Frost. Leo Robinson and Patrick Lee from Jake Cox and Freya Woodall. It's going to be a very interesting battle. So far, it's been very close quarters racing from the start. Aditya Kulkarni was the man who set the pace in qualifying by just 100th of a second to Alfie Garford. Leo Robinson and Alistair Cresswell right up in the mix with Luke Woodward and Luke Bate. But in the first heat yesterday, it was Aditya Kulkarni that took the victory in front of Leon Frost and Alfie Garford, Leo Robinson, Ollie Rands and Luke Woodward. Then the second race went the way of Alfie Garford from Luke Woodward, Joe Cheek, Luke Bate, Johan Kalichern and Patrick Leaf. And I'm afraid to say we have now just one driver who is out of the running now by the looks of things. I have a feeling we have our first race exclusion from the course of the excuse me, from the course of the previous races, and it looks to me as though we have a slight issue. The contravention of flag signals during the race for the previous event, that was Alistair Cresswell. I'm not entirely sure if Alistair is going to be able to make it out again, but obviously black flags from the previous race that saw him down the order. So now we're going to have the Junior Festival race battle in the pre-final. Those drivers will head out onto the grid now. And here is the starting lineup for the pre-final. It's going to be Alfie Garford and Luke Woodward that will share the front row of the starting grid. Luke Bate and Joe Cheek on the second from Aditya Kulkarni and Johan Kalichern. Then it's going to be Luke Jarman and Leon Frost. Leo Robinson and Patrick Leaf will be next up. And then it is Jake Cox and Freya Woodall from Harley Mason and Ollie Rands, Elliot Norton and Charlie Gromit from Jake Humphrey, William Tilden Bloom, Charlie King, Jago O'Neill and Theo Jackson. Race 19 of the weekend, the pre-final of the Junior Festival. The grand final to come up later this afternoon. This is the race that sets the grid for the grand final of the Junior TKM Festival. The first big race of the day. Definitely going to be a very interesting battle and a great contest for all of the competitors as they continue to march forward in this fabulous race weekend. But so far, so good. This race circuit really has conjured up a lot of great battles and some exciting memories to come played out here on the circuit at Kimbolton. The marshals are just getting themselves into their position, so it's not going to be long before we go racing again. Under a minute before the drivers will head out onto the racetrack once again. 12:35 is when the drivers are going to get the signal to head out on circuit for this Junior Festival pre-final. So the contenders are heading themselves out now to the dummy grid, where the competitors will be gearing themselves up ready for the action. It's definitely going to be an interesting one, as the pre-final signals the start of the business end of the weekend for Junior TKM Festival. All of this has been preparation heading up to this point now. So the competitors now get the chance to race in the battles. Good to have all of your company. Lots of people tuning in from wherever they are around the country and even further afield. We've got people even overseas who are tuning in and watching the action. A lot of interest on this starting grid. There's Leo Robinson for Tim Wilson Motorsport, getting himself ready for the battle. It's been an interesting weekend for him so far. So there's obviously a very interesting hope that he's going to have more to do and more to battle away with. I have a feeling that looking at it, Alistair Cresswell, I'm afraid, may have actually been removed from the weekend after his earlier transgression. So that's unfortunate. I want to just double check on that one. But certainly I don't see him making his way to the starting grid for the next race. So potentially that contravention of flag signals during the race, where we saw him essentially being given the black flag. Maybe he has essentially run out of luck on that one, and he may not be competing in the weekend moving forward. So we will keep an eye on that one. But certainly for the moment, our focus and attention is on the Junior Festival pre-final grid, where there are 21 names listed. There were 22, so I have a feeling that we may not see any more further tail of Alistair Cresswell. The 59 there lining up in position is Leon Frost. There's Luke Jarman getting himself into position. He will start on the inside of row 4. And the battle obviously very, very close indeed within the drivers in this particular competition. Everybody very close together. And there is the 18, Luke Jarman, getting into position on the inside line of the 4th row. Inside line, obviously the place to start from. That's ideal. You've obviously got a lot more opportunities to make progress from the inside line than you do from the outside line. But it hasn't proved to be impossible. It's just a little bit more difficult, but it's definitely still possible to make that kind of progress, as we've seen from several drivers in the field so far. But the competitors still bring themselves to the grid. There's Alfie Garford, the number 9. And there's, of course, the man who will be starting this pre-final from pole position. He's been the most consistent of the 3 drivers that have taken race wins in the Junior TKM fraternity ahead of the festival finals. So Alfie Garford with the best possible position starting from pole. And you never know, there's a good chance that he could end up getting that position ready for the Junior Festival Final. Many people still talk about the Junior Festival Final 8 years ago as the greatest kart race that many people have ever seen. It just goes to show you've got so many different types of kart racing around the world, and they still bang on and on about this race. It's legendary, just how exciting and how close quarters the racing can be at this level. Alfie Garford will line up alongside Luke Woodward in the 46 on the grid. There's Joe Cheek getting into position on the 2nd row as the competitors getting themselves geared up. This is when the tension really starts to climb, and the drivers will get themselves into position. For those of you watching along on the live stream at home, hello to all those of you. Do share your messages and your comments, whether you're watching via YouTube or via Facebook. You can follow us and keep with us as the race meeting progresses, and send your messages of encouragement and support for your favorite drivers. Any questions as well are more than welcome. But there is the 46, Luke Woodward, sharing the front row of the grid with his teammate Alfie Garford. And so this is going to be an interesting challenge for the drivers right from the get-go. They're not going to have a moment's opportunity to let up. They'll be pushing very hard from the get-go. A very tough competition, this, on a very tricky circuit to get right. It's not easy to get the raw blend. So you never know. It's always going to be very interesting to come from the starting grid of this one, and you get some good battles in the mix. But now we're going to have some very tight racing for these youngsters who have been very patient over the course of the weekend, building up their stamina, building up their race speed and racecraft as they continue to make more of these opportunities come to them. But it's still all very early days this weekend. We are only just getting into the business end of the races, as I mentioned before. And there's still a long, long way to go. a tough challenge and a tough battle for all of the competitors coming. Hello to Simon Kidd, watching along at home. Always great to have your company, and definitely for all of those of you who are watching along. I have to say, it's wonderful to be here in person at Kimbolton. The baffling world of motor racing really does catch up with you sometimes. I keep finding it quite amusing that I've been the voice of the TKM Festival's television coverage since 2012, and yet this is the first year I've actually been able to attend Kimbolton in person. So it's very baffling. That's the world of television for you. But a wonderful, wonderful circuit this is. Had a great opportunity to walk it this morning. And I tell you what, this place really is quite spectacular. It's a place that pictures don't do it enough justice. As the drivers get themselves ready on the starting grid. Just looking there at the likes of Charlie Gromit and Jake Humphrey, the 73 in there as well, Jago O'Neill. And filling up the position at the back, Theo Jackson. The drivers head out on circuit. It is time to go to battle. So this is definitely going to be fantastic. Rob Wellham is already trying to pick me up. I thought you said Junior TKM and the PF Super 1 2016 was the greatest. Well, isn't it ironic that it's TKM on both occasions? Very good, exciting class. Alfie Garford and Luke Woodward. Luke Bate and Joe Cheek. Aditya Kulkarni and Johan Kalichern. Luke Jarman and Leon Frost from Leo Robinson and Patrick Leaf. Jake Cox and Freya Woodall from Harley Mason and Ollie Rands. Elliot Norton and Charlie Gromit. Jake Humphrey and Will Tyndall Bloom. Charlie King, Jago O'Neill and Theo Jackson. 21 drivers taking up their positions in the starting grid. So they're already in their 2 rows. It's only a short lap as they get themselves up to speed. Are we going to go racing this time? Almost certainly, as the field gets themselves ready for the drama and action. We're going to see a lot of it in this one. It's a false start, false start. So already they've obviously tried to give it a go, but it is a false start on this occasion. And we are going to have some exciting battles. But this is a very, very tough circuit to get right on the opening lap because it's so tight. The temperature has dropped a little bit again. 20 degrees Celsius air temperature. The weather is holding off for the moment, but I'm told that just a few miles from here, the rain is absolutely torrential. So hopefully it's going to maintain and keep itself sturdy for the moment. Charlie Gromit was the one in trouble on the first formation lap, which is why we ended up having a false start, I think, or at least it was a contributing factor to it. So now the competitors get themselves into their 2 rows. They obviously have to stay in their tram lines as they come off of Kimbolton corner, and then that's how we'll get the start under proceedings. So the driver's running well. Is this going to be a perfectly clean start? We certainly need it to be a good one off the run. So here's the opportunity. Are we going to go racing? Now we are to the first corner, and it's all about Garford getting alongside his Woodward. Can he get round the outside and hold position? It's going to need to be brave. He keeps the cart well planted around the outside and keeps his foot in. Can he take the lead? Yes, he does. Luke Woodward storms past Alfie Garford and takes the lead. Absolutely magnificent start from round the outside. So Luke Woodward has thrown his hat into the ring to get this race won later today. This is only the pre-final, don't forget. There is the final coming up later. But I tell you what, Luke Woodward is absolutely on it on the first lap as he takes the lead from Alfie Garford. 3rd position, the 70 of Joe Cheek. So the outside line really did get a beautiful getaway. And this is now an opportunity for Luke Woodward. That will have rattled Alfie Garford. So Alfie's got to try and bounce back from that. 12 minutes plus the additional lap as the carts head towards us. Fabulous camera position there on the run through to the first corner as drivers running a bit wide and starting to get an overtaking move or 2 done. But it's Woodward who leads from Garford and Joe Cheek. No, and not Joe Cheek anymore. Sorry, Kulkarni has made the move out of turn 1. And so Aditya Kulkarni has gone into 3rd position. A good start from him. So the TWM driver now trying to charge after the Talco twins up front. Luke Woodward and Alfie Garford. Then it's Aditya Kulkarni running in 3rd place. Up to 4th now comes to 59 of Leon Frost. Joe Cheek down to P5. Then it is Luke Bate, who is in 6th position in front of Luke Jarman and Johan Kalichern. Down the straight, and here's the move from the first lap from Alfie Garford on the inside line into Stowe corner. Textbook, no problems at all there. Takes the lead. Still a long way to go. So Alfie Garford just getting himself nicely into position as he continues to run at the sharp end. But Aditya Kulkarni's going to make his bid for 2nd place, and there goes Kulkarni into P2. Nice job, and a very exciting run from him. Now he can charge after the race leader. So this is definitely going to be an interesting run for him. But now the competition is going to be very intense as Kulkarni continues to work his magic on the far side. Out of Kimbolton and back up the Heinz straight they will come. Is Kulkarni going to make his bid to get into the lead of the race nice and early? He is indeed on the inside line. Aditya Kulkarni not waiting around to go for Alfie Garford, and he gets there. And up to third place goes Leon Frost. He gets through past Luke Woodward at the same time. Chucking the carts over the curbs. They are very high curbs through the willows, so they've got to be so careful on the exit. But Aditya Kulkarni takes the lead then. Excellent run from him in second place. That is Alfie Garford. Third is Leon Frost now in front of Luke Woodward, I should say. So Alfie Garford down to second place. Look at this squabble in the middle of the pack. You've got Leo Robinson there battling away with Yehan Kalichern, and Yehan Kalichern gets through. I think that was the 22 of Patrick Leaf trying to get himself into the mix there as well. So the top three breaking a little way clear. Problems at the back of the field for Jago O'Neill. He's dropped down the order and is already looking like in a couple of laps he could end up being lapped by the leaders. So out in front it is still Aditya Kulkarni, but is there going to be a charge from Alfie Garford? He's certainly having a think about it as they come through Derricks and up towards Dan Weldon corner. A very tough race battle in the offing as they come through the double right apex at Dan Weldon corner. And Leon Frost is already starting to get underneath Alfie Garford's skin here, trying to move his way into second position through the square left at Kestrel, down the laser straight, up in a hairpin. That is the Kimbolton corner and onto the Heinz straight once again. The toe is everything around this place, and Leon Frost is already starting to battle with Alfie Garford. That is an off there for the 22. That is Patrick Leaf, who has gone off in the final turn. So Patrick Leaf with a spin coming off the final corner, I think that is. So way down the order now for Patrick Leaf. That's unfortunate. But Leon Frost, now the fastest driver out on track, has got past Alfie Garford and into second place then for Leon Frost. He really is pushing it. And into P2. So the two teammates are now running first and second place here. Aditya Kulkarni just checks over his left shoulder. Still a long way to go. So obviously drivers starting to throw their hat into the ring. Alfie Garford wants to move back on Leon Frost and has managed to get past. So into second position he goes. 46 is next up. That is Luke Woodward. So they get back into the toe of the path. Trying to battle their way off the turn, and that's a move from Leon Frost. Squeezes out Alfie Garford on the exit of Stowe corner and back into second place. So Garford is now edged back into the path of his teammate Luke Woodward. I'll tell you what, Kulkarni and Frost have definitely sat up and paid attention this morning as the weather is starting to deteriorate. The rain is starting to come down now. So it is now raining out on the circuit, and that's going to make things pretty tricky as the drivers will obviously have no warning of when to slow down in the apex. The race leader, you've got to feel for him, because Aditya Kulkarni is definitely going to be in a bit of a blind spot as they come to turn one at Stowe corner. All on slick tyres, don't forget, as the rain starts to come down. This is all going to be about grip. Frost on the inside of Kulkarni takes the lead on the exit. Kulkarni's got better traction, but he hasn't got enough grip as they run deep through the willows. And Leon Frost takes the lead, but they are struggling for raw grip as the rain comes down here at Kimbolton. Garford on the inside up to third place, holds onto the position. Joe Cheek is caught up to Luke Woodward. And now Garford going alongside Aditya Kulkarni trying to get into second place. He's got a little bit more grip at his disposal in certain parts of the course, but the rain is now definitely starting to come down. It's getting heavier all the time. At the moment, it's still a reasonable drizzle, but it's going to be tricky on slick tyres, and they're really slow coming through Kestrel. Up to Kimbolton. Garford is going to try it on the inside in the hairpin. He gets alongside the leader as well as Kulkarni, but Kulkarni's got better traction off the turn. They're going to go side by side. Woodward on the inside of Garford as well. Kulkarni trying to take the lead away from Leon Frost. Tiptoe through the hairpin. This is where it's going to get tricky. Cheek alongside Woodward, assisted by Luke Bate in the number 95. They're on the curbs. No grip at all. The wheels are really spinning as they try and find some grip from somewhere. The wet weather definitely causing an issue for drivers on slick tyres out there now. Leon Frost leads the way from Kulkarni and Alfie Garford. And with 5 minutes 24 plus the additional lap, they've just got to stay out there. Joe Cheek is now through into fourth place in front of Luke Bate, who has got through past Woodward. And so too is the 30 of Leo Robinson. So Woodward is down to 7th place now. Here's the move from Kulkarni. Takes the lead back from his teammate. Drifts out wide, side by side. Down the Heinz straight once again. Alfie Garford just watching to see what happens between the two of them. and Kulkarni is going to be able to hold the lead. So Kulkarni holds the lead as they come through. And that little bit of rain coming down, it's not enough to really make a massive difference. Nixter Taylor writes, wet on slicks is golden. You're absolutely right. It's very tricky indeed. And as Daniel writes, it's anyone's race now due to the rain. It certainly is. It's not quite heavy enough to cause a massive issue, but certainly in terms of the braking distances, it just means the drivers have to be a little bit more cautious. But look at how it's bunched up the field. There was a big gap between the drivers in the midfield and the leaders. Now there is not so much of one. Drivers with a little bit more determination and a bit of bravery are going to start to find opportunities coming to them in the last 4 minutes of racing. You've got to be so brave and so confident in the way your chassis is flexing, in the way the tyres are gaining grip. Yellow flags at the moment out of the final turn, just as the clerk of the course positions themselves into a stronger position to keep an eye on everything that's going on out there. This is tricky now for Aditya Kulkarni. He's going to be the first one to take on the wet patches around the circuit, and that is obviously going to be a bit of a minefield because they're the first one that can make a mistake too. Pushing their way down. Is this going to be an easy run for Leon Frost in second place to hold off Alfie Garford? Well, Joe Cheek's done well to get into fourth place in front of Leo Robinson. They've been very strong in the last 3 laps of the race as they've dealt with the conditions quite well. Down to the braking zone for Stowe Corner. Here comes Robinson, having a look on the inside of Joe Cheek. That'll do nicely. Got to get the door shut on the exit though, which he does. So good move there from Robinson. He takes on Joe Cheek and up in a 4th position. Now that little spattering of rain, it seems to have abated as well now, so just a little shower. So it's definitely shaking things up a little bit. But for Aditya Kulkarni, it's given him a gold-wrapped invitation. There's Garford on the inside of Frost into Dan Weldon. That is not an easy overtake, because that is a very tight corner. Double apex there in the right-hander. Well held by Alfie Garford. So they continue to push forward. Oh, a technical flag for Patrick Leaf. That's not good. So Patrick Leaf, who was down at the back of the field anyway, has now got a technical flag. The rain's come back again. I can tell because it keeps spattering on the commentary box window. And as Daniel rightly says, Silverstone 2008 vibes, it's starting to look that way a little bit. I would actually go even older school than that and say it's closer to Silverstone 95 vibes. And that's because I'm an old fart. I wouldn't worry about that. Though Kulkarni, Garford, Frost, top 3, still battling away. 4th place for Leo Robinson. 5th place, Joe Cheek, right in behind him. Down the TKM straight, into the braking zone. Square left, Kestrel corner. Now along the laser, and up towards the final turn at Kimbolton. Back onto the Heinz straight again. Flat on the throttle through the left kink. And the rain is stopping again. It's going to be like this all day, I think. It's going to be patchy afternoon rain showers. Sometimes it'll rain, sometimes it'll stop, then it'll rain, stop, rain, stop, rain, stop. It's going to be all day long. So Aditya Kulkarni hanging on to this slender margin over Alfie Garford, but Garford is being pushed all the way by Aditya Kulkarni's teammate. That's Leon Frost on the 59. So a very tough battle for them as they continue to challenge away. So very tough run along the straight into the braking zone. It's still a good battle. Leon Frost pushing all the way to try and get on terms with the number 9 of Alfie Garford to get back into 2nd place. Sunshine comes out a little bit now. So it's all about who's got the bravest brake pedal. At the moment, Leon Frost is still just hustling Alfie Garford all the way round. Not going to make the overtaking move until he has to, of course. You've got to time these things right. So into the braking zone, Leon Frost still going well in 3rd position. Fastest lap of the race, he bangs in a 43.43. And Alfie Garford is definitely going to have his work cut out to keep a very hungry Leon Frost at bay. Nikki Taylor writes, please rain massively. That's a bit of a tall order. It's a bit mean request. I'm fairly sure the drivers won't want it to rain massively when they're all on slick tyres. But the spectators, well, they just want some action. They're definitely going to get it over the course of the day. But this is only the pre-final, don't forget. The big show is coming later. This is going to set the grid for the big show. Penultimate lap, and Leon Frost will want to make his move. But they are rapidly catching Aditya Kulkarni. Kulkarni was almost a second clear a moment ago. So now Alfie Garford and Leon Frost working together to chip away at Kulkarni's advantage. There could be a little bit of a squabble on the final lap now. So Kulkarni's got to stay hungry out there and try and keep the pace on. They come onto the TKM straight, and Kulkarni's just trying to keep himself nice and solid out there. He's got a bit of an advantage. It's not massive, but it's enough to be relatively comfortable. Half a second. He doesn't want to push it too hard here. They come off the final turn and onto the main straight. Last lap begins. What can Alfie Garford do to shake off Leon Frost? Is Frost going to get the undercut manoeuvre as Leo Robinson has got his way into 4th place past Joe Cheek, as we know. Those two are still battling over P4. But is there going to be one final moment from Aditya Kulkarni? He bangs in a 43.36. He needed to get clear of Garford and Frost. He's not a massive way in front of them, but certainly enough to be comfortable. Into the Dan Weldon corner. This is all going to be about timing for Leon Frost. Will he go into Kestrel and make the move, or will he go into Kimbolton and make the move? It's going to be Kestrel. Last minute manoeuvre. And I think that was a little bit too late. He should have waited another corner, really. He's going to try and get the switch back, but it was a little bit too hesitant. It's going to be the win for Aditya Kulkarni. He will take pole position for the later final of the 2021 Maxxis TKM Junior Final in the festival. This is absolutely brilliant for Aditya Kulkarni. He's really fought himself into a good position there, with a 2nd place for Alfie Garford and a 3rd for Leon Frost. They can be very happy indeed with that. Robinson 4th, Cheek 5th, and Charlie King. What a comeback. 6th position for Charlie King. Now it's game time. What a sensational start. And as Daniel writes on the YouTube stream, this is only the pre-final, so I wonder how much action there will be in the final. He's getting ready to write a few articles. For some reason, Jake Cox is showing up as the winner on that. It is not the case. He was actually lapped in the closing stage. No, sorry. He just had a timing error, I think. So the actual results, Aditya Kulkarni in front of Alfie Garford, then Leon Frost in 3rd ahead of Leo Robinson and Joe Cheek. Charlie King up 13 places to finish up in 6th position. Great job from him. 9th for Ollie Rands, 10th for Yayan Kalichern. 11th is Freya Woodall in front of Jake Cox and Charlie Gromit. And then it's Jake Humphrey ahead of Harley Mason and Luke Jarman, Theo Jackson and William Tilden Bloom. And then the last couple of drivers home across the line we saw were Elliot Norton and Jago O'Neill. Just the one retirement in the end, and that was Patrick Leaf, who had a technical flag. 12 minutes more on the clock, please, and an additional lap for the Clubman and Classic pre-final coming next. A beautiful combination of Clubman and vintage TKMs now. Going to be a really exciting race, this one, as we will see the base of the greatest hits of the sport, essentially. You can see the classic carts getting themselves ready in position. Matt Parker starting alongside Michael Whitaker, sorry. Richard Sturdy in 3rd, Declan Shanahan and Alan Woodrow, the 5 competitors. But this is Genesis for my love of the sport, these guys. The classic drivers that will be there at the tail end of the grid. They will start in their little 5-man race, supported, of course, by the F100 UK Series. Great to have their support with us once again. But this will be a truly splendiferous battle in the Clubman and Classic. Here's the grid. It's Matthew Cardwell, triple winner so far this weekend in pole position from Sam Baker. Then Craig Summers and Jim Rogers from Alex Jones and Ben Spencer, Scott Hinton and Tom Bird from Jack Crisp and Will Halaki, James Yap, James Arnold, Ben Packman and Matt O'Farrell. And then we will have the 5 classic drivers. Matt Parker on the Venom alongside Michael Whitaker, and then Richard Sturdy, Declan Shanahan and Alan Woodrow. 4 different chassis from the classics. A Venom, 2 Venoms I should say, sorry. A Wright, a Jade and a Fullerton. And then of course you've got the regulars up at the sharp end of the Clubman battle. But Matthew Cardwell has won all 3 races so far coming into this pre-final. Can he keep the bandwagon flowing? It's all going to be about how he keeps things together. So we'll see how it works out. But the battle is going to be raging any moment now. They come off the turn. Are we going to go racing? No, it's a false start. False start for the first time of asking. So the drivers will obviously go round again. And it will definitely be a really exciting run for them as the drivers continue to get themselves gridded up. They obviously go for another formation lap where they will warm the tyres and brakes to the optimum. Now that appears to be an exhaust, I think. So that is one of the marshals there coming back with an exhaust pipe. That's definitely not, that's not cricket, is it? I'm fairly sure that's supposed to be attached to something. Preferably a cart, but certainly does look as though somebody's in trouble. I have a feeling that there's a technical flag coming for someone in this race. But the drivers are working their magic around the course. They're getting themselves filed up into their 2 formation lines. We'll find out who it is that's in trouble and is missing a exhaust very soon indeed. We'll be able to hear it as they come through as well, in fact. There's only 4 classics that are going around, so I guess it must be one of them that was in trouble. But the race is underway very shortly. Now we are racing up to the first corner for Cardwell. Is this going to be the start he wanted? Craig Summers is right there to try and get into the lead. But Cardwell's going to hold the inside line. Sam Baker's trying to keep back Jim Rogers as they go through Stowe. It is Summers that gets into second past Baker. So Summers into second place. That's the best of his charge forward so far. Cardwell is leading. Summers in second place. Now we're going to see a really interesting challenge as Craig Summers tries to get after the man who has won all 3 races so far this weekend. Matthew Cardwell, definitely the man on form in the Clubman and Classic race. It is still Matt Parker, I believe, out in front in the Classics race. And then you've got Michael Whitaker trying to come through in the 23, but Richard Sturdy is the one that's actually got up into second place off the start. And there is the 72 parked up, so that's Alan Woodrow. That's the one who's had a mechanical problem on the start, but his exhaust is still there, so clearly somebody in trouble. I wonder if it was from the previous race, actually. It might have been. But Matthew Cardwell leads from Craig Summers, Sam Baker, Alex Jones, Jim Rogers, Hinton, Spencer, Bird, Arnold, Ulaki, Chris Packman, Yap, O'Farrell and Matt Parker, the leader in the Classics. And then it is Sturdy, Whitaker and Shanahan who are battling over the final 2 podium positions of the Classic race. So now the drivers continue to charge forward. Great to have your company on the live stream. The likes of Richard Reistrick, Jack Saunders, Tom Faulkner, Lawrence Swatton, all watching along, enjoying the action. Nicky Taylor still wants massive rain. I don't know. He's up for the Schadenfreude today, isn't he? But Matthew Cardwell leads Craig Summers, who actually got the fastest first lap of the race. So 43.97 for him. And so Craig Summers is trying to chip away at Matthew Cardwell. Imagine if in the pre-final, Cardwell finally loses his ground. Hello, hello. The rain is starting to tumble down again a little bit. It's just a little light spattering at the moment, nothing major. But certainly it's going to be what's known as psychological rain. And that's definitely going to give drivers a little bit of a headache in terms of getting themselves ready for the finals later. As it gets heavier, the rain, it's definitely going to cause a bit of a headache for the drivers out front, particularly our race leader, Matthew Cardwell, in front of Summers, Baker, Jones and Rogers. But they will have done plenty of test days in wet conditions with slick tyres on, so it's not exactly as if they don't know what to expect in these conditions. Certainly at Clubman level, they'll have a lot of experience of being out there on slick tyres in the rain, because there are certain types of opportunity where you don't really get much of a chance. Now the rain's properly coming down. This is the first time it's really hit the circuit today. It's had a little bit of a moment here and there, but now it's really started to come down on the commentary box window. It's a proper shower. This is going to be tricky for all of them now as they break into Kestrel. Can they slow the kart down enough? Oh my goodness, it's become torrential. It's suddenly become torrential, and drivers running wide and going off at Kimbolton hairpin now. They're all trying to stop the karts, and this is not going to work for everybody. But out in front, it is Craig Summers. Cardwell running wide. Baker's got through in a second. Cardwell, look, they just can't stop the kart through the hairpin. There's no traction at all. They've just got to be so careful through the first hairpin. Well, they've just shown up a few of the European Championship drivers who obviously skated off at Genk early in the season. That's not gone well. That, I'm afraid, is James Arnold. So James Arnold trying to get the kart started again. But the rain is properly coming down now here at Kimbolton. It's properly torrential and properly heavy on the circuit. So now it's all about racecraft. It's about trying to find the traction. So Nicky Taylor's request for massive rain has definitely been answered now. So they've just got a tippy toe. They've got to be careful in the Clubmans. Craig Summers leads the way now from Cardwell. It's the first time he's not been in the lead this weekend, Matthew Cardwell. So it just shows that the rain really can throw a bit of a curveball into the works. The slippery flags obviously coming down up towards turn 1. You've got to time it right, the braking. You've got to be careful. You've got to be careful as you pitch the kart in. And that's Sam Baker dueling with the 70 of Jones. But Craig Summers still leading for the moment. Just trying to hold on here in front of Matthew Cardwell. No need to stop the race yet. It's just a little bit of rain. These guys know what they're doing in the slick tyres on the wet. This is all about great race driving now. And Craig Summers just feeling the way around. This is where the natural, raw talent of a race driver really starts to come into play. When it all becomes about feel. They say about Nicky Lauda that he had one of the best backsides in racing that could feel his way around all of these little issues, all these little squirts of the throttle, these little dabs of the brake pedal. As Summers runs wide, Cardwell's going to get alongside and through, so Cardwell retakes the lead. And that's all it takes, just the one tiniest little blip, one little malfunction in the right foot or the left foot, and that's all it takes to change the race lead. So Cardwell is given a get-out-of-jail-free card here at Kimbolton. As they run through the hairpin once again, you can see the marshals there with the slippery flag conditions. Obviously, I'm fairly sure they know what the conditions are going to be like going into turn one in the wet. They know it's going to be treacherous on slick tyres, but that's why we love the racing at this level, because these guys are really solid and really smooth. And even in the wet, when they have to tippy-toe around on slick tyres, they've still got plenty of momentum and opportunity in this race. Still raining here, not as heavy as it once was, but definitely made the circuit a little bit greasy. But greasy rather than wet. This is the nightmare conditions for any kart racer, because if it's fully wet, you can adapt to that. If it's fully dry, you can adapt to that. As Baker nearly loses ground to Will Halaki, I tell you what, this rain has definitely given. It's given Will Halaki a chance to charge up the field, and he's doing a fantastic job. Has got as far as 5th position at the moment. But there's more to come still. The rain is coming down again, and it's got heavier. So it's heavier again in the wet conditions. This is really going to be tricky as Matthew Cardwell continues to lead and is actually stretching out the gap over Summers. But Baker's under pressure here from Will Halaki. Halaki's going to make the move on the inside into 4th, up into Derricks, rides the curbs and gets into 4th place. Nice move from Will Halaki. Definitely taking advantage in the wet conditions here at Kimbolton. Oh dear, the weather really has deteriorated. It's coming down hard now. So it's all going to be about drivers just coping with the situation that befalls them. Alex Jones has a bit of time to check over his shoulder and get his bearings from Halaki and Baker as they challenge for 3rd position. But it's tippy-toe time for the leaders as they come through. Matthew Cardwell still has 5 minutes on the clock as they continue on their way. 5 minutes plus the additional lap. And a very slow-moving car just getting out of the way there. I think that's Declan Shanahan just getting out of the way and letting our race leader, Matthew Cardwell, get through. It is Declan Shanahan. But there is the 70, Alex Jones. Look at the tank slapper he's getting on there. And a spin from Will Halaki. Oh, Will Halaki went for a gap that disappeared on exit. And I'm afraid Will Halaki has now got to try and get himself back. Look, Jones slides and the door shuts naturally. Halaki's got nowhere to go and he's washed out. So shame. It was such a shame for Will Halaki. That was an amazing comeback drive from him. And he's still trying to get the kart restarted. No, he's had to throw the towel in. What a shame for Will Halaki. That race had given him a chance to fight back and get his way back up the order. Dear, oh dear, the rain is really plummeting down now. So it's really decided to deteriorate. Cardwell is now 5.7 clear of Craig Summers. Summers is just trying to stay in 2nd place. 3rd now is Jones. 4th is Baker. 5th is now Tom Bird, ahead of James Yap and Ben Spencer. This is now all about just being brave out there as the rain properly comes down now. This is getting absolutely biblical. Do not be too surprised to see a nice arc coasting through. Look at the rain as it comes down here at Kimbolton. Beautifully captured by our team. But this is so treacherous now. For Matthew Cardwell, he just needs to be very careful, just blend the throttle. He's got the entire length of the TKM Festival straight over the 28 Craig Summers. So by the time he gets to Kestrel, Cardwell's already knitting his way through Kimbolton corner. This is so difficult. And it's all hands to the wet tyres in the pit lane. Everybody will now be diving for wet tyres. Yellow flags at turn 1. We've got one of the classic karts that has come off the road. But look at the battle in the classics now. We've got Whitaker having gone for the lead on Matt Parker, and he's taken the lead in the classics category, and they're actually battling with one of the Clubman karts there. So this just shows you in the wet, all bets are off. They're going wheel to wheel there with a 52 of Scott Hinton. Well, the retirements are really racking up here now. We've got Woodrow out, O'Farrell out. Oh, and a spin for Jones! Jones spins it in 3rd position. Jones loses the back of the kart, and that's game over for Jones. He's got to try and restart the kart now. This is pandemonium. Jones trying to start the kart on the Yamitsu straight, and he just can't get it started. Oh, Alex, third position is gone. Still trying, absolutely determined. I'm going to finish this race, You're not, Alex. Sorry, mate. Oh, he's still trying to get the kart started. Now he's got it under momentum. Do not quit. Do not give up. You don't know what's going to happen next. So Alex Jones has lost third position, but the race still goes on. It's up to third now for Sam Baker. So Sam Baker is now in P3. As the rain continues to come down here at Kimbolton. The sun is still out though, so watch out for a rainbow or two. But it is still Cardwell that leads from Summers, and then Baker's up to third from Bird, Yap, Spencer, Hinton, and Matt Parker, who has got back past Michael Whitaker. Then Jim Rogers, and at the very back of the field now, it is Alex Jones in front of Richard Sturdy and Declan Shanahan. There's Sam Baker running in third position on the MS kart, just tiptoeing his way around. Can't afford to push it too hard. But I tell you what, there's really getting to be some problems in the retirements list. We've got Will Halaki, Jack Crisp, Ben Packman, James Arnold, Matt O'Farrell, and Alan Woodrow all out of the race as the race continues on. Less than a minute to go now, plus the additional lap. But that just shows you how tough it is when it comes down, the rain starts to hit the circuit, and you're on slick tyres. You've got absolutely no grip. So you've just got to try and feel your way around. It becomes a race of instinct after that point. There is the race leader in the Classics category, I think that is. Oh no, sorry, that is Richard Sturdy, who is actually about to be lapped by the leaders. The 31 is in the mix there. Sorry, that is your battle for position between the leaders of the Classics. Sturdy, I think, is about to be lapped, in fact, by a couple of other drivers in the mix. Sturdy's already been lapped, and Declan Shanahan is being lapped very nearly a second time now. In fact, I think he is lapped a second time. He is indeed by this man, Matthew Cardwell, who is on his penultimate lap. See the sun trying to push out and clean up all the rain again. I think the rain has actually stopped now to a certain degree. So Cardwell is still your race leader, but in the sunshine trying to poke through the rain, it's definitely a very, very tricky situation for Matthew Cardwell to hold on to. He's just got to tiptoe, essentially, around every corner now, knowing that the kart doesn't have a massive amount of grip. Wet tyres are not an option midway through a race. You've just got to cope with what you've got on. So he's just got to cope with the spinning slicks. The wheel spin doesn't look too bad, actually, even in the wet conditions here. So Matthew Cardwell looking to make it a clean sweep of victories ahead of the biggest race of the weekend, the final in the Clubman Classic. So how they go? You've got drivers waiting at the side of the road now. There's quite a few of them. Woodrow, O'Farrell, Arnold, Packman, Crisp, and Hulaki. So some very tricky situations there for the drivers. But Matthew Cardwell, just tiptoeing his way around. Craig Summers has just gone over the line, 10.6 seconds back. Sam Baker is another 6.5 seconds further back than that. And Matthew Cardwell really has made this race his own. It's dominant in the end. He lost ground initially to Craig Summers, but once Summers ran wide, it was enough for Cardwell to not only get through, but also to increase the confidence factor and pull clear. But still, Craig Summers is looking good for a front row start for the final. That will give him plenty of confidence. Several drivers are going to be out of position, of course, on the final grid. Jim Rogers, Alex Jones, Will Halaki. There's going to be quite a few drivers out of position, but how about this? A great result for our race winner yet again as Matthew Cardwell comes off the final turn and down the home straight. Matthew Cardwell continues his dominant run, but a very different race this time as he brings the kart home in very greasy and slippery conditions. The rain has stopped again, you'll be happy to hear. 28, Craig Summers comes through in second place. Timothy Bull writes, great race, Matt. Dominated. And that's putting it very, very bluntly. Sam Baker, third position. Tom Bird to come home in fourth place. Good run from him. James Yap in fifth place in front of Ben Spencer. It's going to take a while for the drivers to come home and finish this one. Oh, we've had a stop on the final lap. Or is that the same two drivers trying to get going again? I think it might be, actually. So Alex Jones in the 70 finally comes through. in 11th place. The rest of the field are trying to restart their carts and bring them back. So Matthew Cardwell in front of Craig Summers and Sam Baker. Tom Bird in 4th position ahead of James Yap. And then it is Ben Spencer and Matt Parker from Michael Whittaker and Scott Hinton. Then Jim Rogers is 10th in front of Alex Jones, Richard Sturdy and Declan Shanahan. With retirements, well, there were many of them. Will Halaki, Jack Crisp, Ben Packman, James Arnold, Matt O'Farrell and Alan Woodrow. A very dramatic race there with the rain coming down. Just trying to see what the rain is doing at the moment. The best judge of that is my commentary box window. At the moment, it looks as though it's easing up a little bit. It's certainly not raining anywhere near as hard as it was during the middle of that race. But there's still quite a long way to go as the 36 of James Arnold recovers his Tony Kart. But the battle is going to rejoin once again in the Extreme Festival pre-final for the TKM senior drivers. So it's time for this man to return to P1. Number 1, Adam Sparrow, pole position for the TKM Extreme Festival pre-final. Got a great chance to do something in this one. Right behind him on the grid is Kai Springfield on the second row, but alongside Adam Sparrow is Michael Cornell, a man who will definitely want to take that win away from Adam Sparrow. They've had some great performances across the first 2 races. So now it's all going to be about consistency. There is Matthew Allnut, 4th position on the starting grid. Charlie Gaillard has worked his way forward. There is the number 10 of Archie Strong. Definitely a contender for the win in this one. And he is lining himself up nicely there on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Archie Strong. There's Jack Saunders. But alongside Saunders on the grid is Scott Smith, the number 37. Charlie Gaillard was in the mix there as well. There's the 23 of Elio D'Alessandro, who will round out the top 10. Alongside him on the starting grid is Ben Davis after his great charge forward in the 3rd heat. There's the 29 of Alex Tuzeo, having a much stronger weekend than Sebastian was in the previous race earlier on. You've got a very hard charge from Charlie Whitehouse and Bradley Peck. There is the 82, the Tony Kart, getting itself ready for the battle. Everyone getting themselves ready again. That's the Harrison and Sean Abbott getting themselves prepared for the action. Alongside Abbott on the Alonso Kart brand, that is Thomas Shaw, the 55. And then in behind him, you've got Kian Bennett on the 44, the RSR colours on his kart. Very obvious and very resplendent. Charles Machin on the 75. Can't see Maria Bright, the 72. Her space on the grid appears to be empty. Now, that is not good news. Not sure what's happened there. 20 is Gareth Haynes. Now, interestingly, the rain has stopped again, so a lot of them would have seen that race and gone for wet tyres. So a lot of them may well have been caught out by the need to change to slicks. You can see a few teams there are still on wet tyres, while others have obviously stayed on the slicks initially. So this is definitely going to be an interesting race because you've got some drivers who've gone for wets, others who've gone for slicks, and if the rain continues to fall, or at least comes back and continues to fall because it has now stopped racing, you're going to get quite a few drivers who will have got this right and quite a few drivers who will have got this very, very wrong. And split tyre strategy always makes things pretty exciting. So taking up the residence at the back of the grid there, Thomas Warner with Alex Lemon. And then Harrison Williams is in the mix there as well. But this is fascinating. The last couple of drivers to get themselves into the race. They're all heading out onto the grid now. The 11 there at the back, Spencer Lane, and the 72, Maria Bright, is in the mix there as well. So I think they've had to make a last-minute change, get themselves ready. Now, that will be interesting to see how that has worked out. There is the 11 of Spencer Lane, just getting back onto the circuit. Are we going to see all karts out on track? There's definitely one we haven't seen, and that is the 72 of Maria Bright. That is a real shame. Looks as though she will not be starting. Well, Adam Sparrow and Michael Cornell from Kai Springfield and Matthew Allnut, Archie Strong and Charlie Gaillard, Jack Saunders and Scott Smith from Ben Davis, Elio D'Alessandro, Alex Tuzeo, Charlie Whitehouse, Lee Harrison and Brad Peck, Sean Abbott, Thomas Shaw, Charles Machin and Kian Bright. It looks as though we have no Maria Bright out on the circuit. Gareth Haynes, Spencer Lane, Charlie Flynn and Jasmine Bullock from Sam Chiddock, Aaron Lask, Tom Johnson. There's no Will Lakin. We've gone a full start. Sam Grogan, James Buckingham, James Mills, Thomas Warner, Harrison Williams and Alex Lemon taking up their places on the grid. But we have Will Lakin not there. Oh, it does look as though Maria Bright is there, actually, the 72. So my apologies. It does look as though Maria Bright is in position. There she is, 72 going through. So my apologies. Maria Bright is out there. The only one that isn't is Will Lakin. Now, Timothy Bull writes initially, groundwater off the racing line could assist those on wets too. And he's just seen the formation lap and gone, ignore that. Because there clearly doesn't seem to be enough standing water. That's how you'll know, because essentially if there's rooster tails coming off the tyres, then you'll know there's enough standing water for wet tyres. But it certainly looks as though there's not a lot of standing water on the track at all. So good luck to Thomas Warner from all at Autism in Motorsports. Hopefully he's going to have another good run there. As an autistic man myself, big up to you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. Tram lines, race go, away we are! Sparrow to the first corner. Michael Cornell trying to tuck in for second place alongside Kai Springfield. They come through the first hairpin and they're all hugging the curbs as they go through. Stover the first time, a spin in the middle of the pack. It's the 75 that goes around. That's Charles Machin. So Machin now drops to the back end of the field as the competitors initially skate around. Now you've got to feel very sorry indeed for all of those that opted to go for wet tyres, because in about 50 seconds time, they are going to have absolutely no grip whatsoever, because the sun has come out and is drying the circuit pretty rapidly, as it does here at Kimbolton. So anyone that's gone for wet tyres at this vault, at this moment in the race, must be absolutely sick to the stomach. You've got to make a choice. Wets or slicks. Oh, a big moment there for the 17 running wide. That is Thomas Warner working his way forward through the field. But Adam Sparrow from Springfield, Allnut, Cornell, Smith, Saunders, Strong, Harrison, Gaillard and D'Alessandro. And that's a warning flag for Bullock as round goes Springfield. Goes wide and loses 3 places to Allnut, Cornell and Scott Smith. It's a big mistake for Kai Springfield. But for all those who went for wet tyres, this is not going to turn out to be a good decision, because although the circuit is greasy and it is wet in places, oh, a little bit of a contretemps there. I think that's the 58 of Sam Grogan falling backwards down the order. But in a short while, the track is going to dry up very quickly. Look, there's no spray coming off the tyres at all, which means there's not a lot of standing water around the circuit at any point. As up the inside, Scott Smith makes the bid on Cornell and gets through. Here's the battle for the lead down the straight as Allnut goes for Sparrow. He's actually off the line as he comes up to the inside line of Adam Sparrow. Takes the lead. Allnut absolutely determined. Don't you dare shove me off the racetrack. I'm going to have this. Excellent from Allnut. That is full commitment. And that was so tough to make the overtaking move there on Adam Sparrow. Sparrow left him no racetrack at all. Allnut kept his foot in and went, fine, I'll just pass you anyway. Amazing from Matthew Allnut, sorry, Matt. But Matthew Allnut doing an absolutely killer job there to hang on in front of Adam Sparrow. Speaking of Michael, well, Cornell is down in about 6th place now. Saunders has got through into 5th position, but Matt Allnut, what a killer overtake at the beginning of the lap. And now he's the one on the defensive. He's the one trying to back up Adam Sparrow. They're second-guessing each other into the braking zone for Stowe Hairpin as well. They're both taking it nice and wide as Springfield tries to knit it up for the inside line. But look how wide the drivers are going compared to when they usually are in the dry conditions. A few overtaking moves being attempted there. Some of them even pulled off successfully. Kian Bennett manages to get the move there on the inside of, I think, the 34 of Jasmine Bullock. So managing to get through into position. Now, Matthew Allnut trying to hang on here in front of Adam Sparrow. 2 steely-nerved racers, all pushing very hard around the circuit, the competitors in the competition. Working very, very neatly indeed as the drivers continue to banter forwards. But Allnut in front of Sparrow. Scott Smith is now in 3rd position ahead of Kai Springfield, who's worked his way forward to 4th in front of Bradley Peck. In front of Saunders and Bradley Peck. Lee Harrison is 7th and 8th is Michael Cornell. So this is where things are really going to get to be tricky for the drivers on wet tyres. You're going to have absolutely no traction at all as Matthew Allnut runs in front of Adam Sparrow and sets the new fastest lap of 49.33 as the track is drying out quickly. Yellow flags briefly for the clerk of the course coming back onto the middle of the circuit. But Matthew Walnut still leads from Adam Sparrow. Third place for Kai Springfield. He's worked his way past Scott Smith. So Springfield now into that third position run ahead of the 37 of Scott Smith as they battle for third position. Fifth place not far away now is Jack Saunders. It looks like up to sixth place now has come Lee Harrison as he jills away with Bradley Peck and Cornell, who is down to 10th position. I wonder if Cornell is one of those drivers that went for wet tyres. Certainly Kai Springfield is. You can see his wet tyres on the course. Now we're going to see a bit of a moment in this race where there will be a transition from the competitors in one particular type of tyre to the other. So the wet tyres are currently at the sharp end of the field because of how much grease has gone down on the road. But as the slick tyres start to bite, the slick tyre runners are going to fight back and they're going to be charging their way through the field. Now there is a retirement. That's the 93. Oh no, sorry, that's the next class, isn't it? That's the 93 of Lask getting himself. No, that is a retirement. That is Aaron Lask. So Aaron Lask is out of the race, unfortunately. He was on wet tyres and he's not been able to bring it home, along with James Buckingham out of the race. Down to the first corner. And the 23 making a nice move there. That is D'Alessandro getting past Michael Cornell as well. I wonder if Cornell is on slicks. And maybe that's why Cornell is just going backwards down this field at the moment. But the second his tyres bite, he's got a chance to fight back here. Up the inside, that's a nice overtaking move from the 82 of Bradley Peck. So Bradley Peck gets into the position and makes the move. But Kai Springfield is under intense pressure from Scott Smith now. Scott Smith is really starting to make some moves. Third and fourth, those two. Saunders is there in P5 in front of Gareth Haynes, who has worked his way forward to sixth place. Now ahead of Peck and Harrison. Tezeo is doing a good job in ninth place, and D'Alessandro is obviously there in 10th position. So now the drivers continue on their quest. This is the 20 of Gareth Haynes. A good job from him at this present moment in time. Has a lot of work still to come. This race has 5 minutes 44 plus the additional lap. And this is only the pre-final, don't forget. There's still the hectic business nature of the final itself to come. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one from the competitors as they charge forward. The 20 of Gareth Haynes in fifth position, trying to work his way forward. Now, I want to see what sort of tyre compounds these guys are on as they come across the line. It's wets for the two leaders. They've stretched well clear. Then Springfield and Smith. Is that Haynes on slicks? Yes, it is. Haynes is on slick tyres. Now, Haynes is the leading driver on slicks. Everyone else in that leading five is on wet tyres. So this is where Gareth Haynes is suddenly going to become a genius. It's still a bit greasy in places, but the rain has stopped and the track is drying out rapidly. Gareth Haynes has just banged in a 48.3. That's half a second quicker than Allnut and Sparrow together. So anyone on slick tyres, this is the transitional lap now. This is where those that decided to go on slicks are going to be rewarded. Gareth Haynes is pushing third and fourth. He's catching them rapidly. Allnut is in first place. Second is Sparrow, but Gareth Haynes is starting to get some grip. He's starting to find some traction now. This race has been all about just looking after the slick tyres and making sure you've got some left by the end of the race. Gareth Haynes is one of the only drivers, I think, who is out there on slicks. Just looking through the field to see if anyone else is. The 11 of Spencer Lane is on slick tyres. And I think he might be the only one, actually. So just those two, Gareth Haynes and Spencer Lane, the only ones who gambled to go onto slick tyres. And now they are charging. Gareth Haynes is setting fastest laps after fastest laps here. It was a 48.7 for Gareth Haynes on that last lap. 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody else. And he's caught up to third and fourth pretty rapidly. Up the inside goes the move from Smith. And on the exit, look, Gareth Haynes has got so much speed, so much grip and traction, flies past them both. Slick tyres, excellent. He's now third, but he's got 3.5 minutes to catch up to the two guys in front of them. That's 6.7 seconds at the finish line. Challenge accepted. Game on. And he's definitely doing it. 48.1 compared to 48.6 and 49.0 for Sparrow and Allnut. So this is going to be the charge back from Gareth Haynes, who is working his magic to try and carve his way back through the field. I'm fairly sure it's only he and Spencer Lane that are on slick tyres. Everybody else is on wet. And to prove the point, it's a 48.61 for Spencer Lane on that last lap. That's quicker than Sparrow and Allnut managed as well. The problem is for Spencer Lane, he is currently down in 14th place. He's got a long way to go to find his way back to the lead. But look at the gap as Haynes comes across the line. It's down to 5.7 seconds. He's absolutely smashing the lap times now, Gareth Haynes. A 47.8 compared to Sparrow on a 48.6. It's a question of when he'll catch them rather than if now, but is he going to have enough time to get past them? That's the key factor. He's definitely chomping away at that advantage. He's going to have a very interesting time of it to try and catch up to the leaders, and he should do that. They are together, Sparrow and Allnut. Sparrow back in front of Matthew Allnut, as we mentioned before. But Adam Sparrow is your leader. There's Gareth Haynes. He's chipping away. The gap comes down to 5.3 at the second split. But Matthew Allnut's just set the fastest first sector of the entire race. Gareth Haynes is going quicker, though. There's Sparrow, Allnut and Haynes. The gap comes down again to 4.7 seconds. This is a bit like Hamilton in Hungary, trying to charge his way back up the order on fresher tyres. As Sparrow, the back end steps out. Gareth Haynes bangs in another fastest lap, a 47.5 compared to Sparrow and Allnut on a 48.5. He is catching them, but will he be able to get close enough to them with the time ticking down? He's got to keep pushing. He's got to be brave as Gareth Haynes. There's Sparrow and Allnut, and there's Haynes. The gap comes down again from 4.7 seconds as it was to 3.9. He's absolutely hammering his way around this course now. He's got traction. He's got grip. Sparrow and Allnut are just relying on instincts. Haynes knows that the two leaders are in front of him, and they have reduced grip. He'll also have seen the time remaining on the board. So Gareth Haynes is still pushing. The gap is down to 3.5 now. Another 47.1 for Gareth Haynes. Still chipping away at this. This is not going to be easy. But Gareth Haynes is up to the challenge. Still chipping away. Just pushing, 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 pushing. You never know. If those two guys start battling in the final lap, he could snatch the victory away from them. And a very unlikely but very popular pole position for the Extreme Festival Final later. This is all about Gareth Haynes. Daniel writes, Barcelona 2021, Hamilton and Verstappen. Very similar indeed. Timothy Bull says, a sizable gap to Springfield. Well, that was from earlier on, I think. But certainly, Gareth is pushing. The gap is down to 1.7. We're on the penultimate lap. So it's now or never really for Gareth Haynes. He's just eating at the advantage to Allnut in front of him. This is absolutely brilliant from Gareth Haynes. A 47.0 compared to a 48.5 for Sparrow and Allnut. We need to keep an eye on Haynes all the way through. There's Allnut. There's Allnut. So they are already all over him. Spencer Lane now bangs in a 46.7. Haynes is just blasting past Allnut. No, oh, he spun it! He spun it! Oh, Gareth! It was going so well. You've got to get started again. Oh, there goes third. Oh, Gareth. Such a brilliant race for him. I did say it was inevitable he was going to catch them, but he just locked up on the brakes. Let's look at it. They had traffic to deal with. They dealt with it. And look, he just locks up the back rears. Gareth. Oh, Gareth. It's all over. That could have been a very popular pole position for the Welshman for the later final. But now it's all come awry. Allnut has fallen right off the base of Adam Sparrow, who's just disappeared. I think he's just realised, you know what, I can finish and consolidate in second place here. So it's going to go the way of Adam Sparrow out of the final turn, and Adam Sparrow will take the checkered flag. Great win for Sparrow. Solid effort for Matthew Allnut. Heartbreak for Gareth Haynes. What heartbreak that is. Oh, and Springfield's going to try and snatch third at the line from Smith. It's not going to happen. Spencer Lane, though, comes up from 14th place to 5th with a fantastic fight back. Excellent drive through the field for Spencer Lane to 5th position. But Gareth Haynes knows that that could have been a race win. That was easily on the cards. The amount of speed he had compared to the others. But he just locked up the rear wheels on the brakes. So unlucky for Gareth Haynes. Adam Sparrow wins for Matthew Allnut and Scott Smith. Kai Springfield, Spencer Lane and Elio D'Alessandro Brad Peck, Lee Harrison, Kian Bennett and Jasmine Bullock in the top 10. Thomas Shaw and Ben Davis from Jack Saunders and Sam Chittock. Alex Tizeo and Tom Johnson, Maria Bright and Thomas Warner. Harrison Williams, who comes up with Warner 13 places apiece. Michael Cornell drops to 20th. Archie Strong, Charles Machin, Sam Grogan and Charlie Flynn from Sean Abbott and Alex Lemon. And then James Mills, Charlie Gaillard, who drops to 28th in the end. Charlie Whitehouse, who plummets to 29th. And James Buckingham, the retirements. Will Lakin, who didn't start. Aaron Lask. And this man, Gareth Haynes. Bitter, bitter disappointment for the Welshman. That should have been a victory as far as he's concerned. I had that. I had the pace. I had timed the tyre strategy to perfection. Slicks was the right call. But unfortunately, Gareth Haynes just ran out of time. The pressure was on. The rear's locked. And that's it. Game over. What a shame for Gareth Haynes. That was a win that easily would have been one of the most popular in the paddock. But a bitter, bitter disappointment for Gareth Haynes. Better luck next race, mate, says Timothy Bull on the live stream. But he proved something today. He proved that you don't just have to think fast, you've got to think smart. The idea was brilliant. The execution, sensational. The fortune, nowhere to be seen. What a shame for Gareth Haynes. I think everyone around the circuit will feel just as much heartbreak for him, really. He drove beautifully in that race, timed it to perfection, looked after the tyres well in the difficult early phase of the race when the track was very greasy. That should have been a Gareth Haynes win, and I think everyone will feel bitterly, bitterly disappointed on his behalf. Such a great drive, such a great effort, and it hasn't quite gone his way. Hands in the air, I can't do anything about it. That is the way it is. It's motorsport, but what a shame. At least, you've got to say in all of that, at least Gareth Haynes had his Weetabix this morning. He got his head in gear and thought, you know what? We can do something different here. And that's the thing about the TKM Festival. It really is win it or bin it. And Gareth Haynes was absolutely pushing it. 7 bells out of his kart. The tyre strategy was spot on. Unfortunately, the luck was nowhere. So they've got to now bring the kart off the race circuit. But Gareth Haynes is still a moral victor and a bit of a hero as he comes in. The result isn't there, but the desire and the motivation from Gareth Haynes, he put on an excellent, excellent show. A big up to Andy as well, the marshal there, who was helping out initially. Motorsport has heartbreak, says Daniel. Unfortunately, it comes hand in hand. What it does do, though, of course, is with the bad times, it just makes the good times all the more successful. You never know, there could be a rain shower again, and it could be Gareth Haynes who gets the tyre strategy right a second time. This time, he's going to have to come from even further back, though, for the final. He will start it from 31st. Well, the Junior O Plate is coming up next, and hopefully we'll see another great race from them. Well, it's time for Joe Booth and Ethan Simmons to go toe-to-toe on the way out of the pits as the two drivers will fight for supremacy. Leon Frost, once again, busy boy at the office this weekend. But Ethan Simmons definitely one to keep an eye on in this one. There's Alfie Garford, once again, one of the drivers doing double duty in both the Festival and O-Plate finals. The 77, James Morley. And then the 26 is just in behind, that's Charlie King. Watch out for Aditya Kulkarni. Definitely one to watch in this one. And Olivia Jakins, a little bit robbed at the end of her last race. Maybe a chance to get up into the top 3 in this one is definitely on the way. There's Freddie Hull, 24. Looking for a good race opportunity for him. Aidan Mitchell starting just in behind him on the direct position of the grid. The 88 of Tyler Harris. And Dara McInerney, the E-plate in the mix there as well. Archie Stiert is the next driver in the rankings. So a couple of karts moved out of position. Here's the grid, Joe Booth and Ethan Simmons from Leon Frost and Alfie Garford. James Morley and Aditya Kulkarni, Charlie King and Olivia Jakins, Freddie Hull, Tyler Harris, Aidan Mitchell, Dara McInerney and Archie Stiert to finish off the grid. 12 minutes plus the bonus lap once again. No rain to be seen all of a sudden as the track is dry and drying. And as you can see, everybody has seen Gareth Haynes' brilliant performance and gone, you know what? Slicks. Absolutely the right call. There are rain clouds still in the distant future, and they are looking pretty thick and heavy. But I have a feeling they probably won't hit the circuit for at least another half hour, looking at the way that those cloud formations are coming. So we should be all right for a few dry races now. And certainly as we approach the finals, we've only got 3 races to go before we get to the TKM Festival Finals in our 6 categories. There's obviously a Honda Cadet Challenge race, as well as the O-Plate races for Junior and TKM Extreme. And then the 3 races for the TKM Festival, the Clubman Classic, the Junior, and the TKM Extreme. It's going to be a great afternoon of race action here at Kimbolton. Jake Stanton here with you all the way through to the death. And there's definitely been some exciting battles all the way through here at Kimbolton. 12 minutes on the clock, as you can see. And when the gate opens, the drivers will be able to head out on circuit, ready for another rip-roaring race battle. But Joe Booth with a good opportunity after being very solid and consistent from the 3 heats over the weekend. And then Ethan Simmons alongside him. Definitely a title contender for this Junior O-Plate. Right there on the front row of the starting grid, and has good determination in the mid part of the races. He's definitely going to be one to watch out for. Frost, Garford and Morley all have a good crack at this, as does Aditya Kulkarni. You've got to feel that Olivia Jenkins could have had a little bit more luck from the previous race. Her speed was not to be questioned. She had a great opportunity to go for the podium at one stage. So there's plenty of contenders for the top spot here in the Junior O-Plate Final. It'll be the pre-final that goes out first, of course, and that race will set the grid for the most important race of the Junior O-Plate Drivers weekend, as they all want to be there at the final days. It's been an interesting and very close weekend in Junior O-Plate. James Morley won the first prize, which was the time qualifying session. Then Ethan Simmons got the victory in both races yesterday. But it's been a very difficult one for Heat 3. It was Ethan Simmons that got it done in that particular occasion. So a very, very tricky situation then for the drivers as they continue to battle away. But now the drivers are coming through. And they will warm up their tyres and brakes, get them to the optimum temperature as always. You've only got the lap to do that on the out lap, but Joe Booth and Ethan Simmons are ready to control the pace of this race as they ease up on the TKM straight and battle in for position. There is the E-plate, Darren McInerney. And now the contenders are forming up in their 2 tram lines. So let's see who is going to get the run from the start here at Kimbolton. Simmons on the inside. Simmons on the outside, I should say. Joe Booth on the inside. The lights are there. Are we racing? Yes, we are! And a cracking start. Simmons is not happy with that start. He put his hand up as if to say, come on, that wasn't a good start at all. But unfortunately, he's been held back. And Garford has got past him on the run through to the first few corners. Garford is in about 6th position. Simmons is down in 8th. A terrible start as Olivia Jenkins goes side by side with Garford. Tucks back in on the undercut. Good run from Olivia Jenkins. She's still there alongside Alfie Garford, but it's not quite going to be the move as Simmons now goes toe-to-toe with Jenkins and can't get past her. So out in front, no problems at all for Joe Booth. Leon Frost and James Morley. There goes Morley on the inside line. So Morley gets past Leon Frost in 4th position. That looks to me like Charlie King. It is indeed. Then Aditya Kulkarni, Alfie Garford, Ethan Simmons and Olivia Jenkins. So a bit of a shake-up there from a rather hectic start. But the lights definitely went out. We're under green conditions. So 11 minutes plus the additional lap. And Joe Booth leads the way from James Morley. But Morley will definitely want to crack at the race lead. It's 4 drivers from the same awning in the top 4 positions now, because Aditya Kulkarni's got past Charlie King into 4th position. So it's Booth, Morley, Frost, Kulkarni, King, Garford, Simmons, Jenkins, McInerney, who's up to 9th, and then Mitchell, Harris, Stiant, and Freddie Hull. So they come onto the main straight once again, up into the first corner. And it's looking good for Booth and Morley as they try and stretch away from Leon Frost and Aditya Kulkarni. Round the outside, Garford trying to protect his position, but Garford still having to hang on there as Freddie Hull is starting to make some overtaking moves there with the likes of
Oh, is that the lead? Is that the lead change? Yes, it is. Morley gets into the lead there past Booth. So James Morley takes the lead of the race from Joseph Booth. And that is a great run from James Morley so far. He holds the upper hand and he holds the advantage. Aditya Kulkarni and Leon Frost are closing in on them. So Leon Frost still holding his third position for the moment. Looks as though he's had a bit of an issue with his front fairing over the weekend because he's had to bolt a black one to the front end of the kart. But it's James Morley who leads the way. Oh, a spin! Spin! James Morley! James Morley spins into turn one! Oh my goodness, the race leader! So what happened there to James Morley? We need to look back at it. Battling away with the 45. Did he lose it on his own or was he helped? No, he lost it on his own. He just got wide on the white line. I can't believe it. A mistake from James Morley throws away the lead. No contact at all. So a big shame for James Morley. And would you believe it, the rain has started up again. So it is starting to spit again here as the rain returns to Kimbolton. So James Morley has got going again, but he's down at the back of the field in dead last in 13th place. But there is still time for him to recover in this one. And look, they're sliding around all over the shop in first corner. They've all gone slicks and the rain's come back. This is going to be one of those days in racing where the weather just keeps you guessing. So Joe Booth is the leader, Frost in second, then it is Kulkarni, I think, in third place. Yes, that is him. Ethan Simmons is back to fourth. So Simmons is fighting his way back into contention. He may not have been happy with the start, but I tell you what, he's happy with lap 3 and 4 and 5. Because this is now back into winning contention for Simmons. Got to be careful. Kulkarni makes the move on the inside of Frost. The door still opens. Simmons gets there as well. And just like that, those little spots of rain have stopped again instantly. As the sun comes back to try and shake it up. Simmons on the inside of Kulkarni. Can't get past. Aditya Kulkarni holds on to second place for the moment. Ethan Simmons right underneath him. Swarming around. Leon Frost and Charlie King, P4 and P5. Simmons now goes for the inside into Derek's. Second place. Nice run from Ethan Simmons. So James Morley has got the red mist after his earlier spin. And he is now the fastest man on track. He's just banged in a 44.1. That's 0.8 of a second quicker than the leaders. Look back in the background. There is Morley, right at the back of the queue. Now, if anything were to happen again with the weather in this one, he's got another chance of fighting his way back through. Meanwhile, we've got a battle between the 24. Freddie Hull has managed to get his way into 8th place, I think, past McInerney. Yes, he has. So Freddie Hull, who was dead last at one stage in this race, has now fought his way back up into PA. Good work from him. Fastest lap of the race from Ethan Simmons, a 43.9. And still, we've got this intense battle up at the front end of the field. 4 drivers, all questing after the victory. Booth, Simmons, Kulkarni, and Frost. So now Simmons is trying to plant his line up the inside. As I said before, the rain has now stopped again, so the slick tyres will grip once again. But Ethan Simmons is still giving it everything he can to try and get up the inside. And Ethan Simmons takes the lead in the Kimbolton corner. But on the exit, it's going to be close as Booth gets alongside him side by side. Down to the braking zone for Stowe corner. And again, Booth takes the lead up the inside. Kulkarni gets in a second position. And further back, we've got Garford and Jenkins both getting past Charlie King for 5th and 6th place. So great racing at the front end of the field here in the Junior O-Plate pre-final. This isn't the big one, would you believe? Because there's already plenty of action to make it so. But this is definitely going to be an exciting continuation of the weekend as the race continues to plough forward. Ethan Simmons is down to 4th after all of that. Leon Frost into 3rd. So Booth, Kulkarni, Frost and Simmons. Here comes Simmons on the inside, 3rd place. That picks one off. It's a good run from Simmons again. Now he's going to try and get after Kulkarni and Booth. He protects the inside line to Simmons. Holds on to it. Frost is not going to get the chance to get back through. No, he does not. There's Garford and Jenkins. Good races from both drivers here. Alfie Garford getting back on terms with his own ability. And Olivia Jenkins, she is doing a fantastic job in P6 at the moment. So some good battles all the way through this field. The rain's still hovering and loitering in the air. A couple more drops coming down again now, I think. It's only just a little bit of light drizzle. It's not really a full rain shower. Up the inside, Simmons for 2nd place now. That'll do. Thank you very much. So Simmons gets past Aditya Kulkarni. And now Joe Booth is your race leader. But Joe Booth is going to have a lot of pressure. He nearly lost the back end of the kart the same way Morley did heading into turn 1 there. Just kept it on the white line. And Jenkins, by the way, has now got up into 5th place past Alfie Garford in turn 1. So Olivia Jenkins is now looking good for 5th position on the grid. Now that's important because she'll be on the inside line of the 3rd row, and normally the inside line gets the better starts. So 5th position, not a bad place for Olivia Jenkins to be starting the final from at all. There she is in 48 in the background. But Booth leads Simmons. Simmons not going to go for the overtake just yet. He's been pretty rapid about them previously, but on this occasion he's going to wait. Aditya Kulkarni is going to work with him. Not a move up to the inside line yet. I thought there might have been a move for an overtake there, but Ethan Simmons is clearly taking his time. He doesn't really want to get past Joe Booth earlier than he has to. So this is definitely going to be exciting. You've got to remember that karting is all about timing, because the only lap you actually have to lead the race is the last one. That's the only one that matters the most to these drivers. So Ethan Simmons hustling, 45 Joe Booth. Still plenty of time in this one, but Simmons will not want to wait around forever, especially if the drivers in 3rd and 4th places, Kulkarni and Frost, really start to up the ante. Got to be so careful about where you place it. Now Simmons is going to go for the move into the inside at Stowe corner. Job's done. Terrific move. And now there might be a chance as well for Kulkarni, but the door gets slammed shut in his face. So Kulkarni unable to make it happen. Go through into the left, into the right, and still no major changes between this quartet, other than Ethan Simmons now in the lead from Joe Booth. James Morley, another new fastest lap of 43.5. He's up to 8th place now, by the way. So James Morley has not got a lot of time to catch up with these guys, but look back and you'll just about see him there right in behind Charlie King, who is still dueling away. So James Morley is making some big inroads into this battle. If he can stay relatively within the top 6, he's got a very good chance of it. He's actually making the pass, as that's Kulkarni, I think, into the lead, is it? No, that's Joe Booth. Sorry, Joe Booth has taken back the lead from Ethan Simmons. Kulkarni in 3rd, Frost in 4th. I'm struggling to find which way to look. Simmons gets back the lead, though, into Derricks. I look at the battle in the midfield, and then it changes up front. Side by side again, as Booth has a look at Simmons in a very tough part of the circuit to go for it. Thinks better of it and eventually bails out. But now we know that the pressure is really starting to heat up, and it's really starting to get fever pitch. Timothy Bull says, the old saying goes, to finish first, you must finish. So it's very important to keep yourself on the road at all times. Simmons is your leader. Booth, Kulkarni, Frost. Ethan Simmons having to shut down the entire team effort. There is Alfie Garford in P6 in the 9 car, in behind Olivia Jenkins, but it's now in front of James Morley, who has got himself to within 3.6 seconds of Ethan Simmons' position. What he could do with now is these 3 drivers having a bit of banter. Kulkarni has got past Booth to get up into 2nd position, so that's definitely going to help back the pack up a little bit. But certainly for the man up front, for Ethan Simmons, this is fairy tale. He wanted a kind of race where he could just get into a decent lead and stretch away. But he's definitely now looking at that at this moment in time. All going full guns blazing. Excellent work so far. Down to the braking zone for Stowe corner. And so far, Kulkarni 2nd, 3rd is Booth, 4th is Frost, then Jenkins, Garford and Morley. Bit of a gap back to Freddie Hull. But Charlie King is there in 9th position as well, from Aidan Mitchell, Dara McInerney and Tyler Harris. Just the one retirement so far, that is Archie Styant. But still, this battle ticks down another lap. The rain has gone once again. So Simmons, Kulkarni and Booth, 1, 2 and 3, very close together. Leon Frost 4th position in front of Olivia Jenkins, and then you've got Alfie Garford in P6. They come off the hairpin, back on the power, along the hind straight and up towards Stowe corner. Great work so far from Ethan Simmons. What can Aditya Kulkarni, do about this? He's going to try and get a switchback maneuver through the first corner. But Aditya Kulkarni running a very solid race here in front of Joe Booth. Are we going to see the emergence of a new megastar from the British karting seat? Certainly looks that way at the moment, doesn't it? Aditya Kulkarni giving plenty of aggro to Ethan Simmons, another man who's painted himself up for greatness in British karting in the last couple of years, stepped up to the world of junior TKM. and has already taken to it like a duck to water, driving great races at the moment. Is this going to be the chance for Kulkarni? No, because parking the bus on the inside apex, Ethan Simmons goes out wide. Kulkarni draws level, but now level with Kulkarni is Booth, and it's 4 abreast as they come up to the corner. Booth goes left, squeezed out, and Frost is going to get both his teammates. Leon Frost in a second. Olivia Jenkins puts herself in the mix now as well. Still 5th at the moment in front of Garford. But Leon Frost is having a look now at the race leader, Ethan Simmons, as they go through Derricks, and it's half a dozen drivers battling for the race victory as Freddie Hull gets past James Morley in the background and gets the fastest lap as well for good measure. Simmons, Frost, Kulkarni, Booth, Jenkins, Garford. Any one of them could get this. The time is down to 0, and this is for pole position in the Junior O plate. The winner here decides that. Oh, a bit of a nudge from Kulkarni on Frost. Hurry up. We've got to get after Ethan. Go quicker or get out of the way, says Kulkarni, and here comes Booth trying to get his way up the inside. Frost is waiting. He's hanging back. Kulkarni and Booth get through. What happened there to Frosty? It was like he lost momentum in the draw. So now it looks as though Ethan Simmons is going to have this. Garford has got back past Olivia Jenkins. So now he's going to try and attack. But Olivia Jenkins could really do with getting back past Garford before the end of that. 5th place is better than 6th for so many reasons in British karting. But this is an absolutely brilliant final lap for Ethan Simmons. He's just dropped the hammer and let them contend it for themselves. So Ethan Simmons really has marked himself out for the win in this one. Jenkins, final corner, final lap, can't quite get past Garford. It's Simmons, Kulkarni, Booth, Frost, Garford and Jenkins. Oh, so tight. And Freddie Hull beats James Morley over the line by 100th of a second from Charlie King, Aidan Mitchell, Darren McInerney and Tyler Harris. There may not be many of them, but I tell you what, they gave us so much excitement. And Ethan Simmons from 2nd on the grid, he's able to charge his way forward and grab the victory. And with it, the pole position for the Junior O plate in the TKM Festival 2021. Epic stuff and a great result. Well, that was a good race and a good win for Ethan Simmons from Aditya Kulkarni, Joe Booth and Leon Frost. Now let's talk you through the grid for the next one in tow. It's Josh Smith and Rocco Shenton, Callum Wilson and Rory Breen, Zach Starbuck and Lucy Wheeldon, Jake Schulz, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Sebastiano Tuzeo and Charles Kitely. That must mean it's the Honda Cadet pre-final coming up next. Some great stars in the battle for this one as they head out on circuit. All 10 of our Honda Cadet competitors. Don't worry about the reduction in numbers. It will still be exciting. All of the races this weekend in Honda Cadet have still been absolutely fever pitch. So Josh Smith and Rocco Shenton will share the front row of the starting grid. Callum Wilson will be 3rd. Rory Breen will start from 4th position. Then Zach Starbuck and Lucy Wheeldon, Jake Schulz and Emerson McAndrew-Uren, from Sebastiano Tuzeo and Charles Kitely. They are there on the TKM straight, just warming up the tyres and brakes. They can form up quite late because they're all fairly evenly matched in terms of pace. And obviously it is a standing start procedure in the Honda Cadets. So they will come to their positions on the grid and then we will charge our way round. Fabulous battle to come here from the Honda Cadets. The drivers are all there in position. I only count 9 of them. So it looks as though Sebastiano Tuzeo is not starting the race. That's unfortunate. So we wait for the lights. The competitors will be in position. Let's see if they can get a clean start. 4 lights on. Let's race. Good start from the front of the field from Josh Smith. But Rocco Shenton beats him off the line again. And it's a good start from the 11 of Callum Wilson. He holds his nerve in front of Zach Starbuck and Rory Breen. Starbuck gets the move on the inside into turn 1. So Shenton leads the way. Smith in 2nd place. And then it is Zach Starbuck from 5th on the grid who charges up to 3rd position. So a good battle and a good charge forward. Definitely a very strong getaway from Rocco Shenton. He holds it from the E-plate of Joshua Smith. Project 1 driver in 2nd place. His teammate, Zach Starbuck, is there in 3rd position. And then in P4, we have Rory Breen trying to work his way forward. Callum Wilson, I think, has tried to get his way past those. So Callum Wilson may now have got himself into 4th position. Yes, there he is. Make that 3rd. A 3rd position run for Callum Wilson. He dives up the inside and gets into 3rd place past Zach Starbuck. The 33 is next up. That is McAndrew Uren. And then Rory Breen ahead of Kitely, Wheeldon and Schulz. So not a great start to the race for Lucy Wheeldon. She's going to try and fight her way back into contention again. So Shenton, Smith, Wilson, Starbuck, McAndrew Uren, Breen, Kitely, Wheeldon and Schulz. No Sebastiano Tuzeo this time. He'll be watching on the sidelines as the drivers battle away for position. Look at Shenton and Smith just disappearing out in front of the rest of the field. They just want to charge away and forget about everybody else. Callum Wilson knows already that this race could already have been lost for the win. So he's now got to try and just imagine that those two up in front are not up in front. He's just got to try and keep pushing and hope that he can get back on terms with them later in the race, whilst also keeping the likes of Zach Starbuck and Emerson McAndrew Uren at bay. So not so easy. Here's the move on the inside. Is this going to be Zach Starbuck through? Yes, it is. Into 3rd position. No problems at all there. He's got to try and keep the door firmly shut on the exit, though, which he does. So good work so far from Zach Starbuck into 3rd position past Callum Wilson. The leaders now going through Derricks and up towards Dan Weldon corner. Shenton and Smith still absolutely glued to each other as they run at the front end of the field. They're not going to get anybody else close to them in this one. They just want to stretch away and dominate proceedings in this Honda Cadet pre-final. But Callum Wilson still running a very tough battle up against Zach Starbuck. Starbuck is there in 3rd, holding on to his position and looking very strong and solid. McAndrew Uren is there in 5th position. So Emerson McAndrew Uren and Rory Breen, who is in 6th position now. Charles Kitely ahead of Jake Scholes and Lucy Wheeldon. I wonder if she's got a problem, Lucy Wheeldon, because certainly we don't expect to see her running at the back end of the field, even though it's only a 9-kart field. Shenton, Smith, Starbuck, Wilson, McAndrew Uren, Breen, Kitely, Scholes and Wheeldon. Rocco Shenton sets the fastest lap in the bid to try and shake off Joshua Smith, of course. But the gap between them was minimal, 49.20 compared to Josh Smith on a 49.26. So just those 600ths of a second, scratching the neck or something, saying, really? When someone asks a question, it's such a tight battle. So Shenton and Smith so close together. They come off the turn. They are pulling well clear of Starbuck and Wilson. So this is a good one for the moment. But Emerson McAndrew Uren in 5th position is trying to get on terms with Zach and Callum, 3rd and 4th place. There's still plenty of time for that battle to shake up. Josh Smith still working the long game strategy. Might not be the most exciting duel of the day to watch between these two, but they are doing what they need to do to get themselves into a comfortable position, ready for the real race challenge. They want to work with each other. They want to build the gap. You do sense that Joshua Smith may have a trick or two up his sleeve that he's keeping in reserve for the final, but certainly the way things currently stand, he wants to make sure he is in front of a very strong performer. So this is going to be interesting between Starbuck and Wilson as we count back the 4 seconds back to them. But now the Honda Cadet race really stepping up, and it's 2x2 hurrah around the circuit at this moment in time. As you've got Sheldon there together, oh, sorry, Shenton and Smith, I should say, sorry. Starbuck and Wilson, then McAndrew, Uren and Breen. Then a bit of a gap, then Schulz, then a bit more of a gap, then Kitely versus Wheeldon. So it's not quite 2x2 hurrah for the whole grid, but certainly quite close to that as the competitors continue to run forward at the far end of the field. Just 9 of them out there, but I tell you what, the racing's still pretty good to watch. Here's Callum Wilson having another crack at Zach Starbuck down the straight. But again, I think he's read the situation quite well there, decided not to go for the overtake just yet. You don't know what's going to happen to the 2 guys up front. They could find themselves battling for the win. There go the leaders, and there is 3rd position. You never know what can happen. Zach Starbuck, 3rd position, Callum Wilson, P4. So a lot of great opportunities and a lot of great race action. And here they come again. Rocco Shenton, a 48.89. So everything going very well indeed as the competitors continue to charge forward. I think those clouds are coming back over the circuit once again. So that heavy rain that I said might be not far away. Hopefully it's going to wait another 6 to 7 minutes or so, because we'd really like to get this race finished before the rain comes down. Certainly for these young Honda Cadet drivers, that will be very scary indeed around a circuit as fast as this one. So Shenton and Smith still just stretching clear. Starbuck and Wilson, 3rd and 4th position. Very close together, a little way back, and for 5th position you've got Emerson McAndrew-Uren, very much improved on the previous couple of races in front of Rory Breen. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren in 5th position. Great to see him doing such a good job. It's always nice to see a new face challenging in the top 5, battling for podiums and race wins, and certainly Emerson McAndrew-Uren doing a great job to fight back into contention. So a good solid effort from the competitors so far. And a warning flag comes out there. That is for Charles Kitely. So again, I'm not entirely sure what Charles Kitely is been pinged for doing. But certainly Charles Kitely, who is currently locked in a duel with Lucy Wheeldon at the back end of the field. Clearly feeling that the officials felt it was just a little bit too rough, a little bit too eager from both drivers. Defensive lines now from the 3rd place man, Zach Starbuck, because I'm fairly sure he's now got it into his head. You know what? They are a mile ahead of us. I don't think we're going to get close enough. So they can now just scrap amongst themselves for 3rd and hope that the 2 drivers up front have a bit of a ding-dong and it becomes a bit of a problem for them. So there is Zach Starbuck still hanging on in front of the very talented young man Callum Wilson. 4 minutes 42 left on the clock, plus the additional bonus lap. But there is nothing to choose between Rocco Shenton and Josh Smith at the front end of this field. They're going to come together on the main straight once again. They go down the home stretch, and there is nothing in it between these two. Nothing in it at all. It's down into the braking zone for the hairpin. All is going well. But it looks a-okay at the moment for Shenton versus the E-play of Josh Smith. Smith is giving him a little bit of a rub down the back straight, along the Uemitsu and into Derricks. Just a gentle reminder to Rocco Shenton. I'm right with you. Don't even think about laying up. Well, this is quite an astonishing display from the drivers up at the front end of the field. Let's not forget and overlook the performance from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Let's not forget this is his first race weekend. He only got his license on Friday, did Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and he's right up there in 5th position. That is not bad in the Honda Cadet field, which is one of the most competitive categories in karting in this country. So to be in the top 5 of your first race, very, very good indeed. I say first race, he's obviously had the 3 heats leading up to it, but certainly on his first weekend, to be battling his way forward, that is quite remarkable. If he could get a podium out of this, that just shows you the rate of development from Emerson McAndrew-Uren is really quite astonishing. So some good battles for the youngsters out there in Honda Cadet, really putting on a show. 3 minutes 18 plus the additional lap left on the clock. It's kind of settled into a nice gentle lull, this one, but it does threaten the potential for more interesting challenges to come. It's definitely going to be a very tough end to the race, the way things are currently stacked up. But can Smith make his move? Can he get there to get back past Rocco Shenton for the lead of this race and that crucial pole position for this afternoon's final? This Honda Cadet Challenge, part of the TKM Festival weekend. It's all about patience for Joshua Smith. He knows he's got to find the best maneuver. 3rd place, it's still Starbuck versus Wilson. And in 5th place, it is still McAndrew-Uren versus Rory Breen. And I have to say, this is excellent work from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. 5th position, you've got the very talented Rory Breen right underneath him all the way through the weekend. And is Emerson cracking under the pressure? He's not. But Callum Wilson goes into 3rd place there, takes on Zach Starbuck and goes for 3rd position. Now that is again a crucial starting position for this afternoon's final. Great work and a great job so far from the contenders. This is an absolutely thrilling battle that continues on its way. But it's Shenton versus Smith with just over 2 minutes to go. So I would estimate we've got about 3 minutes, I would say probably 3 laps, maybe even 4 laps left of racing, including this one. Callum Wilson still hanging on now, because obviously a very fired up Zach Starbuck is going to be very, very tricky to overhaul, and so the battle will be very, very tight from the get-go. But still, the battles are raging around the circuit here for these positions, as the contenders still know very, very clearly what they want from this race and how difficult it's going to be to get there. So the charge forward is going to continue in earnest we will get some really tense battles from the competitors as they charge forward. So Wilson still trying to hang on to this third place in front of Zach Starbuck. But as they come off the final corner and down the main straight, can Starbuck get the move here on Callum Wilson? Down into turn one. Wilson holds his nerve. Starbuck is right there with him, and he's going to take the opportunity. Tucks out from in the inside line of Stowe, and up the inside again comes Wilson on the switchback. Great racing from both drivers. They really gave us some good scrapping there. A good overtaking move, but a good return to form for Callum Wilson instantaneously. What an absolutely exceptional battle this is so far. A terrific job and a terrific race battle for the drivers in third and fourth place, and a great duel as well for the fifth place drivers, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Rory Breen. If you look in the background, there they are. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren, fifth position in his first race weekend, and on his birthday weekend as well. What a brilliant way to spend it, battling for the honours in the Honda Cadet Challenge during the 2021 Maxxis TKM Festival. Around the outside, still battles between the two drivers for third position. No change, just so you know. Wilson and Starbuck still third and fourth in that order, as Rocco Shenton tries to pull just the tiniest bit away from Josh Smith. That should effectively end the chance for Josh Smith to go for the victory. But the time has run down to 0, and we have 1 lap remaining, so this is definitely going to be the final lap of the race now, as a big push would genuinely seal this now for Rocco Shenton in front of Joshua Smith. He's kind of hoping that this is going to be the race of truth from his point of view. As moving up the order, I think Starbuck has got into third place permanently now. He has indeed. So Wilson is now down to fourth position. They will continue to battle for the final place on the podium. And Rory Breen has finally managed to get the move done there on Emerson McAndrew-Uren. So it's not quite done yet, but there's still a little way to go. What can Josh Smith do about Rocco Shenton? He may get a final lap challenge here. They come off the turn, and he's definitely gaining ground. Shenton is starting to protect. This is it. Smith's gone around the outside and got him. Josh Smith on the final lap snatches the win away from Rocco Shenton. Talk about timing. Excellent work from Josh Smith. He takes the win and pole position in the final later. Excellent final gasp there from Josh Smith. He gets it done in beautiful style from Rocco Shenton. He can't quite believe it. Third position will go the way of Zach Starbuck in front of Callum Wilson. Just hangs on in there. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren, he does snatch fifth position on the final lap. He manages to catch it back from Rory Breen. What a fabulous final lap for the birthday boy. Terrific stuff, absolutely terrific. And he's actually wearing Aston McAndrew-Uren's helmet this weekend as well. What a great debut this is turning into for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He could end up on the podium with this. Josh Smith and Rocco Shenton on the front row then for the starting grid for the final later. Zach Starbuck third place from Callum Wilson. Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Rory Breen from Jake Schulz, Lucy Wilden and Charles Kitely. Sebastiano Tizeo sadly not taking up the start. There is one race to go before the finals, and that is the Senior O-Plate pre-final. So it's up to Joseph Reeves-Smith alongside Lee Whittingham on the front row of this starting grid. This is where most of the action has been kicking off over the course of racing. This was the most exciting of the Heat 3 races earlier on today, and it's almost certainly where the most rip-roaring and tenacious of drivers are going to be ploughing their craft out on the circuit here. The Senior O-Plate, a very tough competition indeed here at Kimbolton. And we'll get to see some stunning performances from some absolutely exceptional race drivers here in the Senior O-Plate pre-final. And what a grid of competitors it's going to see as well. 30 drivers, all bidding for the top spot. Joe Reeves-Smith and Lee Whittingham from Lewis Wadley and Aaron Lask Louis Bevan and Scott Smith from Jack Dan and James Barty. Chris Whitten and Theo Hesketh from Archie Strong and Adam Sparrow. Jack Saunders and Joe Fowler from Alex Page and Harvey Roth. Joe Stockford, Spencer Lane, Zach Bowen, Josh Reistrick, Sam Johns, Charlie Savage, Will Day, Isaac Marsh, Megan Lawson, Theo Tibbetts, Stephen Cumbers, James Whitaker, and then Ben and Ashton Cox. So it's definitely going to be a scintillating race, this one, the O-Plate Senior Pre-Final. This is the race that will set the grid for this afternoon's Senior O-Plate, and that is the race that everybody is talking about here this weekend. It's going to be a rip-roaring battle, and looks as though the rain is in the air. It's not on the track yet, but it's definitely starting to threaten over the circuit as well. So let's see what happens. It's a false start straight away. Well, that was a very early call, but it's clearly not the start that they wanted off the final turn, as if the tension wasn't unbearable enough. We've certainly got some more now to play with. But this is going to be a very tricky and very treacherous race battle that we have on our hands here, as the Senior O-Plate Pre-Final will give us so many contenders for the win. Reeve Smith is going to be at the sharp end. Whittingham is going to be fighting for the win. Wadley will be strong. Lask has been ever consistent and solid. Bevan's been a big tiger fighter through the field. Smith has done a good job. There's some big names down the field here, don't forget. Hesketh is down. Whitten is down. Sparrow is down. Fowler is down. Spencer Lane charged forward earlier. Zach Bowen is down the field. So there's a lot of drivers who could make the play here up at the front end of the field. This pre-final has got an awful lot in the dynamics of it, but we're going to see a totally exceptional race now, as the drivers will continue to charge their way forward. They come off the final turn and onto the main straight. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are! Oh, we're going for Joe Reeve Smith. A great start from the 93 of Aaron Lask. He's going to try and pull alongside Whittingham. They actually bang wheels initially. Now they come through the hairpin, A-OK. But Reeve Smith has the advantage. He leads the way. And is that through into second place for the 98 of Lewis Wadley? Yes, it is. Wadley's through into second. And the field spits its way through to Derricks for the first time. Everybody keeping themselves nice and tight together as they head up towards Dan Weldon. But it's a cracking start on the main straight. No worries at all for Joe Reeve Smith into TKM. And then they come into the flat-out left at Kestrel. Into the hairpin, and that's a big bold lunge for third position on the inside. The 93 gets through. That is Aaron Lask. So they come across the line, and it's Reeve Smith from Wadley, Lask, Smith, Whittingham, Barty, Bevan, Hesketh, Sparrow, Dan, Strong, Roth, and Whitten. And up the inside into the snow corner. That is a big problem for Whittingham. He's going to fall down the order there, down behind Scott Smith, I think that is, in the 37. So Smith is down the order, but then even more problems for Whittingham, who drops to 7th place now. Timothy Bolt says, fingers crossed that the weather holds off, because it's definitely looking pretty ominous at the moment up in the sky. Very tricky conditions definitely set for this final later on. But it's going to be a question of whether it will be wet or whether it will be dry. Only the guys in the skies know the answer to that one. But this is the chance now for Reeve Smith to fend off from Lewis Wadley. Wadley wants to get stuck in and go for it. Lask is there in third place. 4th position for James Barty in front of Louis Bevan and Scott Smith. Whittingham down to 7th. What about the other progress and the big names in this one? Well, Joe Fowler is up to 14th. Joe Stockford is actually in 13th place as well. Spencer Lane is 16th at present. Zach Bowen is up to 18th. I'm afraid there's not been a massive launch forward from a few of the drivers. Adam Sparrow, though, has worked his way up to 9th position. So Sparrow is still trying to tick them off one by one, but that spin earlier on has definitely hurt his chances. He's now got to dig deep and find something special. He's currently battling away, incidentally, with Theo Hesketh. As into turn 1, we've got an overtake. That is Bevan. Bevan gets the move on James Barty. So Louis Bevan is up into 4th position now, as Joe Reeve Smith still soaking up all the pressure and tension from Lewis Wadley. And there's a big charge to come up alongside on the curbs. I think that was, oh, there's a big squabble going on. I think that's Adam Sparrow trying to work his way forward along with Lee Whittingham. And that could end up in tears if they're not careful. They've got to stay out of each other's radar. As they run down the straight, you can see some big names in this field. There's the 28. That is Louis Bevan in front of James Barty. So we're still going to see some great races from them, that's for sure. But the battle continues here at the sharp end of this Senior O-Plate pre-final. Still 9 minutes and a lap left of this. So the battle is definitely getting pretty intense here. But Joe Reeve-Smith is hanging on in front of Lewis Wadley. Here's the move from further back. That's Whittingham on Smith. So Lee Whittingham gets through into the position past Scott Smith. And that definitely helps out his course. That will move him a little step closer to the front end of the field. That's going to put Whittingham up into 6th place now. Adam Sparrow, incidentally, is trying to work his way past Harvey Roth. I actually think he's done it, looking at that. And there's Smith back on the inside of Whittingham again. Side by side comes Harvey Roth, 63, and then it's Adam Sparrow in behind him. So, in fact, it was still those two drivers battling for position. They haven't been able to make progress, sadly. Certainly not yet, anyway, but there's a good chance of it later. Reeve-Smith in front of Wadley. 3rd place, that is Aaron Lask. Always has been able to find himself into a strong position through the course of racing here. Never easy to keep it on the straight and narrow and keep the starter motors going through this very, very competitive pace. Reeve-Smith still there in front of Lewis Wadley. 2nd position, 3rd place as they come onto the main straight. The 93 of Aaron Lask. Aaron Lask is trying to work his way forward. Jack Ransom writes on the social media feed, "Go on, JRS." He clearly wants Joseph Reeve-Smith to hold off this freight train. And what a freight train it is up at the front end of the field. Reeve-Smith, Wadley. Then you got Lusk, Bevan, Barty, and then a gap back to Whittingham in 6th ahead of Harvey Roth and Scott Smith. Harvey Roth has made up 9 places on the starting grid. So doing an excellent job to return to form, Harvey Roth. Still a long way to go. They come into Kestrel and then up towards the hairpin at Kimbolton. But as you can see, Lee Whittingham is down the order from where he wants to be. A big lunge on the inside. That is for Theo Hesketh to get through on Scott Smith, I think. So they are going to battle away for 8th position. Sparrow managed to get the move on Scott Smith there as well. So Sparrow is hunting his way back forward. A 9th place start would be very strong and very popular in that pack at the moment. To be honest, any of the carts that are starting on the inside line have a good chance, but rarely ever a guaranteed chance of victory. Well, we are on the verge of a very exciting few laps to end this pre-final. 6 minutes and 20 on the clock, plus the additional lap. A lot still to play for in this one. Into the braking zone for the hairpin, back on the power. And along the hind straight. Is Joseph Reeve-Smith going to be able to hold off the attentions of Lewis Wadley? Wadley has a think about it, doesn't want to go for the overtaking move. He wants to play the long game. There's still a fair way to go in this one. 3rd position, the 93 of Aaron Lask. 4th place, well, that is obviously going to be still Louis Bevan. And then Barty is there in 5th position, trying to chase them all down. James Barty looking very, very strong. On to the main straight again. And so far, so good for Joe Reeve-Smith. But this is a long race still. There's another 5.5 minutes left of this, plus the additional lap on top. So trying to sustain this kind of pace and trying to sustain this kind of advantage over very fired up Lewis Wadley. And you really have earned the plaudits for doing so. He's not going to make life easy for anyone. It's Lewis Wadley. He's a hard racer, but a very fair one. But Joseph Reeve-Smith continuing to hold his nerve here. 37. Still a tough challenge for Scott Smith to get himself back into the action. Smith is down to about 13th now, I think, having just been passed by Joe Fowler. And Adam Sparrow is the car in front as well. So even Zach Bowen has now got past Scott Smith as well, so that puts him up at the 12th position. Sometimes it doesn't rain, but it definitely pours over a driver. So there's a few drivers that are down and out as a result of that. Here they come again. Joe Reeve-Smith in front of Lewis Wadley. Bevan is there in 3rd position, trying to make his bid on the inside line. Is this going to be a late lunge from Bevan? You had to think about that. Lask is there still 4th. Barty still 5th. Then you've got Roth. Then there is, of course, the 7th position man, Hesketh, and Whittingham, Fowler, and Sparrow. A lot of drivers in that top 10 who really, really want to be a little further up, so they're going to have to push each other to go through the field a little bit more creatively this time. But this is definitely going to be tough for Joe Reeve-Smith to sustain. You've got 5 drivers all in the mix here. Reeve-Smith, Wadley, Bevan, Lask, Barty, and up the inside, that is the move from Bevan. So Bevan gets in a second position. That's a crucial overtake. Gives Reeve Smith a bit of a breather. Wadley getting straight back up the inside. And no resistance from Bevan. He holds on for a brief moment, then has to fall back behind the third place man, Aaron Lask. What a charge that was. And Bevan driving very solidly there as well to make sure that he was not run off the road there by Lewis Wadley, but also very good sportsmanship from Wadley to allow there to be another space for Louis Bevan to catch his kart again. Another lesser driver might have made sure they were offline onto some grass with very little barriers around them, but that was well read. It's up the inside now. That is the overtaking move from Barty to get past Louis Bevan. Just to add insult to injury, Bevan is now down in 5th position. Closing stages of the race, but Bevan is now all over the back of Barty. He wants another piece of it. But Wadley is now the man to try and take on after the attack of Joe Reeve Smith. So Joe Reeve Smith still having a very solid race in the lead. Left, right through Derricks, back on the power, blip left. And then it is going to be a short charge to Dan Weldon corner. This is an absolutely fabulous run. Scott Jeffs writes, head down, Joe. Don't worry about what's going on behind. It's all about getting the focus and getting into that metronomic rhythm that will serve you well in the end. So Joe Reeve Smith ahead of Wadley, Lask, then it is Barty and Bevan. 6th position, that is Theo Hesketh now. He's got past Harvey Roth. And not far away, you've got the likes of Whittingham, Fowler and Sparrow all in the mix there. So that's definitely going to be a pretty tasty end to the race, as ganging up on their other opponents is usually the hallmark of excellence, but on this occasion, Sparrow's actually working with rival driver Joe Fowler as they try and tow their way up to the back of the drivers in the top 8 so that they can go for at least a solid result. That's a perfectly legal and useful tactic. Nothing wrong with that one as well, guys. But it would be absolutely sensational to see if Joe Reeve Smith can hang on to this after all the pressure he's soaked up so far in this heat. It's not as if he's been able to get into the kart and get away scot-free. He's really had to be quite patient with himself, look after the throttle, look after the engines, look after the brakes, make sure that nothing is twitching that shouldn't be, just keep yourself in the hunt and stay box fresh for when racing for real came back. That was his attitude during COVID, and I tell you what, he has been absolutely phenomenal since he has taken the lead of this race now, and has led for most of it. Joe Reeve Smith just needs to hang on in front of Wadley, but Wadley looks very fired up indeed. Into Kimbolton corner, and we've got just over a minute to go. So by my calculations, this is 3 laps left. And now Joe Reeve Smith is actually tapping his helmet to Wadley. Don't try and overtake me, man. We've got to get away from Barty. Barty's up to 3rd place now. So Joe Reeve Smith taps his helmet. Come on, Wadley, work with him. That'll be one of the least favourite sights Louis Wadley has ever seen. I don't know, depending on his glass half full mentality. Maybe it's even better that he's there in 3rd position now, Barty, because he's going to have a perfect starting position for the final. But Barty will still want to get the best possible opportunity from the start of the grid. So is there going to be a lunge from Sparrow? Not yet. Still being held to his nerve by one of the senior road plate drivers, Lewis Wadley. He's doing such a good job. Now here we go again as Reeve Smith is now squeezing Wadley. The roles are reversed. And it's going to be a very, very tough battle as they continue to hop over curbs and whatever to push themselves to the limit. Reeve Smith is your leader. Wadley 2nd. Who's going to blink first? Looks like Lewis Wadley may have a chance of this as they come through Dan Weldon corner, up the TKM straight. The rain is definitely held off for the moment, so that's good news for everybody concerned. The time has run down to 0, though, so now it's up to Lewis Wadley. They've got about 0.8 of a second on Lask, so they really cannot afford to wait around anymore. Here we go, last lap, and it's all about what Wadley can do versus Reeve Smith, side by side. Reeve Smith moves to cover. What can he do on the switchback maneuver? The 98 Lewis Wadley is trying his best to overhaul Joseph Reeve Smith right to the bitter end. They come through Derricks, back on the power, and up towards Dan Weldon. You've got to nail both these corners, absolutely spot on. It's not a hairpin. So out of the final turn, it is looking very, very strong indeed for Joe Reeve-Smith to hang on to the pole position. Is there one final gasp effort off the final turn? Well, there might be, but it's not from the second place man, Lewis Wadley. Checkered flag, just finishes ahead of Lewis Wadley as Wadley gets a great final turn to come off the acceleration of that corner, but Joe Reeve-Smith just hangs on in front of Lewis Wadley. Third position for Aaron Lask from James Barty and Louis Bevan, Theo Hesketh and Harvey Roth from Lee Whittingham and Joe Fowler, Adam Sparrow and Alex Page, Zach Bowen and Spencer Lane from Chris Whitten, and then it is Scott Smith, Sam Johns ahead of Jack Saunders, Charlie Savage and Jack Dan, Theo Tibbetts and Joe Stockford, Josh Raystrick, Archie Strong, Will Day, Megan Lawson, Stephen Cumbers and Ben Cox. The retirements from the race, Isaac Marsh, James Whittaker and Adrian Cox after a very tricky race. So the competitors are getting themselves ready for the start of the finals. That will be next here at Kimbolton for the 2021 Maxxis TKM Festival. It's definitely going to bring a few surprises to the table. We'll see some excellent races this afternoon. Going to take a short pause to give the marshals a bit of a breather because they have been working very hard indeed all weekend. But when they come back, and when we come back, it's showtime. It's time for the big races to come up. The grand finals here at the 2021 Maxxis TKM Festival, when we will play out with the Honda Cadet Challenge. And then we will, of course, have the O-Plate for Junior and TKM Extreme. And the TKM Festival race itself for the Clubman Classic, for the Juniors, and for the TKM Extreme. A few minutes will pass, and then we'll be back in the action. So this is the race that the Junior Festival finalists have been waiting for. The winner of this race will join an incredible Hall of Fame of drivers as winners of the Junior TKM Festival. It's a tough race, this one, a very tough battle. But there are so many great racers that have come through here in the past and have done a genuinely exceptional job over the years and been absolutely astonishing, absolutely exceptional all the way through. But the Junior TKM drivers have been phenomenal over the course of the season. Last year's king of the Junior TKM was obviously Alistair Cresswell, and he did an absolutely fantastic job in the club races over the course of last year. But it's been a while since the TKM Festival has been able, of course, to compete. Now we get the opportunity to showcase it in fantastic style. It is now time for the first Junior TKM Festival this decade. Last year, COVID saw to that. But we are back, and we are racing in fine, fine style. It's definitely going to be an exceptional performance from our competitors as they go ready to race. Aditya Kulkarni will line up pole position for the junior final from Alfie Garford. Leon Frost and Leo Robinson on the second row from Joe Cheek and Luke Bate. Luke Woodward and Ollie Rands from Yen Calichurn and Freya Woodall. Jake Cox and Charlie Gromit from Jake Humphrey and Harley Mason. Luke Jarman and Theo Jackson from William Tilden Bloom and Elliot Norton. Jacob O'Neill and Patrick Leaf. The last man in is Charlie King. This is definitely going to be a tough race. There's no two ways about it. The drivers will be giving it absolutely everything they have, as we have such a competitive grid of drivers in the juniors in 2021. And there have been some absolutely exceptional displays over the years from some incredible drivers. And we're going to see some wonderful displays from competitors over the year. Who's going to join the Junior Festival winners from the past? There have been some absolutely sensational competitors over the years. Chris Petto, Andrew Taylor, Steve Williams, Adam Palethorpe, Sean Carter, Kyle Chesterman, Josh Mulholland, Nick Smith, Daniel Butcher-Lord, Jack Gover, Luke Cooper, Lee Harrison, Oliver Hodgson, Sophie Lank, Ryan Gray, Keaton Ford, Aaron Mills, Joe Taylor, Kurt Roberts, Lucas Sullivan, Joan Francis Jones, William Baxter, Theo Tibbetts. They've all been incredible racers to have won the Junior Festival since 1997. Now it is time for the next driver to take up that mantle. Nobody has ever won the Junior TKM Festival twice, and obviously puts a massive amount of pressure on all of the drivers to get their first win in the mark. We are going to get a brand new winner, whatever happens. But who is going to join the likes of Lank, Gray, Ford, Mills, Taylor, Roberts, Sullivan, Francis Jones, Baxter and Tibbetts in the mix? A bit of a slow start, actually, for one of the drivers in the field. That's the 56 getting held up there on the way out. That's William Tilden Bloom. And it looks as though, very nearly a non-start, but for Elliot Norton, he does manage to get the kart started. So now it's going to be a tough one, a very tough one to decide. The Junior Festival Final is finally upon us, and this is the first of our big 6 races today. The winner of this can join the Hall of Fame of the Junior TKM Festival winners. There have been some very incredible drivers over the years to have won that title. And I've had some amazing days commentating on all of the junior finalists as they have got themselves together. False starts, the drivers forced that issue. But over the years since I've been in this field, it's been absolutely exceptional. This is the race that they all want to win. And just in my time, we've seen some incredible race winners of the Junior TKM Festival. Keaton Ford in 2012, Aaron Mills in 2013, Joe Taylor in 2014, Kurt Roberts in 2015, Lucas Sullivan in 2016, Joan Francis Jones in 2017, Will Baxter in 2018, and Theo Tibbetts in 2019. Now it is time to figure out who's going to get the job done in a fantastic, fantastic battle in the Junior Festival. So now we're going to see some absolutely exceptional performances from the competitors as they race for supremacy in the Junior Festival. Aditya Kulkarni pole position, Garford second from Frost, Robinson, Cheek, Bate, Woodward, Rands, Calichurn and Woodall. Are we racing? No, false start again. A false start again here. The nerves are definitely getting to the drivers as they prepare to go racing once more. Everyone's cheering on their favourite drivers, but their favourite drivers are not getting under speed at the moment because they're all waiting for their ultimate charge to move forward. This is definitely becoming a little bit fever pitch for the drivers. They're getting nervous out there as they want to get up to speed and they want to get racing. But this is another false start. So hopefully this time, when they come around, they will get underway. And it started raining. Oh my goodness. Just as we get ready for the start, it has begun to rain again on the circuit. So this could not be more dramatic for the drivers ahead of the Junior Festival Final. 2 false starts, and now it's starting to slowly spit on the circuit. It is raining again. So this is definitely going to be a tough one. Are we going to go racing? Now we are! Let's race in the Junior Festival Final. Kulkarni down to the first corner. A good start so far as they head into turn 1. Is everybody going to get a good start? They do indeed. It's everyone for himself as they come through. Kulkarni leads the way. Garford second. Frost is third and the 70 is fourth. That's Joe Cheek. Some great starts. Garford looking to protect from Frost early doors as the drivers work their way through. A great start though for the man in first position. Aditya Kulkarni has actually got a few kart lengths on Alfie Garford from the start. So a terrific getaway as drivers are really starting to put the pressure on. And now the drivers will work their way through. Just a little bit of drizzle still in the air. It's not actually properly raining yet. It's just a tiny bit of water that's come down onto the circuit. Not enough to really worry the drivers. But at the end of the first lap, it is Aditya Kulkarni who leads from Alfie Garford, Leon Frost, Joe Cheek, Leo Robinson and Luke Woodward. In 7th place is Rands. And then it's Bate, Calichurn, Woodall, Cox, Mason, Gromit, Jarman, Tildenbloom, King, O'Neill, Norton, Humphrey, Leaf and Theo Jackson. A very tough race, this one. It's one of the toughest to win, and Frost has already got a warning flag. Goodness me, they clearly felt that his misdemeanor on the first lap was just a little bit cheeky. So Leon Frost has been given a warning flag before we're even at the end of lap 2. So the man running in third position has got to be very careful. Doesn't want to get himself into hot water here. So now the drivers continue to work their magic onto the main straight. Aditya Kulkarni is looking good to add his name to the winners list. But Alfie Garford and Leon Frost are going to push him all the way. Garford's actually pushing a little bit quicker now at the end of the second lap and trying to charge forward. There's the 95 of Luke Bates as he tries to work his way further forward. But watch for Alfie Garford. This is getting very interesting from his point of view. He's having a really solid run at the moment. As the battle continues, Kulkarni is trying to hold Garford at bay. Leon Frost is in the mix there as well in third position. This could be anybody's race. We've got such a long one, this one. 14 minutes plus the additional lap. Here comes Garford, goes for the lead in the hairpin, and he takes the lead away from Aditya Kulkarni, and the door's still open for Frosty, but he shuts the door quickly. So Leon Frost is not able to get into second place. They charge forward, but it's okay. As Garford is now the leader of the Junior Festival Final. Kulkarni is there in second. Frost is third from Cheek, Robinson, Woodward, Rands, Bate and Calichurn. But Leo Robinson is the man who sets the fastest lap of 43.76. But do not count out Kulkarni. He really is looking fired up in this one, even though he's down to second. And Alfie Garford has taken the lead from him. This one could rumble on. So now the drivers still giving it plenty of suspense and drama out there as they run through on this first lap of the next phase of the race. Those first 2 or 3 laps really start to give you a chance to settle into a rhythm. But now the teammates are working together. They're going to storm past Garford, and Kulkarni is going to take the lead here. So Aditya Kulkarni leads, but Garford is straight back on the exit. Garford takes the lead back again. Don't even think about it. I am going to get this win if it's the last thing I do this weekend, says Alfie Garford, and it could well be. Pushes hard. Aditya Kulkarni running in second place. Drops back a little bit as a result of that little switchback maneuver. But Frost and Robinson are there as well. The TWM teammates trying to work their way further forward. But the problem is this is not a team sport in that sense. You cannot score points for your team. You can't take a team victory. There's no team trophy. It's all about the drivers, and it's every man for himself once you're out there. Frost is working with Kulkarni to close up on Garford. And that has definitely cut the gap in half. So now Garford has about a length on Kulkarni and Frost. Robinson's still there in P4. Joe Cheek, 5th position, looking for his own move, as Ollie Rands has worked his way forward up past Luke Woodward. Then it's Luke Bate, Freya Woodall, and Harley Mason in the top 10. Yehan Calichurn is doing a reasonable job in 11th place from Jake Cox and Charlie Gromit. Luke Jarman, Charlie King, Elliot Norton, Jacob O'Neill, Patrick Leaf, William Tildenbloom, Jake Humphrey, and Theo Jackson. Here's the move from Aditya Kulkarni into the lead. Good overtake. But Garford is straight back on the exit. You need to shut that one down. He does. But he's still going for the move as Alfie Garford on the inside line again. And that is perfect. Absolutely perfect from Alfie Garford. So no worries at all there to get the lead back from Aditya Kulkarni almost as soon as he lost it to him. A 43.66, the fastest lap of the race from Aditya Kulkarni. But this is going to be such a tough battle all the way through to the finish of this race. Double right apex of Dan Weldon corner. TKM straight. Get the cart lined up. Ready for the square left. Kestrel. Laser straight. Up to the hairpin. Kimbolton corner. Onto the Heinz straight. And Alfie Garford trying to settle into a rhythm that could be enough to win him the whole thing. He's just got to try and keep the form and try and keep the pace through as much as he can. So Garford is still leading. Kulkarni is right in behind. Alfie Garford and Aditya Kulkarni still very, very tight as they come through. Derek's a long way to go in this race. It is the longest race of the weekend for these drivers. 14 minutes plus the additional lap. So it takes a long time to build up to it. You've got to figure out your fitness. You've got to figure out your concentration. You've got to look after the tyres. You've got to preserve the brakes because there's a lot of fast straights, a lot of toes into some heavy braking points. It's not easy to get this place nailed to the mast at all. So Garford leads. Kulkarni is second. Frost is third. Robinson is fourth. When are we going to make a big play for the race lead? That's going to be the interesting one from Aditya Kulkarni. Well, he's already made it a couple of laps ago, but Garford has held him off at every turn. So this is all about hunger for Aditya Kulkarni. He's just got to stay in the fight. He's got to stay with him. These are the kind of techniques and tips that they will have been taking from many, many people over the course of their young careers. You just got to take your time, be patient with it, don't just rush in. And here's the move from Aditya Kulkarni. Times it well and gets into the lead. So well planted from Aditya Kulkarni. And now across the line once again with 7 minutes and 20 on the clock roughly. He has got the advantage. Still the battles rage between teammates, Frost and Robinson. But it's getting very, very exciting for all of the drivers as they continue to charge forward. Garford, big slide into Derricks. Oh my, that is one heck of a move. Alfie Garford completely stabs on it in the inside apex, and Aditya Kulkarni has to bail out of the lead. So it's a good recovery from Alfie Garford. Great overtake. Now we're going to see some spice. We're going to see some big action here. They come off the turn and onto the main straight. Alfie Garford in front of the 32 of Aditya Kulkarni. Is Kulkarni going to make the bid to come through? Into the hairpin and back out on the power once again. So through the action continues. Leon Frost in third position. Leo Robinson is in fourth. And then it is Joe Cheek from Ollie Rands. Seventh place, Luke Bate in front of Luke Woodward, Harley Mason and Freya Woodall, who is there in 10th position. She's still doing a fair job here in the junior final. But down the TKM straight. 6 minutes plus change. We are past half distance now. So it's all going to be about who is going to make the big lunge and when. Kulkarni and Garford have both shown their hands over this race. Kulkarni has a bit of a gap now between himself and his teammates, Frost and Robinson. But if you notice, there's 4 drivers right towards the sharp end, and only 3 of them can get on the podium. Only 1 of them can win the race. So there's still a heck of a lot to play for here. The battle still raging. Aditya Kulkarni sets the fastest lap of 43.42. That's in comparison to Alfie Garford on a 43.5 flat. Nothing in it in terms of raw pace. So Aditya Kulkarni right in behind Alfie Garford. This is going to be a battle of wits to the flag between these two. And we know how it can kick off in the final in the juniors. So it could be anybody's. Still a lot of race to come in this one. Down the straight, up towards turn 1. Are we going to see the big launch from Kulkarni? No, not yet. Picking off the moment, waiting for the chance. Alfie Garford just chopping across. Not going to have that one. So they continue to charge forward. Is there going to be a lunge on the inside? Not quite. Can't quite make that one stick from Leon Frost. Still trying to get his move on Aditya Kulkarni. But Aditya Kulkarni has only one thing on his mind, and that is Alfie Garford in front of him. We've got less than 5 minutes plus the additional bonus lap. So still a fair amount of racecraft to do. And they are 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Garford, Kulkarni, Frost, Robinson. 5th place and a fair way back from them now. Joe Cheek in front of Ollie Rands. But down the home stretch, behind straight and into Stowe corner again. Is this going to be the run on the inside from Kulkarni? No, he can't quite get there. So back on the power through the willows. Right, left, onto the Yamitsu straight. And up towards Derricks. Kulkarni getting very close behind Garford. Getting frustrated as he now tries to get the undercut maneuver off the chicane. Out of Derricks and up towards Dan Weldon. Double apex right-hander, staying very close, but annoyingly for both men, so is Frost and Robinson. A little bit of defensive strategy there needed from Alfie Garford, but when can Kulkarni do the move? There he goes on the inside. Aditya Kulkarni takes the lead with only 3 minutes 40 odd on the clock. And now Garford is going to try and steal it straight back again. Dives, Frost is there as well. Frost is there. Kulkarni holds the cart round the outside, makes sure he doesn't drop to 4th place. So now Kulkarni gestures to his teammate Robinson. Come on, we can get those two. We can get them. We can get them. Meanwhile, Ollie Rands has managed to get into 5th place past Joe Cheek. So that has changed things there again. Oh, Kulkarni and Robinson both get their way past Frost. Has Frost got a problem? Frost's got a problem. Leon Frost is slowing. Oh, Leon Frost. Got damage, I think. But something is very, very wrong indeed with Leon Frost. Now Kulkarni is making his bid. Kulkarni making his bid for Garford. He's got through. And there goes the 30 of Robinson. So Garford is down to 3rd position. But it looked as though Garford's got some kind of issue with the cart. He's slowing. Garford is slowing. It doesn't look like there's rain on the course. I wonder if Garford's just had a problem of some kind, because Frost has got a problem too. In fact, I think is Frost still going, or has he pulled in? Well, Frost went through, but he hasn't come through again, so I think Frost is out of the race. But Garford has suddenly slowed, and he's down to third position. I wonder if he's got a slow puncture, you know. Because, big problems for Garford. Garford is slowing on the home straight. Garford is going to pull off. Oh, Alfie Garford will pull to the pit lane. He's out of the race, and there too is the 46. Garford bails in. Woodward is out. So that's 3 of the big names from this list gone. Luke Woodward is out of it. Leon Frost has dropped back. And now Alfie Garford. Not a drop of rain on the circuit. What a shock. So Alfie Garford is out. So too is Luke Woodward. And so too, out of contention at very least, is Leon Frost. I think Leon Frost has been able to... No, Frost is out. Woodward's out. Charlie King is out. Woodward is gone, and so is Garford. So now it becomes a battle between the teammates, Aditya Kulkarni and Leo Robinson. With 1:20, we'll have to find out what the problem was, but it was definitely mechanical. What a shame. And now the battle for third. Oh, that's the 66 having pulled off. That is Charlie Gromit. So they are dropping like flies in this race. My goodness. All of a sudden, we've just had 3 or 4 karts stop out together on the circuit with no explanation. I'm not sure what it is, but this race has been a real kart killer in the junior final, as Aditya Kulkarni now races with Leo Robinson for the final. And as they come across the line, they've got about 43 seconds left, so I think this is going to be the penultimate lap. It's now or never for Aditya Kulkarni in front of Leo Robinson, and these 2 teammates are going to be absolutely at each other's throats. It's now or never. There's no team orders. Just don't take your teammate out. That's the only word they say in the awnings. But Aditya Kulkarni is hanging on now in front of Leo Robinson, and this is for the victory in the Junior Festival Final. It's now or never. Leo Robinson onto the TKM straight. Kulkarni is defending, trying to back his teammate up. Aditya Kulkarni would so dearly love to win the Junior Festival Final, but it's going to be tough. He knows it. The last lap will begin. No, they're going to get one more lap. They come across the line with 2 seconds left. We get an additional bonus lap. Lucky us. Here comes Robinson up alongside Kulkarni and gets the lead into the Willows. So Leo Robinson takes the lead at a critical moment in the final. A lap and a half to go. Kulkarni throws the kart in through Derricks, right up behind his teammate. And watch out for the 2 men behind. They are catching rapidly. Ollie Rands is getting very close in along with Joe Cheek. There could be a bit of a stormer here. Robinson squeezes his teammate, holds him back. And here comes Kulkarni on the inside line. Runs wide. And still they come again. Robinson's back on it. 1 lap to go in the junior final. It's now or never between these 2. And Ollie Rands is catching the big style. Kulkarni sweeps in under Stone Corner on the inside of the Willows. Retakes the lead. Great run from Kulkarni. And here's Ollie Rands. Ollie Rands is right on it. Into the chicane. Into Derricks. Left and right. And now it's a 4-man scrap for the victory. Anything could happen. Kulkarni, Robinson, Rands, Cheek. Rands has got a chance here for second place at the very minimum. They come down the TKM straight. Kulkarni's trying to back them up. It's now or never. Kimbolton hairpin. Someone's got to try. Rands up the inside of Robinson. Squeezes out. And it's going to be Kulkarni. Aditya Kulkarni wins the final. Brilliant. And what a comeback from Ollie Rands. Second place in the junior final. Leo Robinson third and Joe Cheek in fourth. Drama, intrigue, suspense, and amazing racing. What a fantastic junior final as Aditya Kulkarni joins the likes of Theo Tibbets, Will Baxter, Jon Francis Jones, Lucas Sullivan, Kurt Roberts, Joe Taylor, Aaron Mills, and Keaton Ford as junior final TKM Festival winners. Well done to Aditya Kulkarni. That was absolutely magic. Rands in second from Robertson in third. Joe Cheek in fourth from Luke Bate, Harley Mason, Luke Jarman, Freya Woodall, Jake Cox and Elliot Norton. Jago O'Neill in 11th place in front of Jan Kalichern. Patrick Leaf and Jake Humphrey from Will Tildenbloom and Theo Jackson. What happened to the drivers around them? Retirements galore. Alfie Garford, Charlie Gromit, Luke Woodward, Leon Frost and Charlie King. Big names to retire from the race. There was no rain on the circuit at all. It just looked as though they had mechanical problems. I mean, it's one thing for Lightning to strike once during the race, but to strike 3 or 4 times for some of the big names, that is big drama. We'll have to find out what happened later on. What a shame for Garford, for Frost, for Woodward, and for Charlie King in particular. A great weekend comes to an end for them. Check this out on the last lap. This is a brilliant run as Robinson got the initial run. Kulkarni got the move back in for the lead. Excellent final lap. And what an incredible run from Aditya Kulkarni. He takes the Junior Festival Final. We're not waiting around. The Clubman and Classic Final is up next. Well, the man who starts from pole position, Matthew Cardwell, has had an incredible build-up to this one. Pole position in time qualifying, 3 heats and the win in the pre-final. It's all now down to Matthew Cardwell. Looked at the time during the pre-final that it wasn't going to happen. He lost ground to Craig Summers and fought back beautifully to get the win in wet conditions on slick tyres. Craig Summers has definitely been the closest man to topple Cardwell from the top of the table. And the Precision Racing driver has a great chance to make something of this final if he can just get under the skin of Matthew Cardwell. Sam Baker fighting tooth and nail every single time he comes out onto the circuit. Another top 3 result for Sam Baker in the pre-final. He will want to get the job done here and has a great chance to do it from the inside of row 2. Tom Bird. The bird is the word, and he's been pushing very hard all weekend long. 4th position on the grid. He's got an absolutely exceptional chance here to reach the podium in the Clubman final. Ben Spencer, 5th position on the grid. Plenty of opportunities to reach the final as well. The Birolot chassis has definitely been giving him plenty to do and plenty to say out there. James Yap in his Birolot is going to be one to watch out for. Excellent performance from him so far this weekend and a great run in the 3rd row. Scott Hinton, another driver who could make a massive play for it in 7th position on the grid. I'm loving some of these darts moves, I have to say, in the Clubmans. First Alex Jones, then Scott Hinton. Excellent stuff. Jim Rogers has his own little shapes he can make. Tell you what, don't let these guys go to the nightclub tonight. Otherwise, there could be quite a few new dance moves to sweep TikTok. Good opportunity for Alex Jones to get back in the pack. Watch out for Will Halaki in this one. He had a great chance of a comeback in the pre-final. It didn't quite come together in the end. But that man is lightning when he gets half a chance. Jack Crisp, lining up 11th on the starting grid. Good fight back from him in the pre-final as well after a difficult 3rd heat. There is Ben Packman. He'll be there in position as he tries to fight his way forward. James Arnold, unlucky in the pre-final, but he can find himself back into supremacy in a good race here. Just keeps the momentum flowing. Alongside him on the grid, already in kart, Matt O'Farrell will be the last man in on the Clubman grid. Then comes the classic drivers, supported by the F100 UK Series. Pole position, top kart. The top man, Matt Parker, on the Venom chassis. Looking so good so far this weekend. Alongside him on the grid, Michael Whittaker on the right. And he will be absolutely fantastic. 3rd position on the grid for Richard Sturdy. He's getting himself ready for a push start. Some of the drivers like to push their own karts as they get underway. Declan Shanahan, 4th on the grid in the Classics, and then 5th on the grid will be Alan Woodrow. The entirety of the field all ready to rock and roll then. The Dancing Clubmans are about to make some proper shapes out on the circuit. Matthew Cardwell and Craig Summers from Sam Baker and Tom Bird, Ben Spencer and James Yap, Scott Hinton and Jim Rogers on the grid, Alex Jones and Will Halaki. Then Jack Crisp, Ben Packman, James Arnold and Matt O'Farrell. And then the classic drivers, Matt Parker, Michael Whittaker, Richard Sturdy, Declan Shanahan and Alan Woodrow. 2 races within a race. And you're going to have some excellent and exceptional performances from the drivers here in the TKM Festival Clubman Final and the Classic Final within it as well. Can anyone stop this man? Matthew Cardwell in his ruthless run to victory in every heat and the pre-final and even time qualifying. Can anyone stop him? It's time to find out. They come off the turn. Looks like a good start to me. We're racing! The Clubman Final is underway and Craig Summers already trying to slot himself into the inside line. Good start from Sam Baker, tucked up behind Cardwell. Good aggressive line from Ben Spencer. As they tuck through, he's going to be in third position. No, Craig Summers gets there on the exit of Willows into third place. And it looks as though there's mechanical problems already for Alan Woodrow. Will he be able to continue, or is he going to pull off the road? He does continue on, but I'm not sure how long his race is going to last. Baker is already giving it full guns to Cardwell. He knows that he's got to try and catch and pass him quickly because Cardwell will disappear and hide if he gets half a chance. So Cardwell leads the race, but he does not want Baker to get anywhere near him on this opening tour. If he can start to stretch out a gap, then he's already got a very good chance of wrapping up this race nice and early. So Cardwell, Baker, Summers. Then it's Spencer, Bird, Hinton, Rogers, Jones, Halaki, Yap, Crisp and Arnold. Packman is there next up. Matt Parker doing a great job ahead of Michael Whitaker, Richard Sturdy and Declan Shanahan in the classic class. So still, they race on. Alan Woodrow is still going around at the moment, so hopefully it stays that way. The battle raging with Sam Baker is just doing his best to catch up to Matthew Cardwell, but he just can't quite get close enough. This is the thing, Cardwell just charges out with a few qualifying laps in the early phase of the race, and that's enough to decimate the rest of the field. He just can't quite get close enough to Cardwell, but he needs to. He needs to make good use of this early start. Craig Summers going well in third position. This is all about Sam Baker trying to chip in to Cardwell. He needs to get him nice and early and then back him into the pack. That's the only way, really, that Cardwell is going to be stoppable. But Sam Baker is throwing everything he can at it. But he needed to get him earlier than this, really. He needed to go for a move a bit earlier on in the field. But it's tough to find that opportunistic moment. You're never quite going to get it when you want it either. The opportunity just falls away at exactly the wrong moment. So hopefully the battles will continue. The challenges will roll on. But this is going to be such a tough battle for Craig Summers as well. He's there in third position. He'd quite like to move up another one at least, maybe two, if he can get the chance. Here's Spencer and Bird battling away together. Spencer doing a good job. Bird is not quite close enough to him in the Stowe corner, so they go through the Willows. And still the race rages on, and still the battle continues as Matthew Cardwell, 43.89 with a new fastest lap. This is not looking achievable at the moment for Sam Baker. He could really do with some raindrops out on the circuit now to really change things up. But Craig Summers is there in third position going with them. Only the top three still running well. We've got yellow flags down at the hairpin by the look of it. Not entirely sure what's happened, but we've got a yellow flag there. Someone's pulled off the circuit. That's why. As up the inside, that is a move from Rogers. Rogers gets the run on Bird and gets through into fifth position. We've got a kart stopped down on the circuit. I think that is the 81 of Matt Parker. So Matt Parker is trying to start his kart again, and that is a real shame because Matt Parker was the favourite to win the classic class. So Matt Parker from pole position, and now he's out. What a shame. So Matt Parker is there at the side of the road. You'll probably just about see him as they come through. He's trying to start the kart, but I'm afraid he's had to pull it off the road. So Matt Parker is now out of the race. That is a real shame. So the three leaders come through in fine style. The battle for fourth place is raging. There is Matt Parker sat on the sidelines. Rogers is going for Spencer. Three wide into Stowe corner. Here they come. And up the inside, that is going to be Halaki. Will Halaki gets them both. Excellent bit of racecraft there. So Will Halaki into fourth position. Spencer on the inside of Rogers. Rogers goes late on the brakes and holds the kart through the slide. Well, that retirement from Matt Parker in the final after a brilliant run this weekend, devastating as it is, that now hands the lead of the Classics to Richard Sturdy, and he is having a terrific squabble with Michael Whitaker. So the Classic race is going to go down to the wire by the look of it. And the Classics race is not that far away from the leading pack. That is the 70 of Alex Jones battling away there with Scott Hinton. And there's the 19, Will Halaki, hoping to try and catch up to the leading trio. Fair play to Baker and Summers. They are trying to stay with Cardwell as much as possible. Cardwell not really banging in fastest laps the way he was. Maybe that, or he's just holding it back a little bit, just trying to accelerate when the time is right to move a little bit further forward, which would definitely throw a little bit of a spanner into the works for the guys chasing them down. But so far, so good for Matthew Cardwell. He's been the class of the field in Clubman this weekend. Nothing's been too much for him. Even when he lost the lead briefly in the pre-final in the wet conditions, he's been able to fight his way back and extend a massive lead over Sam Baker in second and Craig Summers in third. And now the two drivers are working their magic. Summers actually got second in the pre-final. Baker was third, but because of the way they've ended up on this starting grid, Baker was the one who got the better start initially from Craig Summers. So is there going to be a chance now for Baker or Summers to get on terms with Cardwell? There's a slow kart in front of them. That is the 72 of Woodrow. So Woodrow gets out of the way. No hesitation there from the classic driver, so fair play to him. But that is an opportunity for Baker, and he can sense it. He's going to try and close up on Cardwell into the first turn. And still Baker throwing everything he can at Matthew Cardwell's rear bumper. Just trying to stay with him here. So easy to let him drift away and just to jog on a pace, especially with the kind of speed that we've seen from Cardwell all weekend long. It's not easy. So he's really got to work his magic and work his pace throughout. But this is definitely not what was written in the cards for the race leader. He didn't want Baker or Summers to be quite so close to him in this final. He wanted to stretch out a lead and disappear, and he's just not been able to do that. So I wonder if Baker has had a trick up his sleeve in terms of tyre pressures. Summers is just trying to stay with them both. A great recovery drive from Will Halaki. He is now in 4th position from having originally started 10th. So Will Halaki still with a chance here, as Matt O'Farrell has retired from the race. So Matt O'Farrell, I'm afraid, is out of the race as well now. He has pulled off in his machine in the Clubman class. So Matt O'Farrell, who was at the back of the field anyway, and who had got some mechanical problems, there was some more, I'm afraid. So his race is now over. Here's Cardwell, Baker and Summers, 1, 2 and 3. Halaki in the background, Rogers there as well with him, 5th place. It's now going to be down to these three to decide the fate of the Clubman final. And there's been some excellent performances from the Clubmans over the years. Only Sam Baker and James Mills have won the final in Clubman before. It's only a fairly recent addition to the festival is the Clubman final. So it's going to be a very interesting finish off to proceedings, as Baker and Mills are looking forward to a fabulous end to their battles. But now we are going to see just how tight it is. Can Cardwell stretch out the gap? He's starting to now. He's really starting to jog on the pace now. He has stepped up the tempo, I've noticed. Fastest first sector of the entire race. Last lap was the fastest lap, 43.68. So now Cardwell is just kicking himself into gear, just pushing on. Baker and Summers are going to struggle to keep up with him at this pace. A bit like when you watch marathon runners, when they start to really kick into tow and they start to really build on their own ability and they really kick themselves up a gear. That is exactly what Cardwell is doing. He knows that Baker and Summers are there. He's been lulling them into a false sense of security for these last 5-6 laps or so, making them think, maybe I can get him, maybe I can get him. Just doing enough to keep the kart in the road at the front end of the field, Cardwell. But now he's really opening it up. The gap has opened up to a second on Sam Baker, and it really doesn't need to be any more than that. But Cardwell is just giving himself the breathing space to not have to worry about Sam Baker. It looks as though we are going to have a third different Clubman winner to join the TKM Roll of Honor. Sam Baker did it in 2018. He's trying to do it again here in second place, of course. James Mills got the job done in 2019. Sadly, he's not racing this year. And last year, of course, we had a dreaded cancellation through COVID-19. However, we're back here this season, and it's up to Matthew Cardwell to finish it off in style. And I have to say, there's not going to be many drivers this weekend who will claim a clean sweep. Matthew Cardwell might be the only driver to get it done. Pole position in time qualifying. Heat 1, win. Heat 2, win. Heat 3, win. Pre-final, win. Can he get it done in the final now as well? So Matthew Cardwell streaking away. The gap has now opened up to 1.4 seconds. Baker's pushing hard. Craig Summers is too, but they just can't deal with the pace. It's just been such a strong weekend for Matthew Cardwell in terms of one-lap speed. Good battle going on further back there, you can see. Jones, Spencer and Bird having a nice little tussle for 6th position. Then you've got in 9th place, that is Scott Hinton in front of Jack Crisp and James Arnold. Ben Packman, look back and here is that squabble. Ready? Avanti! And you've got 3 of them all scrapping away for position now. Alex Jones at the front of it. Spencer is next. Then it's Tom Bird in the 97. So when is Bird going to make his bid on Spencer? You can't just focus on the leaders. There's a great battle going on in the midfield as well. 52 is in there. That is Hinton. So Bird is having his look on the inside of Spencer. Won't go for the big lunge there. So it's not going to be a very easy one to get the overtaking move on someone as talented as Ben Spencer. He's going to hold his nerve. But here comes the move on the inside from Tom Bird into Derricks. Beautiful. That'll do nicely. Thank you very much indeed for the memories. And good night, says Tom Bird. Now he's going to step up the attack and go after Alex Jones. A top 6 finish would be very good indeed for Tom Bird. You can't win them all, but you can certainly push for the maximum. And I think if Tom Bird is right with himself, 6th is about the maximum that he can do with the package there. 22, Jim Rogers is a little bit too far away with the amount of time we've got left. So I think we're going to have to settle for that. Well, possibly if Jim Rogers doesn't keep pushing it that hard and then lose the back end of the kart like that. He was able to get the kart stopped and hold it all together. Now, an interesting dynamic that's building here. Craig Summers has realised that Sam Baker can't keep up with Matthew Cardwell. The gap has opened up to 2.2 seconds now, and Summers thinks, hello, you can't get the win, and neither can I by the look of it, but I can get second, so I'm going for it. And so Sam Baker, former Clubman Festival winner back in 2018, is going to try and shake off Craig Summers in the battle for 2nd place. But Summers is swarming around all over the back of Sam Baker now, with just over a whisker over 2 minutes, plus the additional lap to go. Summers is stepping up the attack. This is where we're going to see some great banter between these two on track. Summers closing up. Very conservative on the brakes, in through the chicane, back out of Derricks, and up on the power again, towards the Dan Weldon double apex. Into the right, follow the kart round. It effectively works like a hairpin, those 2 apexes, which is why it's called Dan Weldon Corner, rather than the Dan Weldon Corners. Out of Kestrel into Kimbolton. Craig Summers getting closer all the time. Down the main straight. Matthew Cardwell's got one hand on the victory trophy for this. However, Craig Summers could still upset the party for Sam Baker in 2nd. And Summers knows he's got a chance of this. Through the right, through the left. Up towards the chicane, down the Imitsu straight. And into Derricks. Still Sam Baker holds the line. Cardwell is a decent 3 seconds or so ahead of them now. But this is going to be very interesting to see if Craig Summers can get Sam Baker rattled here and make his move. Will Halaki is even starting to chip into them as well. So Will Halaki is trying to charge his forward. Sam Baker still holding it from Summers, but he's getting a little bit nervous, a little bit pensive. The last couple of laps of racing now. I think we're going to have 2 laps to go after this one rather than 1 lap to go because of when Cardwell came across the line. I think this is going to be a 20-lap race. Sorry, I think it's going to be a 21-lap race even. But there are 3 drivers now questing over the 2 places on the podium beneath Matthew Cardwell's winning rostrum. Baker's there in 2nd, Summers is there in 3rd, but watch out, boys, because Will Halaki is not done yet. Halaki is still pushing. And the Classics are having an exceptional battle at the moment. Sturdy and Whittaker are having a terrific race for the victory. They've managed to get a lap clear now of Declan Shanahan, but Whittaker versus Sturdy is getting very hectic as they battle for position. They're about a few corners up the road from the lead battle the 2nd place battle, I should say, in the Clubman's race. But Michael Whittaker is ahead of Richard Sturdy. There's Will Halaki. There was only about 0.4 of a second between Whittaker and Sturdy at the line. Shanahan is the other driver in that mix. The timer's ticked down to 0, and look how close Will Halaki has got to Craig Summers. Summers is getting very close to Baker. So there's going to be another lap or so of the battle in the Classics race as well. It's going to be Whittaker versus Sturdy for the victory, but 3 men are going to try and get second place in the Clubman main race final. Final lap begins and Cardwell is well clear. Here's that Classic battle. And we could see that Sturdy is not far away from Whittaker at all, and he's going to have another lap, I think. I don't think Cardwell is going to lap them in time. So that could be a very interesting race battle to the line. Halaki sets the fastest lap. He wants to be on the podium, and he's in the kind of mood where he could charge forward on this final tour. Final lap battles everywhere you look. He's setting up a move on Summers. Summers knows he's there. So this could be the charge forward from Halaki. Summers is protecting. They've got a cart to get past. They get past Shanahan. Can Halaki throw it up the inside in the hairpin? He's going to come from the long way round to streak out. Cardwell gets the victory. Cardwell wins. He gets the Clubman victory. Second for Baker, third for Summers, fourth for Halaki. Excellent race and a great job from Matthew Cardwell. It's a 1-0 as far as he's concerned, but there is still a race going on in the Classics between Whittaker and Sturdy. They are still racing up at Dan Weldon Corner. Here they come. So we want to catch this final lap battle. Sturdy's not giving up. You never know what can happen in this race. So Sturdy is just going to give it one final push to get close to Whittaker. But Michael Whittaker looks like he's going to hang on to this. Matt Parker did his best, but it is going to be a victory in the end for Michael Whittaker. He beats Richard Sturdy over the line. Third will be Declan Shanahan. Matthew Cardwell takes the win overall, though, from Sam Baker and Craig Summers, Will Halaki and Jim Rogers, Alex Jones, Tom Bird, Ben Spencer and James Arnold from Scott Hinton, Jack Crisp, James Yap and Ben Packman. Michael Whittaker wins the Classic race from Richard Sturdy, and then it is Declan Shanahan a lap down. Alan Woodrow is fourth place in the class, and then only Matt O'Farrell and the favourite for the Classic race, Matt Parker, retiring from the race. Matt Parker on lap 2 was out of the race with a mechanical problem. What a shame for him. He was looking so good coming into this one. But it's a great finish for Matthew Cardwell. Dominates the weekend, undisputed and unbeaten here in the TKM Festival. Excellent racecraft all the way through. And now we get even more of that as we get ready for the Extreme Festival Final. Get ready. This is definitely going to be one of the most action-packed races you'd ever wish to see in TKM Extreme. Adam Sparrow from pole position. A great chance to make this race his own. Matthew Allnut, second position for him, and with a great chance to topple the apple cart for the number 1. Scott Smith, third position. Always a factor in these races. A great chance to make the victory his. Kai Springfield, never count out the Jade driver. Always with a chance of a top spot. Spencer Lane, what a fight back in the previous race. The only man on slicks other than Gareth Haynes. Sixth position for Lee Harrison. Good run from him and an excellent opportunity there. Seventh on the grid, Elio D'Alessandro. Great work from the Italian star. And there's an opportunity for him to get on the podium. And well done to Jasmine Bullock. She deserves her place in 8th position on the grid after an epic fight in the pre-final. Good chance for her to make the top 6. Brad Peck, a good run from him in the pre-final before this one. 9th on the grid for him. Kian Bennett, 10th position. A great chance for him as he makes progress. Ben Davis, 11th on the grid. Who knows what he could deliver in this one. There's all sorts of opportunities for him. 12th place on the grid, Sam Chittick. And expect a lot of excitement from him. 13th on the grid, Alex Tuzeo on the Gillard chassis. Alongside him on the grid, Thomas Shaw in the Alonso kart with the Tony Kart chassis. Jack Saunders on the Talco will run from the 8th row of the starting grid. Alongside him will be Tom Johnson on the ARC. Harrison Williams will be there on the 9th row of the starting grid. Expect some big things for him. 19th on the grid, but beside him, Michael Cornell is definitely going to be charging his way through the field after a difficult pre-final. He only lines up 20th for this one. Thomas Warner charging through for the Autistics in Motorsport Brigade. And he'll be there alongside on the grid, the number 10, Archie Strong. Expect the unexpected from Archie Strong. There's Maria Bright. She's been trying to fight her way back into contention. alongside Sam Grogan on the grid. Charlie Flynn is in the mix there as well, as he lines up on the 12th row of the grid. Beside him will be Charles Machin. So Charles Machin there into position. Alex Lemon getting himself ready for a push start. Sean Abbott is going to be one to keep an eye on as well as he tries to make progress through from the lower end of the field. Charlie Gaillard, unfortunate in the pre-final. James Mills, likewise, never really got the pace he wanted from the pre-final. Watch out for the number 20 of Gareth Haynes, though. He would really have liked a similar situation to what we saw in the pre-final from him, but only for it to finish in fine style. James Buckingham towards the back end of the field as well. Doesn't look like we're going to see the 93 of Aaron Lask or Will Lakin in the field for this one either. Don't see either driver making their way out to the grid for this one. 14 minutes plus the additional lap. This is definitely going to be a tough one to win. Adam Sparrow and Matthew Walnut from Scott Smith and Kai Springfield. Spencer Lane, Lee Harrison, Elio D'Alessandro and Jasmine Bullock. Brad Peck and Kian Bennett from Ben Davis and Sam Chittick. Alex DeZeo and Thomas Shaw from Jack Saunders and Tom Johnson. Harrison Williams, Michael Cornell charging through. Thomas Warner and Archie Strong. Sam Grogan and Maria Bright. Charlie Flynn and Charles Machin. Sean Abbott and Alex Lemon. Charlie Gaillard and James Mills. Charlie Whitehouse, James Buckingham and Gareth Haynes. We might not have a start from Aaron Lask or Will Lakin. It's going to be a very, very tough battle, this one. From all at Autism and Motorsports, good luck to Thomas Warner, to Jasmine Bullock, and to Adam Sparrow. It's going to be a very exciting race for them as they continue to battle around the course for the circuit. We are in for a very, very tough race. And the drivers know just what's at stake. The green light goes off at the end of the pit lane. Time to battle for glory. And you're definitely going to see some of that. Excellent stuff for the contenders, as the racing will be very, very fast indeed in this TKM Extreme Festival Final. Once again, there is a whole host of drivers that can call themselves winners in this final, and they will want to be amongst them. Mark Hunt, Kevin Sale, Josh Thompson, Chris Pedo, Rob Weldon, Jeff Smith in 2002 and 3, James Holman, Alex Bowen, Randall Lynn, Simon Verco, Sam Brown, Rory Mowbray, Randall Lynn, Joe Forsdyke, Ross Darlington, Thomas McMurray, Joe Forsdyke in 2011 and 14, in fact. Rowan Reed, Alex Reese, Charlie Bingham, Charlie Machin, and Sebastian Hutchinson. Who's going to be next? We'll find out as the drivers come through. Out of the final turn. And we will find out who's going to be at the top of the Extreme Festival Final. Let's see, is it going to be a red start? No, it's not. False start, false start. So a false start from the TKM Extremes. So the winners of the Senior Elite in the past, of course, have been Ryan Ferner, Alex Bowen, Ryan Cole from 04 to 06, Dan Graham and David Eden, Gary Henderson-Curl, Joe Porter in 2010 and 11, Phil Smith, Toby Sowery, James Ogden, Ryan Cole in 2015 and 16, Bradley White, Dean Hale, and Adam Sparrow won it in 2019. He's on pole position for this one. It's going to be very interesting to see who ends up in the position to challenge at the top spot right from the start. You can see the fans there getting ready, the ones that are allowed to be here, most of course from the different teams that are there. But it is time for racing in the TKM Extreme Festival Final. Adam Sparrow, Matthew Walnut, Scott Smith, Springfield, Lane, Harrison, D'Alessandro, Bullock, Peck and Bennett. Watch for the green. We're racing in the TKM Extreme Final. Up to the start, Sparrow gets a good getaway. No problems from Walnut. Springfield trying to come around the outside as they go through Stowe for the first time. Is everybody going to get through? Yes, they do. Through the Willows. Good battle already as the chicane opens up the battle for the drivers in the lower positions. But Sparrow has held his nerve in front of Walnut. Springfield is in third position and the battle is joined as they run through Derricks and up towards Dan Weldon for the first time. It is Sparrow from Walnut, Springfield, Smith, and then in fifth position, that is Spencer Lane. So it's as they were from the start. Springfield having just got past into third position past Scott Smith. That's the only change, but it's not for long. Smith has got through in a third. Gets back past Kai Springfield. So the change doesn't last long very much at all. Back down the main straight into turn one. A very exciting getaway from Adam Sparrow. He will want to add a second Extreme Festival title win to his calendar of trophies. But Springfield and Smith having their great tussle for third position. Still some good runs, though, from Sparrow and all that as they run out in front of the field. Fifth position, that is Spencer Lane, doing a good job in front of Harrison and D'Alessandro. Good luck, says Rob Salter to Elio D'Alessandro, and Alessandro is doing a great job at this moment in time. They come through to the hairpin once again. Sparrow, Allnut, Smith, Springfield, Lane. 78 in there is Lee Harrison. Oh, and that's Gareth Haynes. Not again. Gareth Haynes. Oh, that is so unfortunate. 2 races in a row now, Gareth Haynes with trouble. That is just one of the most miserable outcomes. Gareth Haynes deserved so much more than that. But he is out of the race now. And history will forever show that he didn't get to win this magnificent race that he had such a great chance to in the pre-final. Could have been done. There's Springfield into third on the inside of Scott Smith. Gets the position done. Nice bit of racecraft there. As out in front, it is now Sparrow from Allnut, Springfield, Smith, Lane, and D'Alessandro, who's got past and up into 6th place. Ahead of Davis, ahead of Lee Harrison, then Saunders, Peck, Shaw, Tozeo, Bullock, Machin, Johnson, Chiddock, Bennett, Flynn, Warner, Williams, Cornell, and Strong. So some good battles all the way through this field. And the racecraft is definitely going to be very up-tempo all the way through the field. But Springfield is trying to get on terms with Allnut. Sparrow hasn't really charged away yet. Timothy Bull writes exactly what I was thinking. Good gosh, Gareth. So sad. Could have been his day. Spencer Lane on the inside. Gets up into 4th place. Now Spencer Lane is the other driver who was on slicks in the pre-final and charged his way through to 5th in the end. He could be on the podium. His strategy in that previous race could well have given him the chance to move forward. Meanwhile, there is a warning flag that goes out for Charlie Flynn. As up the inside, that's Springfield on Allnut for 2nd place. So Springfield gets into P2 past Matthew Allnut. So now we've got a race joy. Now we've got an interesting battle on our hands as on to the TKM straight and up towards Kestrel. It is Sparrow, Springfield, Allnut, Lane, Smith, D'Alessandro. An amazing top 6. Is that going to be a move for Lane? Yes, it is. Spencer Lane into 3rd position. So Spencer Lane is really coming alive in this final. He's got a great chance of this. Allnut's back on the inside. Spencer Lane keeps it traveling around the outside. And Spencer Lane hangs on to P3. Well, great drive from Spencer Lane so far. And he is looking good to get onto the podium in the festival final of TKM Extreme. But has he got a chance to move up towards these guys? Sparrow and Springfield now dueling for the lead. Spencer Lane in 3rd position trying to catch them. You've got to feel for Gareth Haynes because Spencer Lane is now there in 3rd position. And he was the other man, other than Gareth Haynes, to be on slick tyres for the pre-final, worked his way forward, and now he's challenging for 3rd position. Imagine where Gareth Haynes would be now if things hadn't gone wrong in the pre-final as Springfield takes the lead. Kai Springfield gets into the lead at Stowe Corner, past the race leader before that, and the reigning victor in the Senior TKM Extreme in the TKM Festival. That is Adam Sparrow. He won the Elite Final in 2019, don't forget. So now they come through once again, battling for supremacy. Just 3 retirements so far. Well, 4 if you count Will Lakin, who hasn't started for a while. Aaron Laskin, James Mills also didn't start the race. And Gareth Haynes is sadly the sole retirement. Totally undeserved. But down the main straight, Sparrow is taking on race leader Kai Springfield. Will he go for the move? Not yet. Spencer Lane is there in 3rd. Allnut is 4th. Is that D'Alessandro moving forward into 5th position? I think it is, yes. Elio D'Alessandro gets up into 5th place. So good move forward from Elio D'Alessandro. Ben Davis is now in 7th place in front of Scott Smith. Oh, no, was, because Ben Davis has now got up into 7th ahead of Lee Harrison. Jack Saunders, Brad Peck, Alex Tozeo, and Thomas Shaw. That's the way it lines up at the moment. But Kai Springfield has got a lot of pressure from Adam Sparrow. We're only just approaching the half-distance point in the race now. And this is so tough. Adam Sparrow with another great chance to work his magic on the inside of Kai Springfield. Springfield holds the line in a hairpin. No problems so far. Springfield still holding the nerve here from Adam Sparrow. Spencer Lane and Matthew Allnut giving chase. Elio D'Alessandro is closing in on them in 5th position. Sparrow trying to get a good undercut run as Kai Springfield gets a little bit scraggly out of the chicane at Derricks into Dan Weldon. Adam Sparrow won't be panicking just yet. He knows that there's a bit of a gap between himself and Spencer Lane. So he's just got to focus on getting past the number 7 of Kai Springfield, but he's got to step it up and he's got to be very careful when he makes that overtaking move. They come off the final turn, and D'Alessandro really is catching up to Allnut now. Into the first corner, no change in the top 5. A couple of drivers still pushing to try and make a move or two into the first corner. A very frustrated battle further back. I think I just saw Charlie Gaillard and Sean Abbott on the main straight having a real dogfight, and Abbott was not happy at all with Charlie Gaillard moving across on him on the main straight as they got to the braking zone. So here is Kai Springfield and Adam Sparrow very close together. Will Sparrow go for the move in the hairpin? Not yet. Still a long way to go. He'd quite like Kai Springfield to do all the work out front and then snatch it from him in the final reckoning. Spencer Lane 3rd. Here's Elio D'Alessandro. He's going to make his bid into 4th position, and he's there. Great run from Elio D'Alessandro with the prancing horse emblazoned on his helmet design. He really is galloping up the order now, and into 4th position goes Elio D'Alessandro. He can now take on Spencer Lane, but Kai Springfield leads the way from Adam Sparrow. So this is not going to be easy for Sparrow to get back into the lead, but conversely, it's also not going to be easy for Kai Springfield to hold him back. So let's see who is going to get the best of it. At the moment, it is still Springfield and Sparrow, 1 and 2. Then it is Spencer Lane ahead of Elio D'Alessandro, Matthew Allnut, Ben Davis, Saunders, Smith, Harrison, Peck, and then it is Alex Tuzeo ahead of Thomas Shaw and Charles Machin. Johnson, Bullock, Cornell, Flynn, Williams, Bennett, Chittock, Abbott, Gaillard, Whitehouse, Strong, Bright, Buckingham, Warner, Lemon and Grogan. And that is all of the field. So they're still battling very hard in here. Adam Sparrow just looking for a way past Kai Springfield. He can't just rush into this. There's still 5.5 minutes to go plus the additional lap. So there's still a lot to do. Meanwhile, Spencer Lane's 3rd position is not looking particularly safe at the moment. Elio D'Alessandro is really hustling him as they come off the turn. We could see a lead change. We could see a 3rd place change. D'Alessandro going for 3rd into the first corner. And D'Alessandro is going to get onto the podium. He does. D'Alessandro now into 3rd place in front of Spencer Lane. And Ben Davis, I think, has gone into 5th position past Matthew Allnut. So Davis is now 5th. Allnut is down to 6th place. But Elio D'Alessandro looking for his best result in Senior TKM Extreme in the 3rd place run for the festival final. Great racing so far from Elio D'Alessandro. Really looking strong here. But Kai Springfield in front of Adam Sparrow. This is going to be a tough race. There's no two ways about that in the closing stages. We've still got 4.5 minutes left of it to play out. And then 3 races to go after this one. Still a lot of drama and a lot of action to unfold here at Kimbolton at the Hunts Kart Racing Club for the Maxxis TKM Festival 2021. And this Extreme Festival final is really giving us plenty of banter. Can Adam Sparrow get back on terms with Kai Springfield and take, if you take away 2020, because obviously we didn't run it in COVID, can he get there to make it back-to-back victories? He won in 2019. We didn't race last year. Can he get it in 2021? Great job so far, though, from Elio D'Alessandro. He really has stepped up to the plate in this final, as has Spencer Lane. Ben Davis is driving beautifully as well in 5th position. So here's Kai Springfield and Adam Sparrow. Just under 4 minutes left, plus the additional lap. And dare I say it, it looks as though rain is not going to intervene for the remainder of the day. That sky is getting clearer. We only had one fairly heavy rain shower all day, and that only lasted about 4 minutes. Spencer Stevenson writes, how has Elio found so much pace? Good on him. You're absolutely right. It's a very pleasant surprise to see D'Alessandro pushing his way to the podium. Great work from the team in terms of the setup of the kart. He feels absolutely planted to the road. He certainly looks it. But now Adam Sparrow is about to become alive. Here we go. 3 minutes plus the additional lap. And Springfield leads the Extreme Festival Final. He must be very happy. Oh, Davis charges through from nowhere. He's got past D'Alessandro and Spencer Lane. So Ben Davis is now looking at third place. Great racing for the third final step of the podium. This is absolutely terrific. So Springfield versus Sparrow, still going well. There's Davis, D'Alessandro and Lane. 6th place Allnut. 7th place Saunders. He's getting close to them now as well. So the racing is really stepping up a notch for third position as Ben Davis snatches his way into third position. Great driving. Now 2 minutes 20 on the clock and the additional lap. That makes it, in my maths, about 4 to 5 laps. We are not far away, and these are quick laps. Don't forget they're pulling 43.20s at this moment in time, the leaders. So 43.2 is about the average lap time. So a very exciting run. The ideal perfect lap is a 42.84, I should point out. And nobody's quite reached that yet. The fastest lap in the race is a 43.1, I think, is the fastest lap we've had from the races so far. Battling away. Oh, 43 zeros. We have had some 43 zeros, to be fair. But this is turning into quite a tough one for the number 1, Sparrow, trying to come around the outside of Springfield. Springfield edges him in the braking zone for defense. Now we're stepping up. Now we're getting some racing. D'Alessandro's back into third, by the way. D'Alessandro's got back past Ben Davis. And now Springfield is defending. Here we go. Time to grab hold of something, because this is where the race is really going to kick on. Davis is back into third past D'Alessandro. The third place battle kicking off as the race win battle is kicking off. Look behind these guys. Davis is now third again. D'Alessandro fourth. Springfield defending for Sparrow. Holding his line in the final hairpin. Sparrow's going to sprint out of the acceleration. They're going to be side by side. Springfield cuts across. 3 laps to go by my money. And this is going to be such a tough battle as Springfield covers Sparrow in the first corner. Up through the willows. Davis is back in third in front of D'Alessandro. Allnut. And down to 7th is Spencer Lane behind Saunders. So Saunders has got through to 6th place. Good run from Jack Saunders to try and get himself into the top 5 here. And he's not far away from that. All he needs to do is pass Matthew Allnut, and he's got there. But Kai Springfield is making his Jade as wide as a Buick at the moment. You can't get through there. You can't go left. You can't go right. Do your worst, Adam Sparrow. I'm ready for you. Sparrow nearly goes right round the outside at Kimbolton hairpin. Springfield forces him to go right round the outside, and he can't make it. Here we go again, round the outside, into turn 1, and Sparrow drifts wide. Puts his hand in the air. Goodness me, Sparrow almost ended up in the tyre barrier. What are you playing at? Kai Springfield holds him at bay, and Adam Sparrow's got to try something else. And now Davis and D'Alessandro are right there for the hunt for the victory as well. Time has run out, a lap and a half to go. Down the TKM straight, into Kestrel. Springfield, Sparrow, Davis, D'Alessandro, all bets are off now. Davis trying to come around the outside. Sparrow launches to the inside of Kai Springfield. Davis has got a good run. Side by side, here they come. Last lap for the final. Springfield's there, round the outside. Sparrow drags him round. And Davis is going to get into the lead. No, he's not. Springfield wants to cover. D'Alessandro goes off. So do Saunders and Sparrow. Allnut and Spencer Lane drift wide. And now the victory is between Kai Springfield and Ben Davis. Disaster for D'Alessandro. He gets going again, but the win is gone. And now it's Kai Springfield versus Ben Davis for the victory. Into Kestrel for the last time. Kai Springfield hanging on to this for dear life. Davis is going to try and out-accelerate him out of Kimbolton, but it's not going to happen. To the line, it's going to be Springfield. Kai Springfield wins the final. Davis is second. Sparrow is third. Oh my goodness. What a final. Stunning to the line. So much drama. What a phenomenal final lap it was again. And the TKM Extreme Festival Final goes right to the wire. Kai Springfield holds on. There might be some words about that one afterwards. But Kai Springfield's defense is nothing short of ruthless. Springfield wins from Davis and Adam Sparrow. Spencer Lane in a brilliant 4th place. Matthew Allnut 5th from Bradley Peck, who fights into the top 6. Jack Saunders, Lee Harrison, Scott Smith and Charles Machin. Alex Tizeo in 11th in front of Michael Cornell. 13th for Tom Johnson ahead of Jasmine Bullock, Thomas Shaw, Harrison Williams, Charlie Flynn. So unlucky for Elio D'Alessandro. Sean Abbott and Charlie Gaillard from Charlie Whitehouse and Kian Bennett. Sam Chittick from a rather frustrated Maria Bright. Could have had so much more this weekend. Alex Lemon and Sam Grogan with James Buckingham. And then the retirements, Thomas Warner, Archie Strong and Gareth Haynes. What a shame for him. Could have been so much more today. Could even have been the win in a race like that. Well, there's nothing to describe Kai Springfield's victory other than ruthless. Absolutely. This is the final lap battle. Sparrow around the outside. Look at this. They actually bang wheels and off goes Sparrow. Actually hits the tyre barrier, drops in behind the others. And this is where D'Alessandro lost out. Such a shame, D'Alessandro spinning off. And that was where his podium chances disappeared. And you've got to feel for Elio D'Alessandro. That was such a great drive from him. My goodness. Well, I hope you weren't expecting it to be boring, because it never ever is in the Maxxis TKM Festival. It's one of the races of the season. Who needs 400 entries when you've still got the class and the quality that the TKM Extreme always delivers in the TKM Festival? I love this race. It really is the Indy 500 of TKM racing. And if you win this, you're one of the best. Right, we'll take a pause in proceedings from the TKMs, and we'll give the Honda Cadet Challenge center stage. All eyes on Joshua Smith, ready for the start of this one. The E-plate will be pole position in this Honda Cadet Challenge race, and he's ready for an exciting battle with this man, Rocco Shenton. These two have been inseparable all weekend long. Zach Starbuck, looking for a very strong run in 3rd place on the grid, has a good chance to win this too, as does Callum Wilson. Always up for the fight, always up for the scrap. What a debut this is. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, excellent birthday for him, and an excellent debut as well. Rory Breen in 6th position, a good chance for him to run from the start. 7th place for Jake Schulz. Alongside him on the starting grid will be Lucy Wheeldon. A great chance for her to be in the podium at the end of all of this. And then Charles Kitely will be the last one on the grid. I do believe that Sebastiano Tuzeo will not be starting the final. It's an excellent race it's due to be from the Honda Cadets. Yes, I know what you're saying, there are only 9 of them, but that doesn't matter. They still have excellent quality and excellent credence, these guys. Great performances from them so far, and they've given us plenty of excitement leading up to this. But the Honda Cadet final of the Honda Cadet Challenge this weekend during the Maxxis TKM Festival. It'll be great to see what these young stars of the future will be able to deliver. And who knows, one of these guys could well be fighting for a TKM Festival victory. Well, that is the grid for the race that's coming up after this one. That is race 29, the grand final for the Junior O-Plate. Not quite sure why the timing screen has jumped a race. It certainly seems to have missed out race 28. Hopefully that'll be corrected shortly. This is definitely Honda Cadets that are coming out. We will still see, of course, from Ethan Simmons and Aditya Kulkarni, because the O-Plate races are coming up after this one. The Junior and Senior O-Plate will finish us off. And that will, of course, give the drivers the right to carry the O-Plate for the next 12 months in the TKM categories, wherever they go around Great Britain. They will be able to hold that. Check out this field. It's a very, very competitive start for the drivers in Honda Cadet. And they will battle away for supremacy in the Honda Cadet Challenge race. Some great drivers and some great battles in the offing. This is all about Joshua Smith versus Rocco Shenton from the front row of the starting grid. They will obviously want to get the best possible start from the front row of the grid, and we know that Rocco Shenton has had a very tidy start in both of the races today. He has already jumped the pole position sitter Joshua Smith on the start and got himself into a very good lead through turn 1, but that is just part of the job. this race is 14 minutes plus the additional lap on top of it. So it's the longest race of the day for the Honda Cadet drivers, and this is where mistakes can often creep in. When you're pushing, when you're trying to get the most out of the kart in the final races of the day, and certainly in the final race of the day, you know the pressure's on. There's no second chances after this. There's no opportunity to recover your race. It's now or never. And the Honda Cadet Challenge drivers will obviously want to give us plenty of suspense and plenty of excitement as they battle for victory. But we're definitely going to have a very exciting Honda Cadet Challenge race as the drivers will want to get themselves into a solid position here at Kimbolton. But the contenders are ready for the scrap, and we're going to have a sensational battle. The gate opens. It's time for the Honda Cadet Challenge drivers to head out on track. Gotta love that. They went out completely en masse. They all accelerated at exactly the same moment and went out in a nice little cluster. A cluster of Honda Cadets. I think that's what we have to call them from now on. So it is a standing start, of course. The drivers will bring themselves back to the starting grid, where the marshals are ready to greet them onto the start line. A massive thank you, by the way, while we've got an opportunity between races, to thank the Orange Army here at the Huntscart Racing Club. The marshals around the circuit over the last 8 days. There's been a massive outcrop of emotion for the boys and girls in orange, who've been absolutely exceptional after the rather tragic accident that took place at Brands Hatch 8 days ago. It's really demonstrated just how incredibly passionate and how incredibly fantastic the marshals are in British motorsport. Take a look at that starting position for Rocco Shenton. That is a statement of intent as he's there on the grid, pointed towards the E-plate of Joshua Smith. So this will be an interesting start. The lights are coming on. Ready, and we will race. Good start by Joshua Smith. He's got a much better start than he had in the previous 2 races, and he's actually going to squeeze Rocco Shenton out. That's better from Josh Smith. Excellent start. Starbuck tries to get on the inside of Rocco Shenton, commits to the opportunity, has to bail out of it in the final turn of it, and then up to 4th position. That's going to be Callum Wilson, edging out Emerson McAndrew-Uren, and it could be a charge forward from Rory Breen to try and come through into 5th position, but no, he can't get there. So an excellent battle. And what a charge from Joshua Smith. He's beaten Rocco Shenton off the line in the most important race of the weekend. Shenton giving him the hurry up through Dan Weldon. Come on, man, put your foot down. We're going to go and get away from the rest of the field now. Joshua Smith is holding this absolutely nail-biting battle between these two. Shenton trying to come right round the outside of Joshua Smith. Now cut in for the switch. But here comes the 88 of Zach Starbuck. We could see Starbuck trying to get his way through up the inside. Starbuck is committing to the inside line. He thinks better of it and bails out of the move. But now Shenton trying to force the issue for Joshua Smith as they launch away. This is such a tough race coming up for these two drivers. Joshua Smith and Rocco Shenton. Absolutely nail-biting. And still they push on, still with plenty of suspense and excitement. They're going to give us all the dueling in the world. Rocco Shenton actually has a warning flag, and I'm assuming it's for that little bit of nudging at the Dan Weldon corner, just nudging Joshua Smith. So Smith is defending in Kimbolton. He's also defending at Kimbolton, I should point out, the corner that's named. Shenton has his hand in the air to block, come back to Josh Smith. Either that or he's not very happy with the warning flag he's got. Now he's going to use that little bit of fury up on the inside of Josh Smith, gets the lead out of Stowe Hairpin. He clearly felt that he shouldn't have got a warning flag, and he drives with the red mist now. But that's got the fire in Rocco Shenton's belly. He's pushed his way through on Josh Smith. No contact between them, just he's obviously looked at that situation and gone, right, you think I've got a warning flag for dangerous driving? Watch this. And he gets the move done beautifully on Josh Smith into the opening hairpin. Excellent run from Rocco Shenton. And now Zach Starbuck is trying his best to fend off from Callum Wilson once again. So Shenton has now got into the lead here. But we saw this in the pre-final. Joshua Smith was able to snatch the win away. Here comes Smith again on the inside line into Stowe corner. Shenton knows he's there, so he's got to concede the position. So the lead changes twice in as many laps. And this Honda Cadet Challenge final, definitely going to be an interesting one for Shenton versus Smith. Smith is now defending through the chicane, and Rocco Shenton clearly getting frustrated by being held at bay by Joshua Smith. Surely you can't defend for the entirety of the 11 minutes plus the additional lap that still remains in this one. Addy's Carping Adventures writes he's back into the pack. He's hoping for a penalty for Rocco Shenton, I guess. Is that kind of what you're saying? Well, hopefully, but Josh Smith is certainly hoping to back Rocco Shenton into the drivers behind. Zach Starbuck and Callum Wilson, both with a chance to get onto the podium. They're battling for third position at the moment. Great driving so far from Emerson McAndrew-Uren as going wide. Josh Smith goes wide in turn one, and that's enough for not only Rocco Shenton to get through, but also Zach Starbuck gets through. So Starbuck is now in a second. That's very costly for Smith. I'm not sure if there was any contact between them. I'd quite like to see that again, but I think that might have been just a mistake from Josh Smith as Smith gets back through on the inside of Zach Starbuck. Can we look at that first corner incident there once again from Smith? Let's have a look and see what happened. Was there a little bit of nudging there between the two? Oh, it's tough to tell. I'm not entirely sure whether that was, because Rocco Shenton was certainly very close to him. But they'll have looked at that and they'll have seen whether there was nudging or not. It's very hard to tell from that camera angle. But it certainly shows that Josh Smith is going to have his work cut out to beat Rocco Shenton today. He's now got some support, of course, as Smithy, as he's known in the Project 1 awning. Rocco Shenton bangs in a 49.35. But Josh Smith is going to get some support now, I think, from Zach Starbuck. They might be able to catch up to Rocco Shenton again together. So Rocco Shenton leads the race. And Smith is there in second place, Starbuck in third. And then it's Callum Wilson ahead of Emerson McAndrew-Uren, Jake Schull, Rory Breen, Lucy Weldon, and Charles Kitely. So this is tough for Josh Smith. He's really got to try and get back on terms with Rocco Shenton. Shenton checks over his left shoulder. He clearly feels that Joshua Smith is still going to be a thorn in the side in this long grand final. It's definitely going to be a tough old race here. And there is Emerson McAndrew-Uren in fifth position, just trying to hold on to it at the moment in front of Jake Schulz. And Schulz is pushing very hard himself to try and get into fifth position. That would be his best result of the weekend. Lucy Weldon and Charles Kitely have been able to make their way further forward. Rory Breen has had an off on that lap by the look of it. So Rory Breen, rather sadly, has now fallen down the order to 9th place. That's unfortunate for Rory Breen. It was looking good for a top 5 finish earlier this weekend. So Joshua Smith has got his head down and has started to charge after the race leader, Rocco Shenton. 8 minutes to go. And Smith is back on terms with Rocco Shenton. He's using the toe to great advantage here. Has got right back on terms with Rocco Shenton. So now they continue. But Shenton versus Smithy as they battle through the willows. Down the Yamitsu straight. Joshua Smith bangs in a 49.25. That was 3/10 quicker than Rocco Shenton. And now the race battle is on. A little nudge on the back bumper of Rocco Shenton just to remind him, anything you can do, mate, I can do better. As they battle for position. That was very much the Cole Trickle in Days of Thunder moment. Remember me? And Shenton responds, come on, let's get away. Let's get away from the field. Then we can race. I'm not sure just how willing Joshua Smith is going to be to cooperate with him at this moment. They've obviously had their little bit of badinage already. 7 minutes 15 on the clock. Just watched two great racers going at it. It's Josh Smith goes into the first corner and gets the lead. Joshua Smith takes over the lead of this Honda Cadet Challenge final. Great driving from Smith. Now Shenton's going to be the one who is hunting rather than the hunted. And he gestures to Joshua Smith. I guess that is the universal sign language for let's disappear from the rest of the pack. Otherwise, it could be very interesting between these two. Out of Dan Weldon, onto the TKM straight. And Joshua Smith just moves across the road to cover Rocco Shenton. Make sure there's no real chance for him to go for an overtake without risking an accident. And that is where the driver can psych out their opponent. It's about placing the kart in the right position on the racetrack to really shut down the opposition. Into the hairpin, turn one. Smith Shenton, Starbuck, Wilson, McAndrew Uren, Schulz, Wheeldon, Kitely, Breen. And still they race. Joshua Smith with the new fastest lap, 49.14, compared to Shenton on a 49.37. But Smith and Shenton absolutely bolted to each other. There is nothing in it between these two great young men. They've been exceptional young racers over the course of this weekend. And Shenton and Smith really have been very difficult to separate over the course of the weekend. And it's just going to keep getting better as this race unfolds. Just under 6 minutes now, plus the additional lap. It's about halfway in this race of 14 minutes plus a lap, which takes us to about 15 minutes or so. So we're beyond halfway, in fact. But this is definitely going to be an interesting one. Now, look back. That's the gap back to Zach Starbuck and Callum Wilson. It's about 4 seconds now. But Callum Wilson's still looking for his charge to come through. You've got to say, fair play to Emerson McAndrew Uren in this one. Not only is he in 5th position on merit, but he's actually pulling away from Jake Schulz and Lucy Wheeldon, who are having their own battle for 6th position. Not a bad debut, eh? That's a name you've got to watch out for. Emerson McAndrew Uren doing a terrific job in 5th place. You might just spot him behind 3rd and 4th, where he's a bit too far back for that. But still, 5th position. Great job. Now, Rocco Shenton really starting to attack as Josh Smith holds the lead. Just under 5 minutes to go, plus the additional bonus lap. This is definitely going to be a sharp one for the battles out in front. Smith and Shenton. Shenton trying to get his run. Is there going to be a tall order from these two as they come off the turn? They're going to really battle away together. Into the chicane, left, right at Derricks, up towards Dan Weldon corner. And still Smith holds the line in front of Rocco Shenton. Are we going to see a very imminent battle between these two, or is Shenton going to bide his time? Joshua Smith just holding the line at the moment. Psyching each other out at this moment. They're both waiting for the other to make a mistake. And neither driver is doing so. Great little tussle between these two. Josh Smith and Rocco Shenton so close together, 1st and 2nd. So now Jamie Smith is protecting the inside line, then pulls back across as Shenton tries to get the undercut switch. Can't quite find the inside line on the exit. Up on the curbs, through the willows. And now he's protecting the inside line solidly into Derricks. Is there going to be a slingshot maneuver here from Rocco Shenton? They're going to go side by side, and Shenton's going to try and draw level. Josh Smith just psychs him out. That was Rocco Shenton's first serious attack for the lead in a while. So now Joshua Smith is going to have to try a few tricks here to keep Rocco Shenton at bay. In the background, Starbuck and Wilson unchanged in their hunt for 3rd position. But Smith and Shenton really have checked out up in the lead of the race. Can Rocco Shenton get this lead away from Joshua Smith? Smith protects the inside line to cover. And Shenton is right in there behind. Out of the first hairpin. Willows right, Willows left. Onto the Yamashita straight. And this is where you're definitely going to find a fiery Rocco Shenton into the braking zone for Derricks. Left, right, staying off the curbs, keeping it nice and tidy. Then out of the flick and up towards Dan Weldon corner. This is very tricky for Rocco Shenton because he's got to time it right in terms of how much time there is left, because you want to be the man in 2nd place really in the closing stages to save the overtaking move till last, so that essentially Josh Smith has to think twice about where he's going to pick it. But Rocco Shenton is getting impatient sat behind Joshua Smith. He's really starting to get a little bit aggravated. So Rocco Shenton still just forcing away Joshua Smith from the 2 carts behind them. Starbuck and Wilson are 3rd and 4th. Then it is McAndrew Uren in 5th place from Schulz, Wheeldon, and then Charles Kitely ahead of Rory Breen. McAndrew Uren has actually got Schulz and Wheeldon back on his tail again. So they've been working very closely indeed to get back up the order. So Rocco Shenton hoping for his charge on Joshua Smith. They come off the hairpin and on the stretch down the field again. Into Kestrel, along the laser straight and into Kimbolton hairpin, and Rocco Shenton is keeping him guessing. We're running out of time. 1 minute and a half. I would say that's 3 laps to go. And this is going to be so tough to predict. Joshua Smith leads it. Rocco Shenton 2nd, but so far so good. Starbuck is under some pressure from Callum Wilson for third place as well as they continue on their way through. So it's definitely going to be a very exciting end to this race. And the battle for fifth place has really stepped up a gear as well. McAndrew, Uren, Schulz and Wielden very close together for P5. But now this all comes down to the composure and the calm, candid nature of these two leaders, Joshua Smith and Rocco Shenton. The race will start between these two any moment now. It's a bit like the cycling Kieran in the Olympics. They've got to bang in the laps, and then those crucial 2 laps are the ones that will decide the fate of the victory. Here they come. And now Josh Smith is trying to protect that inside line. Rocco Shenton going to go round the outside line into the Stowe corner. He tries to get the switch back to cover, but Josh Smith has already planted his cart in the opposite apex. That's good work from Joshua Smith. Holds the line from Rocco Shenton. Shenton really upping the ante. Smith is checking over his shoulder. You don't want to open up that invitation yet. Side by side for third position, by the way. As Starbuck and Wilson are absolutely at each other's throats now for third place. They almost went off the road together. But now Smith and Shenton are absolutely nailing this battle. They've got a few seconds. 3, 2, 1. And now the final lap will begin at the end of this one. It's now or never for Rocco Shenton as they come off of Kimbolton hairpin, and he knows it. He's really going to have to fight for this one. They come across the line side by side. He's going to try and squeeze Josh Smith into the inside apex, then tuck out for a faster line on the exit. Beautiful from Rocco Shenton! Absolutely textbook maneuver, and Rocco Shenton has stolen the lead on the final lap. That is how to get it done. Squeezes Josh Smith to the inside apex, tucks back out for the outside flick, gets the faster line through the inside at Stowe, and romps his way to the lead. Excellent from Rocco Shenton. Now he's got to hold it for the last 2 corners. But that is the ultimate steal. And look, Josh Smith knows he's lost the race, banging his steering wheel in frustration. How did I let him get this? How did I give him the space? You learn from your mistakes. Rocco Shenton is triumphant. Rocco Shenton wins. Excellent race. Smith is second. He is so frustrated with himself, but he's done a great job. Starbuck is just going to hang on to third in front of Callum Wilson. He can be happy with that. And in fifth place, the birthday boy just hangs on. Emerson McAndrew Uren, 5th position ahead of Jake Schulz and Lucy Wielden from Charles Kitely and Rory Breen. What a drive this weekend from Emerson McAndrew Uren. He can be very happy with that for a debut. But Rocco Shenton, what a steal in the last lap of the race from Josh Smith ahead of Zach Starbuck and Callum Wilson. Emerson McAndrew Uren and Jake Schulz from Lucy Wielden, Charles Kitely and Rory Breen. What a steal. I want to see that move again. It was absolutely superb. It squeezes Josh Smith so perfectly to the inside, then darts out for the outside, lets him take the inside. He draws wide and cuts back for the switch. Lovely move from Rocco Shenton. A race-winning move 100 times over. Absolutely superb. Right, well, we've had the festival finals. We've had the Honda Cadet Challenge. Now it's time for the O-Plates. We'll start with the junior. And for this man, Ethan Simmons, it's going to be a very exciting race. From the front, he will obviously have the best chance to win, but there's a whole host of talent that wants to take it away from him. Namely, right in behind Ethan Simmons, alongside him on the grid, Aditya Kulkarni, who's already fresh off the back of winning the Junior Festival Final. Can he make it 2 out of 2? Joe Booth, 3rd position, looks very hungry for the success here in this one. Alongside him on the grid, Leon Frost, always a contender in this category. Definitely going to be one to watch out for. Alfie Garford has unfinished business here. Had a great chance to win in the Junior Festival Final. Could do the job in the O-Plate. Olivia Jakins, a great chance for her to get the podium here. At the very least, could even win the whole thing. Freddie Hull, 7th place. He's been on an upward surge all weekend long, and the precision racing driver has a good chance of a podium now. James Morley, a very frustrated pre-final, but in 8th place for this one. Expect some overtakes from him. Charlie King getting better with every race for the Clubman Motorsport team. He's there in 9th position on the grid for this one and could go as high as the top 5 easily. Aidan Mitchell, never give up, never count him out. He will always fight for the opportunities. Dara McInerney, the E-plate, running 11th position on the starting grid for this one. Bring the thunder, bring the noise as far as Dara McInerney is concerned. Tyler Harris lining up alongside 12th position on the starting grid. And then the 72 of Archie Stiant, always in the mix, always fighting. This is going to be a good one as far as he's concerned. Never look back, never say die. What a brilliant Maxxis TKM Festival it has been in 2021. The finals in the festival races have been absolutely exceptional. The grand final for juniors won by Aditya Kulkarni, and he's there on the front row of the grid with Ethan Simmons. Joe Booth and Leon Frost, Alfie Garford and Olivia Jenkins from Freddie Hull and James Morley, Charlie King and Aidan Mitchell, Dara McInerney, Tyler Harris and Archie Stiant. So the previous races in the Junior Festival, won by Aditya Kulkarni in front of Ollie Rands and Leo Robinson. In the Clubman and Classic race, it was obviously Matthew Cardwell and Michael Whittaker that stole the spoils. And of course, we had the brilliant race earlier on, of course, for the Senior Festival race. That race seems to have fallen away from the timing screen for the moment, so we'll come back to it later. But that, of course, was a brilliant one. Good luck to Charlie King from All at Autism in Motorsports. Charlie King will have a good one from 9th on the grid, I'm sure. Definitely going to be an exciting battle, this final. 14 minutes plus 1 lap once again. Not an easy race to win, but this one is for the honour and the pride of being able to carry the O-plate in every junior TKM race for the next 12 months. It's basically the badge of honour. Who's it going to be? Simmons, Kulkarni, Booth, Frost, Garford, Jenkins. It's a false start, so we've got another lap to find out. Not everybody is in the mix there. Looks like the 88 of Tyler Harris is not quite in position, so they will go round again. All the drama and tension. All very exciting in Junior O-plate. And this is a very difficult race to win, it has to be said. In a similar manner to what we've seen from them in the past. But it's a very, very tricky race to win. It's always very, very tough here. And the contenders obviously hoping to continue the battles and continue the great race craft that we have seen all the way through this weekend. And Ethan Simmons lines up on the front row of the grid. Aditya Kulkarni second. Booth and Frost, Garford and Jenkins, Hull and Morley, King and Mitchell, McInerney and Harris and Stiant in the back. And we will race now! Good start at the front of the field from Simmons. Good start as well from the 45. Charging forward, that is Joe Booth. And he's going to try and take on the leaders. He gets past Kulkarni, that's for sure. And Frost gets through there as well into 3rd position. So the 32 of Aditya Kulkarni has fallen to 4th for the moment, but there's still a long way to go. It's a long race. But Ethan Simmons leads the field round from Booth, Frost, Kulkarni, and I think that's Alfie Garford still in 5th position. No, it's not. That's Jenkins. Jenkins has come up into 5th place. Good start from Olivia Jenkins. And she is up for the scrap to try and move her way forward. James Morley's got a good start as well. Alfie Garford has had an absolute horror start. And Jenkins gets on the inside of Kulkarni. So Olivia Jenkins doing a great job up into 4th place. So they continue to work their way further forward as the drivers march forward. But Ethan Simmons is out in front. Booth in 2nd. 3rd is Frost. 4th is Jenkins. So, of course, the roll of honour for the females here around this weekend has obviously been very, very strong indeed. We obviously had performances in the past from some great young drivers who have obviously been working very hard. Sophie Lank in 2010 won the junior final. And, of course, the junior elite final was won 2 years in a row by Abby Pulling in 2017 and 18. She is now, of course, in the world of Formula 3 and obviously in Formula 4 races as well in Great Britain. Formula 3, I say that she is doing a fine job in Formula 3 in W Series races, of course. Frost has now got through, past Booth into 2nd place. So Frost doing a great job in front of Joe Booth. And it is an absolutely fabulous start at the moment as they continue to battle their way around the circuit. Great performances so far as they continue to charge forward. But this is a very, very tough race, and it's obviously going to get tougher as time goes on. It will be very, very exciting as the racers continue to battle forward. We will have plenty to talk about and plenty to discuss over the course of these next few minutes. Is there going to be a lead change here on the inside of Simmons? There is indeed. And it's a great run from Leon Frost. So Frost gets through into the position, and Simmons is down into, what is that, 4th position. So the 3 TWM cards have come through to 1, 2, and 3. That's Frost, Booth, and Kulkarni. A very tough battle. So we are going to have a very, very strong race battle from the competitors as they continue to charge forward. So now it is going to be Leon Frost. Up on the inside comes Booth. And Simmons is going to get on the inside of Kulkarni as they all sweep past Frost. This is all going to open up. Morley's going to get through to the inside line there as well. Simmons getting on the inside of Kulkarni. Hold your breath for 2nd place as Morley gets through on the inside up into 4th place, and Olivia Jenkins ends up in 5th place out of all of that. But Joe Booth is the new race leader. So Joe Booth leads, Simmons in 2nd, Kulkarni, Morley, and then it is Olivia Jenkins from Frost and Garford. For my money, that is 7 drivers in the top 7 that can all win this one. Definitely going to be a very interesting challenge for the competitors. This is an absolutely sensational run from the competitors. A big drive up the inside, that's Garford, who also goes with Frost to get up the inside of Olivia Jenkins. So Jenkins is down to 7th. Here's the move on the inside for 2nd from Kulkarni. Kulkarni gets through into 2nd place. So he feels that he's got a little bit more raw pace than Ethan Simmons to try and get after his teammate Joe Booth, who leads the race up front. So a fascinating battle, and a tough race is in the offing still from these drivers. But Joe Booth has the speed and the opportunity now from Ethan Simmons and Aditya Kulkarni. So Kulkarni originally into 2nd, but Simmons has got him back. So Simmons now into 2nd place. 10 minutes just under, plus the additional lap. So it will be very difficult. It will be very tricky as the drivers continue their surge forward. And still, the battle is raging. But we were going to have a very, very difficult race of it as they continue forward. So Joe Booth, Ethan Simmons, Aditya Kulkarni, Joe Morley, James Morley even, I do apologise, Alfie Garford, and then it is Freddie Hull who's worked his way up into 6th place. Good racing from Hull as he now comes up into the top 6. Jenkins 7th, Frost is 8th, then Mitchell, Mick and Ernie. The battle's still very, very close indeed as they come down into the hairpin at Kimbolton corner. But the lead is no longer massive for James. I will get there eventually. The lead is no longer massive for Joe Booth. Aditya Kulkarni right in behind Ethan Simmons as they come through Stowe corner. Up the inside, that's Frost. Gets the move on Jenkins, who shuts the door briefly there on Garford. Garford has managed to slip past them both, so that's Freddie Hull she's keeping at bay. Aditya Kulkarni, fastest lap of the race, in 3rd position, tucked up behind Ethan Simmons. So Joe Booth leads the race. Ethan Simmons in 2nd, then it's Aditya Kulkarni and James Morley, 4th position. Here comes Simmons for the lead, gets through on Booth, and now tries to back Booth into his teammates. Knows that Kulkarni and Morley are right there. So Ethan Simmons hits the front once again in the O-plate. So it really is now or never to try and get away from the likes of Booth, Kulkarni and Morley. But they are 3 teammates. They're not going to run into each other. They are going to work together to try and get one over on Ethan Simmons and back him down into 4th place once more. Garford has broken up into 5th place position now from Leon Frost. Olivia Jenkins is down behind Freddie Hull now. Hull has got through. So Freddie Hull working well to get up into 7th position. A very tough second half to the race. This is going to be 7.5 minutes plus the additional lap. So now we're going to have a very exciting battle on the inside. Aditya Kulkarni gets through to 2nd place, passes Joe Booth. Excellent work so far. But Ethan Simmons still leads the battle. 2nd, Aditya Kulkarni. 3rd for Joseph Booth, and 4th for James Morley. So this race is still going to have plenty of suspense and drama weaving into it. But now we're going to see what the contenders can do as they rip-roar around the circuit. Ethan Simmons in the lead of the race from Aditya Kulkarni. James Morley is now right in behind Joe Booth. And fifth place, Alfie Garford is catching all of them, so this could be a five-way scrap for the 3 spots on the podium. And this is for the Junior O plate, so this is a big one as far as the drivers are concerned. They really want to win this one. Aditya Kulkarni has a think about taking the lead from Ethan Simmons, doesn't in the end. Just trying to get out of Stowe Corner in a good position. 5 drivers, all in the hunt. Simmons, Kulkarni, Booth, Morley, Garford. Could go to any one of these 5. They all have a chance and they all have opportunity. And they've all got good speed to make it happen. So this is where the contenders are pushing on. Out of the hairpin at Dan Weldon, down the TKM straight, up to Kestrel in the left-hander. And now the drivers really starting to settle in for a big charge. Out of the hairpin once again, and onto the main straight. Is there going to be a big move here from Aditya Kulkarni? He's certainly getting some support from Joe Booth. This is going to be tough in Stowe Corner. Ethan Simmons goes a little wide, holds the car to the apex on the rumble strip, over the curbs, onto the Yamitsu straight. And still no major changes, but now Booth goes for the inside of Kulkarni. So Kulkarni is going to get down to 3rd position at the expense of Joe Booth. Joe Booth doing a fantastic job, moving his way forward. Excellent stuff so far. So really good run, an excellent job from the contenders as they continue to charge forward. So now this is all going to be about what Joe Booth can do about Ethan Simmons up at the front. So Joe Booth is leading the charge forward. He was leading the race, now he's in 2nd. Still work to do, still things to take place, still a bit more happening. But we're going to have a very interesting second half of the race now. We're going to have some very exciting and contentious battles and duels on the circuit. Freddie Hull of 43.18 for him, fastest lap, 0.4 of a second quicker than the guys racing in front of him. So he's now really hoping to join this battle. He's got close to Leon Frost. So if he can get into 6th position, which is exactly what he's aiming at now, then he might just be able to join these guys once they start battling. Being in P6 is going to be critical for Freddie Hull, because once these 5 really start racing, he could be in a prime position to take advantage. So here comes the move from Booth. Slides in through Stowe Corner and loses the position immediately as the back end kicks out. I could see that coming. Ethan Simmons got the undercut move. He let him slide wide and retakes the lead. So that backs them all up a little bit. Frost and Hull are definitely going to be a little bit closer than they were before. This is so difficult. I would not want to be Tim Wilson in the middle of all this, because the pressure must be absolutely fever pitch. 3 drivers in the top 5, all wanting the victory. A 4th one is in P6, trying to fend off from Freddie Hull. This is not an easy situation to be in at all. So Ethan Simmons controls the lead as they come down to the first corner, but Booth is back on the inside. Is this going to be the lead this time? Yes, it is. Simmons trying to hold 2nd round the outside, but he can't hold off Kulkarni. So Aditya Kulkarni gets into 2nd place, and now he's trying to work with Joe Booth to get away. 3 minutes and a half, plus the additional lap remaining. It still could go anybody's way in the top 5. Joe Booth, Aditya Kulkarni, Ethan Simmons, James Morley, Alfie Garford. One of those 5 could be winning this. Simmons back on the inside of Kulkarni into 2nd place in Kestrel. Gets through, and now trying to get into the hairpin again, and that's Garford. He makes the bid on Morley. So Garford gets into 4th place past James Morley, and that could be very timely for Garford. Stepping up the attack and getting past a couple of carts one by one could make all the difference here. But Frost, Hull, Jenkins, Mitchell and McInerney are not far away now either. So they could have a really interesting race of it now. But this is all about Joe Booth, just keeping it nice and planted around these apexes for a couple of laps more before the real race really kicks into shape. Ethan Simmons 2nd. Aditya Kulkarni is 3rd. Alfie Garford is 4th. 5th is James Morley. Then Leon Frost, Freddie Hull, Olivia Jenkins, Aidan Mitchell, Dara McInerney, Tyler Harris, Archie Stiant and Charlie King. Onto the main straight again. Now protecting the inside line, that is Booth. He's being very cautious in turn 1. Simmons might try and get the undercut switch to get through. Up alongside in the Willows, he's backed down from the move. He had to there, really. Otherwise, he could have got spat out to the grass. And if anyone makes a mistake here, that's where it's all going to go wrong. Kulkarni tries on Simmons. Gets alongside him again on the switch. They bang wheels. And Simmons makes sure that that does not occur. That has actually dropped Simmons off the back of Booth a little bit. Taps his finger on his helmet. Come on, have a think, Aditya. We've got a long race still to go here. We've still got a minute 40, plus the additional lap. We've got at least 3 more laps of racing here. As Garford gets into third. Garford gets past Kulkarni. And Kulkarni is going to come straight back at him into turn 1. Nicely sorted out there. But up to 5th place now has come Leon Frost. Up to 6th has come Freddie Hull at the expense of James Morley. Morley is down. Garford throws it up the inside of Kulkarni, gets the place. So he's up into 3rd place once again. As Ethan Simmons again charges after Joe Booth. He wants to catch him. And he's not far away from doing it, and he's got time to do it. Just a minute to go. But then they have the additional lap on top of the time that's left. And I think we're going to get 2 more laps looking at the way they're coming through. The track is bone dry. So they're going to get 2 more laps before we get the final lap call. 3 laps to go by my math. And Ethan Simmons closing up on Joe Booth, using the toe to good effect. This is going to be a very tight battle in the closing stages as Ethan Simmons tries to topple Joseph Booth to the braking zone. A little bit too defensive for Joe Booth. That's put Ethan Simmons right back on his bumper. He didn't need to do that. It's just a little bit of inexperience there perhaps, or just a little bit of nerves creeping in. But Ethan Simmons is all over him like a bad habit now. Here they come down the straight, and Ethan Simmons trying to go the long way round into Kestrel. Joe Booth definitely under some pressure now. Booth is defending big time. Simmons is going to try and get the switchback maneuver up alongside, side by side, down the straight. There's not going to be a lot of room to maneuver. Simmons backs down, gives him the space, and throws it up the inside from a big launch and runs wide. Oh, Ethan, it was a good idea, but it hasn't worked. And he's down to 4th on the penultimate lap. What a mistake from Ethan Simmons. The idea was brilliant, but he just couldn't get the kart stopped in time for the apex. So now it's down to Booth, Kulkarni, and Garford. And it could be any one of the 3 that carries the O-plate for the next 12 months. And Leon Frost has got his way up into 5th position, or is that 4th? No, it is still 5th, in front of Hull, Morley, Mitchell, McInerney. It's a very tough one. It looks like Olivia Jenkins has had an off and gone down the order. Has actually pulled off to retire, I do believe. Final lap. Joe Booth. Aditya Kulkarni, a bit of puff of brakes from Booth. He's working hard. Kulkarni on the inside. Garford going with him. Kulkarni leads. Garford backs down into 3rd. And Leon Frost is through into 4th place, past Ethan Simmons. So now it's Kulkarni who leads in front of Joe Booth. But can he hold this? Is Aditya Kulkarni going to take both the Junior Festival Final and the O-plate? Down the straight of the TKM, into Kestrel. He's got 1 more corner to hang on to this. It's not going to be easy. Booth will try. He's going to try and get him out wide. They come off the straight together. It's going to be close, but Aditya Kulkarni's done it twice. Kulkarni, triumphant twice. Brilliant. Aditya Kulkarni sweeps all before him. The Junior Festival winner, the O-plate winner. Amazing from Aditya Kulkarni. Remember where you were when this incredible young man swept them all before them. Ethan Simmons is coming home at the final turn. He's had an off on the final lap. What a shame for Ethan Simmons. That could have been his win. Gesturing to the marshals. What are you going to do about that? But I don't think it's up to them. Well, Ethan Simmons not happy. But Aditya Kulkarni triumphant from Joe Booth and Alfie Garford. Leon Frost is 4th from Freddie Hull. Good drive. James Morley 6th from Aidan Mitchell and Dara McInerney. Tyler Harris, Archie Steyant, and Charlie King. Ethan Simmons just brought it home over the line. Olivia Jenkins, sadly, ended up retiring with 4 laps to go. But what a battle. This is how the race was won in the end. Kulkarni storming through, squeezed out Joe Booth, kept his position there in front of Alfie Garford. But what a sensational drive it's been all weekend. Remember where you were when you first heard the name Aditya Kulkarni. That boy has a seriously good future. It's so hard to win one of these finals, let alone both of them. And this young superstar is just getting going. What a drive from Aditya Kulkarni. Well, there is one race still to go, and it's the senior O-Plate. Let's get ready. For Joseph Reeves-Smith, this is a big opportunity. He knows that from pole position. He's been here before. He knows the opportunity is there for the taking. But this man, Lewis Wadley, will want to take it away from him as quickly as humanly possible. He'll have a game plan, and he'll want to make it work. Aaron Lask, third position, focusing purely on the O-Plate. Knows he's got a chance now from third on the grid. James Barty, fourth position. A good opportunity for him to storm at least onto the podium at the bare minimum. Could come away with even more than that. Louis Bevan, a great race weekend so far from him to get himself back into contention in fifth on the grid for this. And Theo Hesketh, what a fight back. Theo Hesketh is right there on the third row with a great chance. Harvey Roth, good performance from him. Seventh on the grid coming into this one. Lee Whittingham will be there in eighth on the starting grid. Do not count him out. He is a race winner written all over him. Ninth place, Joe Fowler. Good comeback again in the pre-final after their problems in the heat. But he has come through to ninth on the starting grid. And Adam Sparrow, P10 on the starting grid. It's not going to be easy from there, but he's definitely going to give it everything he's got. Alex Page, lining up 11th on the starting grid for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Alongside him on the grid, Zach Bowen. And that's going to be very interesting for him from 12th place on the starting grid. Spencer Lane, 7th row of the grid. Such a great weekend so far for him. Almost got the podium in the previous final for the TKM Extreme. Could go a lot better than that in this. Chris Whitton, a serious operator in this category. Scott Smith on the Fullerton chassis. Plenty of opportunity for him to work his way forward. Then we have alongside him Jack Saunders on the Talco. Watch out for Jack Saunders. He's already pulled off some serious moves over the course of this weekend. Got himself into a great position in the previous festival final. Charlie Savage on the right. Will be very interesting for him. Alongside him on the grid, it is going to be Jack Dan on the Talco. Then we've got Theo Tibbets, a former junior festival winner, don't forget. So Theo Tibbets knows how to get the job done around here. And Joe Stockford, the 54. The man knows everything there is to know about charging his way to the front. It's been a difficult weekend so far for him, but he can fight back. Here's Josh Raystrick. He'll be there 21st on the starting grid on the 11th row on the inside line. Sam Johns is next up, number 27, and he'll be there 22nd on the grid. Row 12 is going to be an interesting one. Archie Strong lining up in position, although that looks to me like Megan Lawson. So Megan Lawson is there in position. And then also in the mix, we have a couple of drivers by the look of it who have elected not to take the start of this race in the end. There's the 82, that's Ben Cox. And there's the 40, that's Isaac Marsh. Last couple of drivers in position. The 76, that is Will Day. And in the mix there, the 58 of Ashton Cox in the all-red machine. Drivers heading out onto the circuit then. There might be a few drivers that won't take the start. But what an opportunity this is for our pole sitter, Joseph Reeves-Smith. Time to get the race underway and time to go for action. Joe Reeves-Smith and Lewis Wadley from Aaron Lask and James Barty, Louis Bevan and Theo Hesketh, Harvey Roth and Lee Whittingham from Joe Fowler and Adam Sparrow, Alex Page and Zach Bowen, Spencer Lane and Chris Whitton. Then Scott Smith and Jack Saunders, Charlie Savage and Jack Dan, Theo Tibbets and Joe Stockford, Josh Raystrick and Sam Johns. Megan Lawson will be alone on row 12. No start for Archie Strong. Then Stephen Cumbers, Ben Cox, Will Day and Isaac Marsh. James Whitaker will not take the start. Ashton Cox will do so. So the drivers are now gearing up for the start. Can Joseph Reeves-Smith do this? From the front row of the grid, Wadley is there beside him. Lask, Barty, Bevan, Hesketh, Roth, Whittingham, Fowler, Sparrow, Page and Bowens. Lane and Whitton are all in for the hunt as well. Are we racing? Yes, we are! It's time for the O-Plate final to begin! And Reeves-Smith blasts down to the first corner. Is it going to be a good start from him through turn one? As the field works its way out of Stowe Corner, it is going to be an interesting launch. No drama, no problems through the first couple of corners. So Joe Reeves-Smith still leads the way in front of Lewis Wadley, who remains there in position, but Aaron Lask has nipped by into second place. So a good start from Aaron Lask as they run through on the far side, through Dan Weldon, and it's Reeve Smith in front. Lask in second. Third place is Lewis Wadley, and the charge of the Light Brigade behind them, absolutely swarming down the straight into the TKM and up towards Kestrel. Through the hairpin at Kimbolton corner. And everybody keeping it nice and tidy. Still a good battle in the offing here. As now up the inside, are we going to see a different change for position? We are. Wadley's there, and also on the inside, Barty trying to come through. Barty commits, and does not get the place. Aaron Lask is keeping him very honest there in third position. Barty tries again. This time he's into third. So a good run from James Barty. He does manage to commit to the move then. So it's Reeve Smith, Wadley, Barty, Lask, Roth, Fowler up to 6th place. Hesketh, Page is up to 8th. Then Bevan and Sparrow, Bowen, Lane, Whittingham, Witten, Saunders and Smith. A lot of good battles to come in this one. It's a long old race. 14 laps plus the additional, 14 minutes I should say, sorry, plus the additional lap. And Page has dropped down the order. Page has dropped back to about 14th. Not sure what happened there to Alex Page, but he's certainly lost a lot of ground in this one lap as drivers are still going for overtakes. It's one of those now or never situations for the drivers as they continue to charge forward. But there will be plenty of action and drama as the contenders continue on the way. Joe Reeve Smith and Lewis Wadley from James Barty. Harvey Roth, Aaron Lask is down to 5th place now. Hesketh up to B6 from Joe Fowler. So there is a lot of overtaking still to come in this field. Easily the most competitive and most exciting drivers in this field. We're going to see a lot of them. Here the move from Theo Hesketh. He gets through on Aaron Lask now as well. Louis Bevan is trying to line up a similar overtaking move into Stoke corner. But there is Barty in front of Harvey Roth. Oh, big shunt right in front of us. A big shunt in front of my position. That's the 56 that's gone straight into the tyres. My goodness, that's Josh Raystrick. Josh Raystrick plows into the tyres on the home straight. Not a lot of time there. And that could potentially bring us under yellow flags. Certainly on the run to the straight, it's brought us to yellows. I think we're going to be okay. But that was a very scary moment indeed as Josh Raystrick is out of the race on the main straight. The race is going to continue, I do believe. But Josh Raystrick is very, very much irritated with that one as he climbs away and walks away from his car. Thank goodness he's okay, because that looked a lot worse than it was. But the race continues on up front. Reeve Smith, Wadley, Barty, Roth, Hesketh, Lask, Bevan, Fowler, Whittingham, Bowen, Witten, Sparrow, Lane, Saunders and Smith. So a very tricky race. It has one less driver in it with the retirement of Josh Raystrick, but thank goodness he's okay. Because when you're coming into the barriers at the first marshal post on the start-finish line, that is a monstrous accident, and he is very lucky to get away with that. So the race continues. Joe Reeve Smith in front of Lewis Wadley. Third place for the 34 of James Barty as they continue to battle forward. So a very exciting run as Joe Reeve Smith is just trying to control the pace at the moment. He doesn't want to rush things. He's just getting it nicely together. Technical flag for Sam Johns. So Sam Johns has got a technical flag. That's the 27. Not sure what it is that's brought out the technical flag for him. I wonder if he's got a damage to the chain guard or something along those lines, but certainly something is not quite right. Yellow flags are still present out on the start line because the marshals are still putting the tyre barriers back together. So stationary yellows on the home straight, no overtaking. Now I want to have a look at the 27 of Sam Johns and see what's wrong with his kart that would have given him a technical flag. Can't see him as he's come through actually, so I wonder if he's already pulled in. So indeed, I think Sam Johns has actually pulled in. So this is definitely going to be a very interesting race battle from the front end of the field. Lewis Wadley is just following Joseph Reeve Smith's every move. He's not rushing this. It's a long race. There's obviously opportunities to continue moving forward. But the battle will continue, and it will be very, very close indeed from the sharp end of the field. Wadley out of the hairpin. Right in behind Joe Reeve Smith. Still a long race in this. Wadley Close up behind Reeve Smith. Reeve Smith actually parks the car in the middle of the road initially and then pulls it back over to the left so that he can get a good turn in for the right-hander, but it just shuts down any opposition from Lewis Wadley initially. Just gives him that little bit of psychology, that kind of, you're not going to get past me, you're not going to pass me, you're just going to hold that second place. Fastest lap of the race comes in from Theo Hesketh, 43.05. So Joe Reeve Smith in front of Lewis Wadley and James Barty, who is about 0.7 of a second back, but there's still a lot of time to go in this one. A good 8 minutes and a half plus the additional lap. So there's still going to be a good overtake or two. As up the inside for 4th position. That is a big, bold move from Theo Hesketh to get past Harvey Roth. And Hesketh is now just a stone's throw away from the podium. If he can catch Barty and pass him, then he is going to be on the rostrum here. And that will be a mega fight back from Theo Hesketh. So still Lewis Wadley hustling in behind Joe Reeve Smith. Excellent racing so far from this duo. They really have been exceptional all weekend long. They have held good pace. They have watched each other's moves and they have soaked up all the adrenaline. Now they're in the additional opportunity to go for the victory in the senior O-Plate. It's a big race if you're a TKM driver. It's almost like the British Grand Prix of the sport, the O-Plate. You really want to win this one. It's a badge of honor to carry the O-Plate through the year. And it proves that when the chips are down and all bets are off, you really can fight tooth and nail. Competitors surging through the Stowe corner. Really get a semblance of the speed when you watch the camera on the pit straight. But it's excellent stuff the drivers are giving us at the moment as they run through together. So there is the 3 leading the way. Joe Reeve Smith just keeping it nice and steady. Don't have to rush this one. Plenty of time. So the competitors continue on their way through, down the straight and up into the laser straight, into the hairpin at Kimbolton corner. A fabulous, fabulous battle. Still about to get going, really, as Lewis Wadley hustles in behind Joe Reeve Smith, but he's not going for the overtaking move yet. Still got to tick time down. He'll have a timer on his steering wheel, and he'll also have the digiboard on the main straight. He'll figure out how much time there is still to go, and that will give him all the reassurance he needs that he doesn't have to push this too hard. He can just keep it together, just time it right. Aaron Lask is up to 8th place now, and Chris Whitton is up into 9th position as they both made light work of Lee Whittingham on that last part of the lap. But this race could still go anybody's way. They're just taking their time. They're working up to a crescendo as Theo Hesketh tries to keep in front of Harvey Roth. It turns out it's actually quite hard to get close to James Barty. So Theo Hesketh is still about half a second back from him. You can see the gap, and you can also see the differences in the gaps between each driver on the left of your screen. But Joe Reeve Smith and Lewis Wadley, then James Barty and Theo Hesketh, who's trying to stay in touch. Harvey Roth is 5th, then Bevan, Fowler, Lask, Whitton, Whittingham, Bowen, Lane, Smith, Sparrow, Saunders, Page, Dan and Stockford. So Savage has got through to take that position away. 18th now for him. Joe Stockford down to 19th in front of Theo Tibbets in 20th place. Then the last races running are Megan Lawson, Will Day, Ashton Cox, Stephen Cumbers and Ben Cox. We've lost Isaac Marsh, Sam Johns and Josh Raystrick after a very big accident into the main straight. But fortunately for Raystrick, he is okay. So now the race continues on. Joe Reeve Smith and Lewis Wadley. 5 minutes to go, plus the additional bonus lap. And it really is going to go down to the wire, the way that Lewis Wadley is hustling Joe Reeve Smith. Barty is going with them as well now. He's really starting to up his pace, and he is actually catching them. 43.27 for Reeve Smith, 43.25 for Wadley on the last lap, 43.2 flat for James Barty. He really is stepping up the attack now, and this is going to be a 3-man brawl for the victory. Reeve Smith, Wadley and Barty. Hesketh is not far in 4th place, but he could really do with a little bit of banter between these 3 to get himself back into contention for the victory. But once they start pushing, it's anybody's game. Reeve Smith, Wadley, Barty, Hesketh. And still the racers continue to charge forward. The hard charger award definitely goes the way of Ashton Cox, up 7 places, but Chris Whitton is up 6. And Will Day is up 5, so good work from those drivers today. It's always good just to try and increase your position as much as humanly possible. Into Kestrel come the leaders. Reeve Smith in front of Wadley and Barty. They are almost nose to tail now. Barty's still got a couple of cart legs between himself and his teammate Lewis Wadley. but there's still a long way to go. 3 minutes 50. It's a good 5-6 laps left of this race. And around this place, that's a long way. It's going to be an interesting charge forward. Reeve Smith just holding on to his nerve. He doesn't need to stretch himself here. He doesn't need to push too hard. Just keep it nice and balanced. Further back, we've got a battle for fifth place, is up the inside. That's Louis Bevan getting past Joe Fowler for 5th position. So that is a great run. Harvey Roth, sadly, has now fallen to 9th position behind Zach Bowen. What has happened to Adam Sparrow in this final? He's just disappeared. 14th position at the moment from the man who was a winner earlier on in the day. So a very unfortunate case of affairs for Adam Sparrow. It's just not looking good for him to get the O-plate wrapped up. So now Joe Reeve Smith holding on from Lewis Wadley and James Barty. They come off the turn. 3 minutes to go, plus the additional bonus lap. And 4th place, Theo Hesketh is trying to stay with them. Hesketh is knuckling down. You can just about make him out behind the leading trio as Theo Hesketh is trying to creep into the battle. Here they come. And by the time we get to a couple of laps to go, this is going to be a quartet battling for the victory. And it's going to be a very ferocious one. Reeve Smith, Wadley, Barty, Hesketh. Hesketh's definitely chipping away at this now as they run into the hairpin. Wadley is starting to think about the move on Reeve Smith. Reeve Smith a little bit wide out of the hairpin. This could be the first big chance. Wadley's going to go for the lead into turn 1 at Stowe, and he's there. Now he needs to shut it down on the exit, and he has. Wadley is going to take the lead through to this lap as they come onto the Yamitsu straight. But this is perfect for Wadley, and the gap nearly opens up. Oh, and a slide from Reeve Smith. He tried to go for the move on the inside of Wadley. Wadley slammed the door shut. My goodness, that was a close call for Reeve Smith. That was nearly game over. That's worth another look because Barty was trying to come up the inside of Reeve Smith. He had to bail out of it, and Reeve Smith essentially had to go for a move that wasn't really there for Wadley. Let's have a look. So Barty's tried to go for the move. Reeve Smith is shut down and slammed the door in his face. Is Wadley. So Wadley chopped across there. And Reeve Smith is now down to 3rd as a result in front of Theo Hesketh. My goodness, that was close for Joe Reeve Smith. Barty was trying to get him initially. He chopped across, realised he'd missed his braking point by about half a metre and had to commit to a move on Wadley, really, that wasn't there and ended up getting spat off the curb. So that's going to be put down as a racing incident by the drivers afterwards. But Lewis Wadley now leads the O-plate. 2nd is Barty, 3rd is Reeve Smith, 4th is Hesketh. It's still going to be between these 4, I think. 5th place is Bevan, ahead of Zach Bowen, but they are a little bit far back. Bevan still hanging on. Now that's the 33 creeping into 6th place. That's Chris Whitton. So Joe Fowler down to 8th behind Zach Bowen. Still some good battles for 5th position. Great battle for 5th position in the background. You can just about make it out. Trouble is, if we go to the 5th position battle now, we're going to lose what's happening with the leaders, and that would just be awful if we missed the overtaking moment that we've been waiting for. But Bevan, Whitton, Fowler and Bowen are having just the most exceptional ding-dong for 5th position behind these guys. Check them out as they come into view. Bevan is just about hanging on in front of Whitton, Bowen and Fowler. Then Harvey Roth in 9th, and in 10th place, that is Aaron Lask. Here they come, 5th position. This is not easy to hang on to. Fowler trying to get his move. Reeve Smith is now trying to work with James Barty to close back up to Lewis Wadley. And now time runs to 0. This is it. It's now or never, the penultimate lap. Next lap will be the last one, and Wadley's got a crucial gap over James Barty. But Joseph Reeve Smith can work with James Barty to catch up to Lewis Wadley. They have just about got time, but it's not going to be easy. There are no two ways about that. Reeve Smith is swarming around behind Barty. And that's Barty just keeping his honest there. That's not good news for Reeve Smith. Here comes Hesketh. Hesketh into 3rd. That's really put the kibosh on it for Reeve Smith. Into the last lap we go. And this is now the battle for 2nd. I don't think they're going to catch Wadley in time. Wadley's got the win. Reeve Smith back on the inside of Hesketh, back into 3rd. And I'm fairly sure that that's it for Lewis Wadley. He's going to take the victory, but 2nd place is going to be heavily disputed now. Joe Reeve Smith all over the back of James Barty. Theo Hesketh trying to get back onto the podium. Still pushing, still charging. James Barty holds on a second, but fair play to Lewis Wadley. He realises what he's achieved here. He knows that they're never going to catch him. They're too busy battling for second, and Lewis Wadley is going to have this. Reeve Smith round the outside, Hesketh on the inside, gets the podium. It's Wadley! Lewis Wadley wins it! Barty second, Hesketh third. Terrific race from Lewis Wadley. Excellent from the drivers to the flag. And what a way to end the weekend. Lewis Wadley has stormed it. And all the drivers on the even side of the grid on the front 3 rows have worked their way to the podium. Lewis Wadley, James Barty, and Theo Hesketh. Terrific racing in the senior O plate, and that means that the 98 now becomes the O plate. Lewis Wadley is the senior O plate winner. Excellent stuff, the final race of the day in front of James Barty and Theo Hesketh. Joe Reeve Smith so near, but so far. Louis Bevan in P5 from Chris Whitten and Zach Bowen. Harvey Roth, Aaron Laskin, Lee Whittingham. Spencer Lane 11th from Joe Fowler in the end, ahead of Scott Smith and Jack Dan. Adam Sparrow struggling to 15th in the end, ahead of Alex Page and Jack Saunders. Joe Stockford, Theo Tibbetts and Charlie Savage from Will Day, Megan Lawson, Ashton Cox and Stephen Cumbers. Ben Cox was the last one home. The retirements, Isaac Marsh, Sam Johns, Josh Raystrick and Archie Strong. But what a fantastic end to the race action it has been in the Maxxis TKM Festival 2021. A hero's welcome for our senior O-Plate winner, Lewis Wadley, the 98. He will now carry the O-Plate for the next 12 months. And that is a fabulous, fabulous reward for Lewis Wadley's efforts here this weekend. He can be very, very proud of that. Here at the track, we will conduct the podium ceremony, of course, very soon indeed, but we'll allow the drivers the opportunity to share those podiums and those trophies and photographs on their social media feeds. Keep up to date with everything on the website, of course, hkrc.co.uk. But there's the winning moment for Lewis Wadley and the Talco-backed Precision Racing team. Excellent racing. Well done. Well done to Lewis Wadley, the O-Plate winner. It's been a great day of race action in the TKM Festival. We've had some amazing race battles. We hope you've enjoyed it here at Kimbolton. It really has been wonderful to witness it all. The celebrations will continue, I'm sure, long into the night. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage from Alpha Live. Do hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell buttons. You won't miss a moment of the great races to come in the Alpha Live sporting program. We hope you've enjoyed it. From myself, Jake Sanson, and the whole Alpha Live team, and on behalf of everyone here at the Huntscart Racing Club at Kimbolton, what a brilliant race the Maxxis TKM Festival always provides. Let's do it again sometime. See you soon.